Antonio Gramsci, former General Secretary of the Italian Communist Party, is basically linked to the production of the theory of the hegemonic state. Every system needs to have a separation between political society and civil society. And civil society is supposed to hold political society to account. And civil society in the Gramscian context, just NGOs, is what we call NGOs. NGOs are part of civil society. The judiciary is civil society. The police is civil society. Religious leaders are civil society. Traditional rulers are civil society. Intellectuals are civil society. The press is civil society. The moment a state wants to be a hegemonic state, political society starts appropriating and incorporating elements of the civil society to be part of the political project. There is no longer a difference between the chief imam and the public relations officer of a political party. They're speaking the same language. There is no difference between an emir and the special assistant to a governor or president on information. The judiciary becomes an arm of the executive. The concept of checks and balances completely disappears. And it starts gradually. In Nigeria, it started with legislators doing the work of the executive. A constitution. To approve a budget, every member of the House or Senate will have his own personal budget to go and do what he calls constituency projects, to build schools and boreholes that are the work of the executive. And the executive started giving them those projects in order to get their own budgets approved. And gradually, the dividing line between who is an executive and who is a legislator became blurred. Somebody is in the House of Reps or House of Assembly for 8 years. He cannot tell you what law he passed, what bill he promoted, but he can tell you, I went and built this borehole, I did this solar plant, I built this school, which is the work of the governor and the local government chairman under our constitution. So today, if the executive tells legislature, jump, they say, how high, sir? From there, it went on to the judiciary. And, we have to speak honestly. I always say that the day I stop speaking, the day I stop telling the truth, I'm dead. And the judiciary, the last hope of the common man. Look at what they have been doing. Gradually, judges, even when we're children, for many years, even up to recently, when you say a judge, when you say Al-Qali, it brings, the sense you have is respect, dignity, honor. These are people of knowledge, people of the highest moral character, people of the highest integrity, who will stand and face people and do justice without looking at who you are or what your interest is. What has Nigeria become? And we don't talk theory, we talk practice. Again, let me talk about my friend Nasir El-Rufai today. People are tried for corruption, and everybody who has done something wrong should be tried. No, there's no problem. But you arrest somebody, you're not trying him for murder. You're not trying him for treason. You're not trying him for plotting a coup d'etat. He's supposed to be assumed innocent until proven guilty. If you prove him guilty and convict him, you jail him. He's entitled to his freedom until proven guilty. You say, I will not free you until your emir gives attestation. You have never asked of any person being tried of corruption that their emir should sign. Meanwhile, the emir is an employee of the state government that is prosecuting him. I want a civil servant who will give me his 3 months pay slip and a house in Maitama or Sokoro. Please, civil servants in Abuja, some of you that have houses, how many of you have the courage to come and bring your house to the court? And the C of O should be in your name, by the way. So, it's fine. People can have power, people can do what they want to do. But I'm saying, look at the past, look at people who have done that in the past. How did they end? Because there is a God. No matter how much power you have, there is somebody more powerful than you above you. We have seen people who thought they had so much power, nobody could say anything to them. They went to sleep one day and the next day woke up and they were dead. Finish. Out of nowhere, like switching off a light. We didn't even hear that they were sick. We just heard that they were dead. We just saw on CNN. The silence of everybody, of civil and these things. It will come today, it's El-Rufai. Tomorrow it will be Sanusi. The next day it will be this, the next day it will be that. The next day it will be you. And the interesting thing about life is 4 years, 8 years, even 10 years without an extension will come and pass. People will leave that office, whether they like it or not. Because in those offices, they left before you went in, and you will leave. And you will see what will happen to you if you do not change. So, this idea of a hegemonic state, the idea that people have power and they are going to undermine every check and balance, it has a limit. People feel they cannot go to the judiciary. When people feel they cannot speak in the press. When people feel that academics and intellectuals do not speak for them. When they feel their emirs, traditional rulers, and religious leaders are not speaking for them, what do? They become a law unto themselves. Because they're not going to wait. They have nowhere to go and cry. They have nowhere to get justice. It is time for us to listen to the voices from history and to be careful not to repeat the mistakes of the past. The third point is about the North. We talk about poverty in the North. We talk about the lack of wealth, people living on less than $2 a day and so on. But as far as I can remember from my childhood, the North has always been poor materially. It has always been poor. But Northerners were happy. They were contented. When I was governor of Central Bank, there was a World Bank report, a poverty survey on Nigeria, a very interesting survey. It showed that statistically, the Northeast and the Northwest had the highest levels of poverty. The Southeast had the lowest levels of poverty. But when they had what they called a poverty perception survey, those in the Southeast were the ones who felt they were the poorest. And those from the North did not think they were poor. And we were trying to understand what led to this. And it's about values. The Southeast is inherently competitive. If you have a 4-story building and your neighbor has a 6-story building, you are poor because somebody has built a house bigger than yours, or somebody has more money than you. For us in the North, we grew up, if you have a roof over your head, if you are feeding your family, if you have good health, poverty itself was never a problem. People respected people for their knowledge, for their integrity, for their values. Our Malamai were the poorest people. No matter how rich you were, you'd go and kneel down in front of them. Akramakallahu ala gafa tamala. Go and greet them. Take money and give them. The moment you walk out, that money goes to the Almajiri. It did not enter their house. They did not want the money. They will take it, pray for you, and spend it immediately. They did not believe in even taking the money into their homes. Same with your Meungwa, your Dagachi, your Emir. You're not going to go and greet him, kneel down and greet him. He doesn't go, he's not a businessman. Now you go to look for a contract and your Emir is looking for the same contract. Is that not what happens? Or he has gone to speak to for your rival. Where is the respect? How would you respect him? You are looking for money, he's looking for money. No respect. The Northern society was structured. Traditional rulers are traditional rulers. Ulama are ulama. Businessmen are businessmen. Aliko Dangote comes from a business family. He can be a trillionaire. Nobody envies him. That is his from father, grandfather. They were in business. The then chachas, we know those families. By the time you start seeing imams, al-alay, traditional rulers, going to ministers to look for contract, you know we have a problem. And then poverty becomes a problem because people now start measuring themselves by material things. They are no longer satisfied to have a roof over their heads. They're not satisfied to have life and good health. They want to build a house for a person. They want to own the car that this person has. And then they now start going into things. Stealing, drugs, all the things we used to look at other parts of the country, prostitution, all the things we used to condemn among other groups, we are now, as Chief Sawas, we are now number one. Go to Lagos, you go to Enugu, for many decades, who was your Megadi? He's a Hausa man. No matter how much money they had, they would not have a Megadi from their ethnic group. They would take Hausa, a Mala. Because he would be guarding millions, he's not interested. To think that today, We can no longer hold up our heads and say that our leaders are not corrupt. We can't. We can't. We have been so thoroughly disgraced, so thoroughly embarrassed. There is no difference between northern politicians and other politicians. In fact, many of, those other ones, they're smart because they're educated. You don't even know. For our own leaders in Hausa, there's something they called Chin Amunchinyara. Mia Abaki. It is so obvious, you don't even need to start looking. Somebody comes out of nowhere and he makes money and he comes and displays it. Houses, private jets, marriage, blah, blah. And you don't even pretend. Don't even hide it. I'm speaking like this because we have to tell ourselves, to the moment you lose your values, the greatest disaster, the greatest tragedy of the North is not its material poverty. It is that we have lost our values. It is the only thing we had. Even as a human being, the day you lose your self-dignity, the day you lose your self-respect, you have lost everything. Everything, no matter how much money you have. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to own a big house, to have a big fat account, to be traveling all over the world and to be called a thief? Is it really worth it? This is what the North has done to itself. Everybody respected Northerners. The rest of the country was always happy to have a Northerner at the head. In fact, when I started working in Lagos in 1985, they were telling us, Malams are fools. Malams don't know how to make money. And I say we're not fools. It's just that money is not important to us. It is not. So, if we talk about the North, we have to talk about our values. And those values we need to go back to if we are ever going to revive the North. There are 2 more points. I said I'll speak about 5. The next point is we have to think of the... I'm sorry, but I have given up on this generation. Those bandits that you see, these kidnappers that we are seeing, these Islamic fundamentalists or terrorists that call themselves Muslims that are killing people, these were the children we did not educate 30 years ago. These were the children we did not put in school. When some of our states were taking money that was supposed to educate children and sponsoring thousands of people for Umrah and Hajj to go and pray, some of us spoke. Mr. Governor, if you're a good Muslim and you want to sponsor people for Hajj, sponsor them out of your pocket, not out of the state treasury. Look, we're all in the Maliki school of law. Imam Malik was asked, a poor man who has no means, who has never gone for Hajj, is it lawful to take money from the treasury to sponsor him for Hajj? He said it is not, because Allah did not make Hajj compulsory on him. Now people who have been to Hajj 10 times, 20 times are being sponsored by the state. Ticket, allowance, and they're living better when they go there. They are more comfortable than people who worked hard and saved to go for Hajj on their own account. Spending money on things other than education, we need to start. And how do we know that we're looking at the next generation? We start asking questions. How much have we put in maternal health? How much have we put in primary health care? Into training teachers for primary schools? How much have we put in for nutrition? I'm not talking about what you write in the budget, what you actually have spent. If the North wants to build the next generation, we have to start holding our governors today to account to publish these numbers. We want to look like Dubai. You go to every city, you've got beautiful bridges. Abuja wants to look like London. Again, I remember a story when I was in Central Bank. The president of the World Bank came. He had the meeting. He said he wanted to have a town hall meeting, but he wanted to have local people to talk to. And a young man, and a certain man came up from Kogi and gave a very interesting story. He said, I'm from Kogi. Or was it Kwara? I said, my village, there is a river. The rainy season, we cannot come out because there's no bridge. The only reason I'm able to come now is because it's dry season and I could walk through. So, but what surprised me is I don't have a bridge in my village. And I came to Abuja. This is my first time here. I saw so many bridges and there's no water. The man was not educated, but this is one of the greatest insights of development. If our idea of development is beautiful roads, what we call structure, and not the human beings that live in this country, we still don't understand development. If you build a beautiful road and the children walking on the roads are uneducated, and the women are dying because they cannot get antenatal care, and your children, you see them outwardly healthy, their brains are gone because they had malnutrition, that is not development. It is something that we're doing for us elite. We want to move from place to place. We don't want to enter go slow. We don't want the inconvenience. So we build these beautiful roads for ourselves. And you can get, I was coming here, they told me you are ready. In 15 minutes, I was here from my house. Nice. There's a village in Kano called Farurwa on the border to Katsina. It's in Shanono local government. Bandits went and attacked the village. I said, let me go to the village. It took me 1 hour to get to Shanono, the capital of the local government, and almost 3 hours to get to the village. And that is the story of Nigeria all over. From town to town, it's fine. You want to go to those villages, try and go in. No rural roads. I'm happy. My governor went to the same village, saw it. He saw the road. He gave contract to build the road there. At least that village and those villages will have roads. Because if bandits go there, even if you call the police, before they get there, bandits are finished. If a woman has an emergency in childbirth, before she gets to the nearest hospital, she's dead. So we have to think of that next generation. How do you save that woman? How do you save her child? How do you educate that child? The final point is on our understanding of Islam. This is a religion that is totally misunderstood. We complain that enemies of Islam are attacking us. We should complain about people who claim to represent Islam who do not know what Islam is. Especially the relationship between Islam and political authority. In 2019, before the elections, I was speaking to a group of scholars. I said to them, you know that there is something called Islamic political thought. And scholars have talked about the qualities of leaders. Look, if you elect a man to be a governor or chairman of local government or president, the most important question is not whether this man prays 5 times a day or fasts or goes for Hajj. The most important question is this man competent to do this work? Because if the man is very religious but incompetent, he may go to heaven for his piety. We all suffer. If the man is competent, he builds schools, he builds hospitals, he builds economies, and he's very useless morally, that is between him and his God. The society benefits. The moment we start preaching that you should vote for somebody because he professes a particular faith, or because he goes to mosque, because if the man goes to mosque, if the man is very religious, let him go and be an imam. There's nothing wrong with it. You can go and be a preacher. There's nothing wrong with it. You do not campaign to be a governor to give people religion. You campaign to be a governor to build schools, to build hospitals, to bring development. So, as we look at our leaders at all levels, and I'm no politician, I don't belong to any political party, to be honest. These politicians, today they're in one party, tomorrow they're in another. So I don't see any difference. Some have been in 5 different parties in the last 20 years. So I'm not even going to say this party is better than that party. That is not my issue. But for every individual who puts himself up for office, please let us look at these people. Is this the kind of person who we expect to do this job, who can deliver? Don't care where he's from. Don't care what religion he professes. Uthman Dan Fodio said, a kingdom will endure with unbelief. It will not endure with injustice. Somebody who is not a religious person or who is not even a Muslim, if he runs a just government, that kingdom endures. Nigeria survives, Nigeria moves forward. No matter how religious a person is, if he perpetrates injustice and corruption and incompetence, that kingdom shall not endure. As I said, these are my 5 points. I hope that we will listen to the professor and hear more. And I wish you successful deliberations.
If the last two speakers have been very impactful to you, please put your hands together for them, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, while we prepare for the next item on our program, which is the speech by the Executive Chairman, the convener of this event, the Executive Chairman, Liberty Media Group, Alhaji Dr. Tijani Ramalan, I would like to quickly recognize the presence of the following invited guests. We have in our midst the representative of the DG and CEO of the National Broadcasting Commission, Mr. Charles A. Bubu. He's representing the DG of the NBC. Please, if you're here, could you please join us on stage? The representative of the DG and CEO of the NBC, Mr. Charles Ebuebu. I'm sorry if I didn't get your name correctly. Please, if you're here, could you please join us on stage? Thank you very much. We also have in our presence Olurugun Dr. Peter S. Igo, MFR, the NG Kankabi, is also here with us. Please put your hands together, please. You're welcome, sir. Put your hands together for him. Thank you. We also have with us the Mentoring Commandant Ambassador Alistair Foundation and CEO of the first black television in Europe, Ben TV. You're welcome, sir. Please put your hands together for him. We also have with us the chairman, Northern Group, the Northern Media Group, Malam Garba Shehu. Please, can we recognize him and put our hands together for him? You're welcome, sir. Also, we have the DG Voice of Nigeria, VON, Jibrin Baba Ndache, who is representing the Honorable Minister of Information. And also recognizing our guests today is, we also have with us Dr. Mohammed Kudu Abubakar, a fellow of NIPR and a fellow of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, and he's also one of our moderators today. Sir, you're also welcome. Please, let's put our hands together for him. You're welcome. And it's at this point I'd like to invite the convener of this event and also the Executive Chairman, Liberty Media Group, Alhaji Dr. Ahmed Tijani Ramalan, for his speech. You're welcome, sir.
In the name of God, the most compassionate, most merciful, our distinguished guest of honor, His Royal Highness, the Emir of Kano, Khalifa Muhammad Sanusi II, our chief servant, Talban Mina, Alhaji Babangida Aliyu, chairman of the occasion, our distinguished speaker, Professor Umaru Pate, also our distinguished keynote address speaker, the Group Managing Director of Freedom Radio Kano, Alhaji Abbas Al-Hatu, the representative of the Honorable Minister of Information, my good brother DG of VON, you're welcome, and also the representative of the Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, you are welcome. Also, we have here the representative of the Director General of the ARCON, that's Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria, distinguished leaders of the industry, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'm happy His Royal Highness has said it all about the next generation of the North, and also the chief servant, whom he has just gave me another name as comrade. Thank you very much, chief servant, for your wonderful address also. My job is simple. I'm the convener of this very important symposium, and it's also my pleasure welcoming all of you to the second symposium, Liberty Symposium. Let me start also with a short story. A nation that loses control of its information loses control of its future. Several years in a community affected by insecurity, a local radio station received an urgent call. The caller was not asking for music. He was not interested in politics. He was not also looking for entertainment. He simply wanted to know whether it was safe to live in his village. That moment captures the true purpose of broadcasting. Broadcasting is not merely a business. It is not merely a technology. It's not merely an advertising platform. Broadcasting is infrastructure. Just as roads, boom, goods, media moves information, trust, confidence, and social cohesion. When roads collapse, commons collapse, or rather commons suffers. When power fails, industry slows. When trusted communication systems weaken, misinformation flourishes. Communities become vulnerable and nations become exposed. That is why we are gathered here today, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We are gathered here merely to celebrate 15 years of Liberty Media Group. We are here to reimagine, re-narrate Northern Nigeria and by extension, Nigeria. We are not gathered merely to discuss broadcasting, but also to rethink. We are here to discuss the future of information, sovereignty, national cohesion, and independent media in Nigeria. Because a nation that loses control of information eventually loses its future. The modern battlefield. For many years, we believed security was only about territory. Today, we know better. The modern battlefield is no longer only physical, it is also informational. Nations are increasingly shaped by narratives, algorithms, misinformation, campaigns, digital influence, operations, artificial intelligence, manipulated content, competing information ecosystems. Communities can be destabilized without a single shot being fired. That is the world we are today, Your Excellency. Trust can be eroded without a single institution physically attacked. Public confidence can be weakened through systematic distortion of information. This is why information sovereignty must become a national priority in Nigeria. The question before us is no longer simply how Nigeria protects its borders. The question is how Nigeria protects the integrity of its information environment. And this is where broadcasting remains indispensable. Licensed broadcasters, radio and television channels remain among the few institutions capable of delivering trusted, accountable, and veritable information at a scale. That responsibility has never been more important. Now I'll go to the Liberty story. 15 years ago, my distinguished chairman, you chaired this first symposium. 15 years on, we're here today. By the grace of the Almighty God, He has given you the strength, the health, and also many of us that are here. Like many other independent media ventures in Nigeria, it began with conviction rather than certainty. There was no guarantee of success. There was no assurance of profitability. There was only a belief that Northern Nigeria deserved credible, independent, and professional broadcasting. The journey was not that easy at all, distinguished gentlemen. There were financial pressures, there were regulatory obligations, there were moments when continuing became more difficult than stopping. But we persevered because we believe that communities deserve a voice and a platform. We believe that information is good and is also good for the public good. We believe that broadcasting matters. 15 years later, the Liberty TVR, that is Liberty TV and Radio, has evolved into a multilingual, multimedia news, current affairs, and politics platform, serving audiences in Hausa and English across Nigeria, West, Central Africa, North Africa, and the Middle East, whom I regard as the MENA region. We began as a radio station, but somehow we are more or less like a network, with all apology to the Director of Investigation of NBC. I know you are here and you are listening to me very carefully, though we don't have a network license, but we have licenses to operate in virtually all these things that were there. So you will pardon me the word network. The victim of 2013, when Liberty Radio was commissioned in 2013, we convened the first Liberty Symposium. At that time, the late Professor Lady Sandra, may her gentle soul rest in perfect peace. She was in the University of Ahmadu Bello, and she passed on, I think, about 2 years ago. Professor Lady Sandra challenged the Northern broadcasters then and stakeholders to think seriously about the future of broadcasting in Northern Nigeria. She spoke about investment, she spoke about regulation, she spoke about collaboration, she spoke about capacity building. Many of those concerns remain very relevant today. Indeed, the conversations emerged at that symposium then helped to inspire the formation of the Northern Broadcast Media Owners Association, NBMOA. What that experience taught us is simple. Progress do not occur without challenges. Progress occurs because people decide to confront them together. The great contradiction. Nigeria's advertising and communication industry continues to grow. The numbers are very, very, very impressive. Investment continues to expand. Platforms continue to modify. As at last count, I think the NBC, through the federal government of Nigeria, I think they licensed over 100 new radio and TV stations. Consumption continues to rise, yet many of the independent broadcasters continue to struggle. How can both realities exist simultaneously? Because growth is not the same as inclusion. The challenges facing the independent broadcaster is not that the industry is shrinking. The challenge is that participation within the industry remains very uneven. A rising tide does not automatically lift every boat. Many regional broadcasters continue to operate with an ecosystem where audience value is underestimated, market viability is limited, and access to advertising expenditure remains very constrained in the North. This is not merely a commercial challenge, it is a structural challenge. And structural challenges requires structural solutions. The North is not underperforming. Permit me to make a statement that many challenge conventional assumptions. The North is not underperforming. The North is not monetized, it's not under-monetized. Independent broadcasters are not irrelevant. They are supported. Regional media is not also weak as being perceived. It is structurally disadvantaged. Do not represent one of the highest or rather largest audience concentration in Africa. That is why tomorrow we are President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Honorable Minister and also the Director General of the NBC, because we in the North, we fully supported the direct-to-home free TV transmission, because our people, that is the only platform that they can get access to news, current affairs, and entertainment. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I don't like to bother you. I have a complete speech in about 20 pages, which I believe the committee in charge of the communique will look at it and need to be distributed to distinguished members. On conclusion, the Nigeria we want to build. Ladies and gentlemen, every generation is presented with defining responsibilities. Our generation's responsibility is not merely to consume information. It is to protect the institutions that produce trusted information. The future of independent broadcasting must not be allowed to chance. It must be intentionally designed, collectively protected by all of us, professionally managed, commercially sustainable, and nationally valued. The conversation will begin today as is therefore larger than liberty, larger than broadcasting, larger than advertising. It's about the kind of Nigeria we wish to build. A Nigeria that values truth. We have heard it from His Royal Highness. Truth is very important. And we in the North, I think we must have to go back to the basics and do what our forefathers got the trust of our people. It is about the kind of Nigeria I want to build. A Nigeria that values truth. A Nigeria that values trust. A Nigeria that values local voices. A Nigeria that protects information sovereignty. It's very important. We have so many international broadcasters streaming their signals into Nigeria unregulated. In fact, Nigeria is the only country that allows such kind of thing. Some of us as businessmen, we try to go to countries of the world like Egypt, United Arab Emirates, even in UK. It's just impossible for you as a foreigner to go and make even a radio station without complying with the laws of the land. So my sincere plea to the DG NBC, he's there today, and I believe when he finishes his assignment in the NBC, he's coming back to the fold of the private broadcasters. Please, and please let him protect the indigenous local broadcasters so that we can also breathe, because right now we are really suffocating. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I wish all of you God blessings Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Thank you, our distinguished servant, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Once again, please a round of applause for our convener. We're still recognizing some of our participants today. I'd like to also let us know that we are graced by the presence of the National President of Miyetti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, MACBAN, Baba Othman Ingilzarma. He's also here. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you so much for coming around, sir. We also have with us the National President of the Nigeria Union of Journalists, NUJ, Al-Hassan Yahaya. He's also here. You're welcome, sir. Also join me in recognizing the presence of the Managing Director and CEO, Kaduna State Media Corporation, Mr. S.D. Kure, who also joins us today. Alongside the Executive Director, Television, Kaduna State Media Corporation, Zakariya Ahmed. He's also here. You're welcome. We also have with us the MD, NAN, that's the News Agency of Nigeria, NAN. He's also here with us. Ali M. Ali, he also joins us today. You're welcome. And also Dr. Fadolakpo, the DG, Advertising Regulators Council of Nigeria. You're welcome, sir. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much. And also, the spokesperson, Arewa Consultative Forum ACF, Professor Tukur Muhammad Baba, is also here. You're welcome, sir. Flanked by my former boss and the co-presenter, Alhaji Abdul Aziz Ahmed Kader. Thank you so much for being here. Okay. We also have the management of PRTV all the way from Jos Plateau State. You're welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. And the recognitions keep coming. My apologies. My apologies. We can see. I'm getting the signal from the convener here. We need to make this as quickly as possible. Also to recognize the Honorable Commissioner for Information, Bauchi State, and also a Deutsche Welle veteran, DW veteran, Dr. Usman Shehu. Thank you so much for being here. We also have Ibrahim Dosara, the Chairman and CEO, Standard Voice Radio and TV, and Fortunes Radio and TV. We also have with us the Chairman, Bond Broadcasters Association of Nigeria, Zone A, the Vice Chairman, IBAN, that's the Independent Broadcasters Association of Nigeria, Northwest, also the former Commissioner for Information, Zamfara State. Thank you so much for being here. Let's not also forget the Executive Secretary, Broadcasting Organization of Nigeria, Dr. Bang Busi, who is also here with us. Thank you so much all for joining us. And have a little bit of a correction that has been brought to my notice, and that is the fact that, sorry, just looking for where that is. All right, I think I'll run that by you as soon as I'm able to lay my hands on it. We'll be moving into the keynote address by Alhaji Abbas Dalhatu, the GMD, Freedom Radio Kano, and also be preparing for our presentation by the guest speaker, Professor Umar Pate, the immediate past Vice Chancellor of Federal University, Kashere, who I'm also told is the Kaigama Adamawa. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MC. My presentation would probably be in quick of slides. I wonder if the slide room can hear me, and we can quickly start. Ran Sarki Adede, the guest of honor, Martaba Sarkin Mr. Chairman Talbo Mina, the convener, Prof, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My thinking is the convener has asked me to deliver a short keynote address, probably because we're in the same industry, the same thing more or less worries us, and the solutions are pretty much about the same. So I'll try quickly to get us through what we think are the causes of where we are, and then the solutions, which are the most important. For anybody who is a broadcaster here, and he's not able to get $1 million solution today, then probably he's not supposed to be in the industry. So please just give me the next 20 minutes. Where is the slide person? Or the organizers, who should I ask for the slides? MC, Dr. Mahmoud. I gave them the slides. I'm waiting for them to show them through. Slide room, I'm counting, I'm almost 2 minutes standing saying nothing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have a speech. The speech is submitted to the organizers. I hope you would avail yourselves to it. It's a pretty long speech, about 48 pages long, so that's the reason for the summary. Of course, that's the reason for the summary. The slides are just about 18 of them, and we can quickly run through them if they were showing the slides. Anyway, so I was giving a rather very lengthy topic, and it reads something about a paragraph long, and we've just decided to shorten it. My topic is just called Who Tells the North? Who tells the North story, or who tells the North about its own story? And the thinking is that the whole problems of all arrays of problems that have already been talked about, we're just going to concentrate on why we think the media can play a role in providing solutions to the problems we have. And so we would just narrow it down to the main topic that has been spoken quite a few times here, leadership. My paper suggests that leadership is the core reason, or lack of leadership is the core reason for the security or insecurity that we have. And these two issues are why we are where we are. And to top up the leadership and insecurity problem, then there is the narrative crisis we have. And then finally, using the media as a productive solution to those problems. The slide, if it was here, it would have showed you something that says why a giant is being forced to walk with a stoop. And that giant obviously is the North. And our story as it's being told today is that we lose about $150 billion a year to this crisis. And about 30 million people are in food crisis. 3 million people have lost their lives, their villages or their accommodations. But this is one side of the story. Of course, the other side of the story is that this is a region of 120 million people, and this is a huge economy, where the economy of Kano alone is equivalent to economies of many of the Sahelian countries. And if you take media, for instance, this is an example. A Freedom Radio, as an example of a northern media, speaks to about 80 million people weekly. And we are talking about a country that has a diaspora remittance of between 20 to $21 billion every year. That's about 4 times the size of the direct foreign investment coming into Nigeria. But we only hear the other side of the story. So go back, the leadership issue. It starts from this notion that the 1976 local government reforms left a huge gap whereby the whole nation was brought under a uniform system of local government. But prior to that, the indirect rule in the North has kept it such a way that every nook and corner of the North was governed and was monitored by somebody. And with due respect to His Highness who is sitting here, I'll give you a direct example. In Kano, the Emir appoints the Hakimai, who are the district heads, the Dagatai, who are the village heads, Masu Ungwani, the Imams of the Friday prayer, and their deputies. And in that window, the Emir is responsible to, and these people report to him, 8,400 individuals. So the whole state is covered probably to the nearest 1 kilometer. The local government reforms changed that. And if you imagine the Emir is the governor, the local government chairman, the Hakimi, and the councillors will be the district heads, they replaced 8,400 people with actually 44 local government chairmen and 484 councillors. So we more or less have 520 or thereabout people replacing 8,000 people. The gaps are amazing. There are places that are left ungoverned from 1976 till today. The councillors that we have that are supposed to replace the district heads and the Masu Ungwani spend half of their time running away from the people they are supposed to represent or to govern. The narrative capital issue. For those who are in media as academics, due respect to Prof, Robert Shiller came up with this theory in his book, The Narrative Economics. And Chimamanda Ngozi came up with this theory of single story. And then there's this place branding. If you put these 3 things together, the North has simply become a victim where we have only one story, the negative story. Our place theory is that when you come to the whole North, you see nothing but crisis. And as Chimamanda said, a very complex society is only defined by one story. But of course, the other side that you don't hear about is the $15 billion cost. The story that you hear about is the $15 billion cost to us, $100 billion in lost opportunities, 33 million people who are in hunger, and over 1,000 businesses that have closed. Who is going to tell our story? The chairman, the convener, in his remark, spoke about the influence on foreign media. And we are beginning to understand the BBC Hausa Service, DW, and I see Malan Lawn here, Radio France International, Radio China International, collectively, they are the ones who tell our stories. The BBC speaks to northern Nigeria in Hausa 4 times a day. DW speaks 4 times a day. Radio France speaks 4 times a day. Radio China speaks 4 times a day. Every now and then we get Radio Tehran, we get Radio Moscow, but we do not get an opportunity to speak our own languages, speak our own problems in our own language to our own people. This story is being told by someone else. To narrate a people in their own language daily for decades is to hold power over them without them realizing that they have been narrated. How powerful is the media in telling our own story. The Pentagon in the US, as they call it, the Department of War, it actually has a media liaison office. It's the office that coordinates movie makers who have a story to tell about the defense industry. If you kowtow to the story, you get access to ships, to aircrafts, and to military bases. If you do not, you're on your own, the cost of movies become extremely expensive. And that's why you tend to see the villain. In the 1940s, it were the Nazis. After that, then it were the Soviets or Russians, and then communists, and then eventually now it's Islam or Muslims that are the villains. The truth is that they use media to great effect to control the foreign policy of the country and then of those who consume it. Stanford University in California alone has been responsible for moving in the movie industry, the media industry around California in a way that California is probably the 5th or 6th largest economy in the world. Now, the whole media industry over there in California, in terms of size, not quality, is probably half the size of Nollywood and Kannywood together. Hollywood produced $406 billion worth of product last year, employs 1.6 million people, and $178 billion worth of capital venture firms, and obviously is the 5th largest economy in the world. Can Kannywood, when we're talking about Nigeria and the North, can Kannywood replicate that? Well, we are already doing that. For those who follow Nigerian movies, or in this particular case, Kannywood movies, you would notice that most of the movies have moved to YouTube. Labari na, Kaddara, Wanadari, thank you. These are movies that are last year. Kannywood every weekend generates 200 million single views on YouTube. 200 million people tune in Friday, Saturday, and Sunday because the industry release their content on Fridays and Saturdays and Sundays. And that is where it ends. Because somewhere between piracy and lack of intellectual property right protection by Nigerian government, the industry is not able to move. The Lagos industry has tried to take a different angle. I think Amazon and Netflix have invested a huge amount of money in Lagos, $12.5 million it started, it got about $120 million. And the movies that were coming out of Lagos were doing extremely well. And then 2-3 years ago, they withdrew their capital, ostensibly because of lack of intellectual property right protection. And then also the foreign exchange regime was no more favorable for dollar investment in Nigeria. So we are asking, in terms of how the media can change our narrative, could we find a solution after today's event whereby we actually can find the funding, because we know the funding, when it came to Lagos, changed the whole dynamic. Can we find the policy makers that can probably deal with the issue of intellectual property rights in a way that up to 40% of the revenue cannot be lost? Can we find a way whereby advertisers can couple with monetization and make the project worthwhile? Of course, guys, you know that owning a story is not the end of the day, because When I was writing this paper and doing research, I was speaking to one of the producers in Lagos, and he actually asked that I bring in this point because we are talking about Kannywood instead of Nollywood. When Lagos was producing movies about ritual money, and you get to the airport in Nairobi or in Addis, and when they realize they are Nigerian, everybody will say, "Hey, Juju," because they know in our movies we show them that you kill somebody and you get money by killing someone, and there is never a negative consequence to that. Eventually, I think the Nigerian Copyright Commission, if it is, or the movie regulator, has put their foot on this, and it is getting down, and we are re-narrating our story much better. The second story I'm going to give you is that of Freedom Radio, and it could have been best described if you actually can see it on the screen. But let me tell you, in January, Freedom Radio had 2.2 million followers on Facebook, and the content they put on Facebook reached 90 million people in 28 days. And it had 13 million engagements, those who liked or disliked or commented. But of those numbers, those incredible numbers, we actually made $622. Only $622. Thank you. The algorithm that determines monetization does not favor the sub-Saharan Africa. And even in sub-Saharan Africa, it doesn't favor the North. So we start with the North, which is what is putting us here together. And I'm telling you, this is what is going to give you the $1 million solution when you leave this place. When you go to Megatari in Jigawa State to buy livestock, and every Sunday you have a market that has a turnover of 1 billion, 2 billion naira. But the entire sale, at least more than 90% of it, is by cash or by barter. So because there is no electronic footprint, the algorithm that determines the strength of the economy is not captured, and so the monetization does not favor the North. If for this issue that I mentioned to you, that we got $622, the same content, if we had directed it at Nigerians in the Middle East, in the Gulf, we could have gotten $2,000 to $3,000. If we had directed that content to Nigerians in the United Kingdom and Europe, we could have gotten $4,000 to $5,000. And if it was in the United States and Canada, we could have gotten $14,000 for the same content. Today, and I'm sure some of the reporters here know, there are media houses in Nigeria that have monetization rates running to $70-80 million a month. And that is why there are media houses here that actually have offices in London and New York. It's obviously not because we are advertising fast consumer goods. No, it's because the monetization policy favors us. We need to find a way that we, the northern broadcasters, can come together, help ourselves, and then move the northern economy out of the political doldrum we are by changing our narrative and by adopting a favorable monetization policy. The screen I have here in front of me has actually 6 little boxes that tells me that $600, if it was in YouTube, would have been $40,000. If it was in TikTok, it could have been $43,000. If it was in Instagram, it could have been $42,000. In aggregate, if we have content that we monetize across all the major social media platforms, we could have easily, well, now that it's here, I need you to go to, I need you to go to number, I think 28, if you can hear me. Yes, quickly. Yep, go back. No. Go 2 steps back. 2 steps back. One more. Yes, right there. The high table can't see it. But that is, the blue one is this 622, and that is us for a month. And the last one is the aggregate of the 6 boxes put together, and we could have made $66,000 a year, or put another way, we could have made $800,000 per annum. And this is one radio station. I have 4 radio stations, 2 in Kano, Kaduna, and Jigawa, and the Abuja one just coming online. But Dr. Tijani Ramalan also has as much, and I'm sure I'm only scared that the MBC guy is looking over to just confirm if the figures are right. But that is the truth. If we can come together on a separate room, sit together, we can share this content with all of you, and you actually can see how we can put ourselves together and change this narrative. Go to the next one, please. And then this is what I had explained to you. The little blue one is the Nigerian monetization cost, and then Middle East and Europe, and then United States. As it is today, every day His Highness the Emir sits in his palace. Our reporter records his courtesy calls, he records him coming out and going back, and he records all the palace proceedings for the day. And we average about 180,000 followers per day from New York watching His Highness sit in his palace. And I'm sure all of you have His Highnesses in your place. There are diaspora people who are hungry for that kind of content. Next screen. The same story. You can make 7.7 times the cost in Europe, and you can make 14 times the cost in America. Next screen. So we have given, my thinking is that the organizers are going to bring in just the broadcasters who would likely benefit from this, and we can have another side show where I can explain to you how all these platforms can change the dynamics of your revenue flow. Go to the second to the last screen. Jump all this. There. No? It's a list, second to the last screen. Yes, this one. So there are 10-item agenda that we have proposed, we have tested, we have tried, and it has worked. All the points you see here are what I've explained to you, and these are things that actually have been tried, have been tested, and have produced results. If you, I'm not going to spend time speaking, listen to 10 items here, but trust me, if you're interested in this, we do not think of this as an intellectual property copyrighted material. We think it's an open secret, and the more we hold hands together, the better for all of us. There is one last thing I would mention to you before my last slide, which is that OpenAI has approached, I think some of us here have already been approached. They're looking for archives of Hausa material. The process of getting Hausa into the AI system is in progress. I think Nigerian government is also doing for some Nigerian languages, but they're looking for something like 10 terabytes of Hausa archive material, and they're offering about $3.2 million. In reality, that's not a lot of money, but if there are any of you here who has up to 1 terabyte of archive material running back 10 years, we can pool our archives together, and we would be in about $5 billion before the 5 billion naira before the year runs out. So I honestly encourage you to reach out to Dr. Ramalan and see how we can move this forward. Finally, get to the last screen. We say a region will not be reimagined until it is re-narrated and re-governed. The audience is here, the talent is here, Kannywood is here, the diaspora is here, the story, true, complex, dignified story of the North, and through the North, the story of Nigeria is here, waiting to be told by the institutions that have earned the right to tell it. And that is the answer to the question, who tells the North? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Once again, let's put our hands together for our speaker. As we prepare for the presentation by our guest speaker, Professor Umar Pate, the immediate past Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Kashere, I also like to let us know that we'll be having goodwill messages that will last for for a maximum of 1 minute for all of our guests who will be speaking, 1 minute each, so that we can move as quickly as we can. Before our speaker comes up, we have in our midst the national chairman of the National Association of Women Journalists, NAWOJ, in the person of Hajia Aisha Ibrahim, who is ably represented in our gathering today. We also have with us Engineer Abubakar Gambo Umar, the DG, Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation, who is also here. And all the way from Lokoja, we have the Director General, Kogi State Broadcasting Corporation, Princess Nana Hawa Yusuf, also here. Thank you so much for making it a date with us. Hand you over to our guest speaker. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes up.
Our special guest of honor, Your Royal Highness Khalifa Muhammadu Sanusi II, erudite scholar, leader, and an intellectual giant by every sense of the word. Good afternoon, sir. Our chairman, Talba Mina. You may not remember, sir. I connected with you, got your number in this hall in 2011 or thereabout, when you were in the FCT. The convener, who is also the chairman of the Liberty Broadcasting System. Of course, the keynote speaker, my brother, Alhaji Abbas, very eminent media leaders who are here. I may not be able to count the names one by one, but all of you, our leaders in the industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are most welcome to this symposium organized by Liberty Radio and TV. I'm grateful that I've been invited to serve as a guest speaker at this forum, and I'm happier that the earlier speakers, particularly His Royal Highness, the chairman, and of course the keynote speaker, have in a very, very categorical, authoritative, and a very competent
AIT, sharing the African experience.
May this estate serve as a space of enduring peace, comfort, and renewal for my lords. May it provide the requisite serenity and quietude essential for sustained reflection, deliberation, and the careful formulation of judgments that continue to uphold the rule of law, safeguard the vulnerable, and reinforce the foundational principles of our nation. I extend my sincere appreciation to all present, and I pray that the Almighty God continues to bless and preserve our judiciary and the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and hope that these beautiful houses will serve as samples to be replicated in the other divisions of the court. Thank you very much.
For an environment of peace, to protect justices and their families from external coercion, and also to provide intellectual contemplation, a space essential for judicial work. Please give another round of applause to the President of the Court of Appeal, my Lord, Honorable Justice Monica Dongban Benson. Permit me, Your Excellency, sir, to go through the Honorable Justices as I have them here. Honorable Justice Mohammed A. Danjuma, Presiding Justice of the Court of Appeal, Abuja Division. Honorable Justice B.B. Aliyu, Honorable Justice of the Court of Appeal, Abuja Division. Honorable Justice A.I. Banjoko, Honorable Justice Abuja Division, Honorable Justice Ngozika U. Okaisabo, Honorable Justice of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice Eberechi Suzette Nyesom Wike, Honorable Justice of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice Oyeyoju Oyewumi, Honorable Justice of the Court of Appeal. We thank you so very much for your presence here today. We appreciate you. I'd like to put on record that we have the APC National Publicity Secretary, Barrister Felix Chidi Morka. Your Excellencies, last year, I was deeply honored to have been the Director of Ceremony for the flag off for these quarters. His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, trusting the Honorable Minister to keep a promise. That promise has been kept. Seeing them come to life is so beautiful. We are flagging off in additional quarters for National Industrial Court and Code of Conduct Tribunal judges at Katambe District, Abuja, just across the road. It is now my pleasure to invite my Lord Honorable Justice B.B. Kanye, PhD, President, National Industrial Court of Nigeria, to deliver his own commentary as the lead beneficiary, along with the Code of Conduct Bureau, of those houses that will spring up within the next year or so across the road. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Your Excellency, the representative of the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, I must apologize for coming a little bit late. Because of coming late, I really don't know the protocol. So if I make an error, please excuse me. I understand the Honorable Attorney General is representing the President. I extend my profound courtesies. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, my Lord, the President of the Court of Appeal, Justices of the Court of Appeal, and other judges who are here. I understand there are representatives from the legislature, the Senate, House of Reps, and of course, the management and staff of the Federal Capital Territory itself. I'm joined by some of my colleagues who could make it, and some management and staff members of the court. I just hope I didn't miss anybody. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and particularly members of the press, it's an honor to be asked to deliver a goodwill message at today's event. And so it is with great joy that on the invitation of His Excellency Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, CON, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, that I, on behalf of the judges, management, and staff of the National Industrial Court of Nigeria, deliver this goodwill message at the presidential flag-off of the construction of the NICN Judges' Quarters. For this, I must thank President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who approved the project, His Lordship Honorable Justice Kudirat Motomori Ola Tokumbo Kekere Ekun, GCON, the Honorable the Chief Justice of Nigeria, for allowing it, and His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of the FCT, together with the management and staff of the FCT, who conceptualized the project and are now seeing it to fruition. The presidential flag-off of the construction of official residences for the judges of the NICN marks a strategic affirmation of judicial welfare, security, and independence. The federal government's ongoing initiative aims to provide secure, luxurious, and fully furnished official homes so judges can dispense justice without distraction. Coming at the 50th anniversary of the statute that first established the National Industrial Court, the Trade Disputes Decree number 7 of 1976, whose commencement date was 1st January 1976. But I must note here that the NIC did not, however, commence sitting until 1978, when the first president of the court, Honorable Justice Paul Atilade of blessed memory, was appointed. We are particularly elated for this gift of judicial houses for the NICN. The presidential flag-off ceremony is not just a significant and commendable milestone. It is coming at no better time than now, more so given this administration's emphasis on improving judicial welfare and independence. Providing safe, comfortable, and secure residences is no doubt crucial for the judiciary to function effectively without fear or external influence. Like other public servants, judicial officers perform better when their personal security and mental well-being are assured. This housing initiative expectedly will address these concerns and enable the occupants to fully dedicate themselves to their judicial responsibilities. The project will thus contribute to a more focused and efficient judiciary. I note and indeed applaud the decision to provide us with judicial housing in the FCT. It is desirable for a number of reasons, which include: 1, vulnerabilities are eliminated in that provision of safe housing in secure environments ensures the security of judicial officers. 2, it promotes institutional dignity in that decent purpose-built accommodation serves as practical tools to safeguard judicial autonomy, allowing judges to focus entirely on their crucial responsibilities. 3, commitment to welfare is reinforced in that, driven by the policies of the administration, the projects are seen as a bold change to the narrative of judges living in inadequate or rented houses. And lastly, judicial housing represents some kind of long-term asset, in that the houses are designed to ensure that judicial officers are comfortable during active service and have befitting homes when they retire. The Judiciary Housing Project goes beyond rhetoric and is a practical demonstration of support for the judiciary, which reinforces public trust in the justice system. Once again, for us at the NICN, we can only recall with nostalgia the donation by His Excellency, the FCT Minister, when he was governor of Rivers State, of not just of our courts building, but also 4 residential houses for the 4 judges in Port Harcourt Division. This singular support to us has enabled the NICN to function effectively in Port Harcourt, contributing to a more focused, efficient, and impartial court. The provision of residences for our 4 judges enabled them to fully dedicate themselves to their rigorous responsibilities of interpreting and applying the law, earning in the process public trust in the labor justice system. As I draw the curtains in this goodwill message, knowing Your Excellency's reputation, Abuja has turned a new phase. I have no doubt whatsoever that this project will be of the highest standard and will be completed in good time. The future of the Nigerian judiciary looks bright indeed, and we at the NICN are ready to make it even brighter as we contribute to a more focused and efficient court system. Once again, as I express gratitude, may I seize this opportunity to congratulate Your Excellency and your team on the commencement of this project. I thank you all for your attention.
Honorable Justice B.B. Kanye, PhD, President, National Industrial Court of Nigeria, reiterating what many speakers here have said about the fact that judicial officers do better when their personal welfare and mental well-being is assured. He makes the rounds to greet the representative of the President, the Attorney General, and of course the Honorable Minister of State Industry. And he also says hello to the President of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice Monica Dongban-Benson. We thank him for his intervention. Please appreciate him as he makes his way back to his seat. We have, along with the President, National Industrial Court of Nigeria, Justices from the Industrial Court, Honorable Justice Obaseki Osaye Ayodele, Honorable Justice J.T. Agbadu Fishim, Honorable Justice O.Y. Anwe, Honorable Justice R.B. Hastrop, Honorable Justice E.D. Ifele, Honorable Justice M.A. Namtari, Honorable Justice B.A. Alkali, and Honorable Justice E.D. Subilim. We thank you all for coming to join the President of the National Industrial Court and, of course, the representative of Mr. President and the Honorable Minister at this occasion. We welcome you. Your Excellencies, Mr. President has deemed it fit to send a man who is a prince and a man of the law. We are calling somebody else to speak before the Honorable Minister comes forward. But I would like to regale you with his princeship, the representative of Mr. President. In Yoruba, Omoba means a prince, a truly formidable position reserved only for royals. In Kwara State, we're pleased to have in our midst, representing Mr. President today, a Prince of Hijagbo, a historic town in the Oyun local government area of Kwara State. And in traditional parlance, Your Excellencies, you know, he should be walking around with two traditional security men carrying spears and wearing snake skin and animal skin, singing his praise. But this prince is a community leader and truly a humble man without guile, who is our own, sitting at the Federal Executive Council. We thank you, sir, for being here with us. Please, let's celebrate the prince. Every day we wake up with somewhere to go. Sometimes it is to visit our friends or have a drink with family. That is casual. It is very important. It is friendship. It is family. But when we wake up to go somewhere where we are part of history, where we are part of legacy, it chimes differently, feels purposeful, and feels powerful. When we leave our homes and go somewhere where we go matters. And I tell you for free, our coming here today matters to each and every one of us because we could have been elsewhere. But we chose humanity and we chose impact, legacy, and support for judicial excellence. We are without a doubt proud of the work the FCT Minister and his team have done and are driving with the support of His Excellency Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, whose mantra is not just support for the judiciary and the rule of law, but an interest in the men and women who dispense justice, advocating at all times for justice without bias. And without bias is the gratitude that will be given in her speech today by the head of service who is representing the Honorable Minister of State. Please help me welcome FCT Head of Service, Mrs. Nancy Nathan.
His Excellency, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the Attorney General of the Federation, Prince Lateef Fagbemi, Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Dr. Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, CON, Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of State, Trade and Investment, the President and Justices of the Court of Appeal, distinguished senators and honorable members of the National Assembly, both serving and former, friends and associates of the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Executive Chairman of the Area Council here present, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply honored to deliver this vote of thanks at the successful commissioning of 10 judges' quarters for the Court of Appeal and the flag of additional quarters for the National Industrial Court and the Code of Conduct Tribunal here at Katampe District. First, I want to thank the Almighty God for granting us the opportunity to witness this landmark event and for protection over the Federal Capital Territory and the nation. On behalf of the Federal Capital Territory, I wish to extend our heartfelt appreciation to the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for gracing this occasion with his presence and for inaugurating these vital facilities. Mr. President, your commitment to strengthening judicial infrastructure demonstrates a clear respect for the rule of law and the independence of judiciary. We are sincerely thankful to our courageous and proactive leader, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Dr. Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, CON, the Hasken Abuja, and the Honorable Minister of State, Dr. Maria Mahmoud, for their visionary leadership and dedication and hands-on oversight from planning to completion. To the judiciary, we thank you for your continued service and sacrifice in upholding Nigeria's law. It is our hope that these new residencies will enhance security, well-being, and the ability of the judiciary to deliver fair and timely justice to our people. As FCT administration, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to delivering quality services and sustainable development to our residents. We pledge to continue working diligently to implement projects that will meet aspirations of our people and fulfill our mandate effectively. Our heartfelt gratitude to the contractors and all stakeholders involved. Your professionalism and dedication are truly commendable and vital to the successful execution of this project. Finally, to the numerous supporters of our great leader, thank you for your continuous encouragement and faith in him to do more impactful projects in FCT. Thank you. God bless the Federal Capital Territory. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the head of service of the FCT for her heart-warming vote of thanks. May I take this opportunity once more to repeat the names of those who would be going to the flag off just across the road, led by the Honorable Minister of the FCT, of course, the representative of Mr. President, the President of the Court of Appeal, President of the Industrial Court, Chairman, Code of Conduct Bureau, the ESFCDA, the contractor, Senator Jaribe, Senator Allwell. We expect that they would line up behind the Honorable Minister to go for that flag off across the road. Your Excellencies, once your mind is constantly abuzz, once you drink, sleep, and speak infrastructure, you become astute at holding everyone accountable to deliver, no matter what time of day. This we understand of the FCT Minister, Ezenwo Nyesom Wike. But what we need to add is another layer of infrastructural sagacity. When you add that to the new things that he's doing, which is branding, media strategy, and commissioning expertise, a man whose interest is to push Mr. President's renewed hope agenda through infrastructural development in the FCT. He has also delved into a high-level branding of project delivery, often thought to belong only to creatives. The Honorable Minister of the FCT has elevated commissioning to a high art, inviting the creme de la creme, attracting top-level personalities, FCT, FCDA staff, communities, and stakeholders concerned. Every FCT, FCDA commissioning is an event with cadence and flair. The icing on the cake is a special guest of honor for this event, which always is His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, or his representatives at the very highest level. Add that to the live coverage where he says, I want them to see what Mr. President is doing. If they turn right, they will see it. If they turn left, they will see it. Everywhere I want them to be suffused with media that tells them what Mr. President is doing. A man whose infrastructural flair is well recognized, but whose branding and media savvy is now well known. Welcome with me, Haskin Abuja, FCT Minister, Ezenwo Nyesom Wike.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, ably represented by the Honorable Attorney General, Minister of Justice, Prince Latif Fawemi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, my dear brother, the Minister of State, Industries, the civil senators, you are present, particularly Senator Oloyesu and Senator Agbob Jeribe, the President of the Court of Appeal and Justices of the Court of Appeal that are here, the President of Nigerian Industrial Court and Justices of the Nigerian Industrial Court, my dear brother and friend who has always supported us, Damian Dodo, SN, who has always made sure that he attends every of our commissioning that has to do with the judiciary. I sincerely thank you for coming. Our dear leaders, my chief, Newe Lemo, or Sergeant Tawusi, and all the members of the Rainbow Coalition that are here, mandate secretaries, head of service of the FCT, and permanent secretaries that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I said yesterday, let me not forget, even though I'm eating yesterday, I want to eat today too. So let me also recognize my dear wife. I hope today's soup will be better than yesterday's soup. Justice Susan Tebrechi, Nyesom Wike. Mr. President, let me also thank you for attending the 5 of our commissioning program. Today we're here to commission and hand over the residents of the Justice of Court of Appeal. When we hand over, what they do with it is no longer our responsibility. Luckily, we have given them their CFO. So we have given them their CFO. The day, my Lord, the Chief Justice, who laid the foundation of these projects, the one of the Court of Appeal, the one of the Federal High Court, and the one of the FCT High Court. Let me just say that sometimes our public officers were always afraid of what people will say. When we came on board, and Mr. President had given out this directive, not only to provide a complex for the Abuja Division Court of Appeal, he did also say about their residence. So we left office. I was looking around where we can get land for this project. Now we are seeing roads here. There was no road at all. So this land belongs to Julius Berger. I will say they signed Julius Berger. They said, this is the property of Julius Berger. I said, thank you very much. So I looked around, no road, nowhere to take land. So I went back to the office. I said, when did I allocate this land to Julius Berger? 15 years ago. I said, fine. I called Julius Berger 15 years ago. You've not developed the land. He said, oh, they are waiting for infrastructure. I said, okay, you are waiting for infrastructure. After taking our land, no problem. I revoked the land for public interest. So all about social media, oh, it's a land grabber. He has come to grab land. He will see what happens. So, you know, I'm not in social media. So one day I came back home and my wife was asking me, what's all this? You grabbing land, grabbing. I said, look, I'm a politician. Do your own work. Let me do my own work. If you don't want to be abused, don't be a politician. In fact, the day you become a politician, the day they will write your history. Even those who don't know you, they will write your history. And so I thank God we are here today. They can now see that I'm didn't come to grab land. I only came to see where we can provide infrastructure for the judicial officers. So I want to tell everybody that once you know what you are doing, don't bother. I don't even listen to what people are saying. I have thick skin. If you like abuse me from morning till night, I just come back, I ask my wife, is there any good whiskey? Say yes, take my whiskey. I go and sleep. While you are worrying yourself, I'm just sleeping very well, you know. So when you see me, say, why is it that you are not worried? I say, worry for what? What's the problem? They are calling your name everywhere. If I'm not important, would they call my name? So don't bother yourself. We'll do our work. Yeah, just where we are going to flag off the industrial court. People have started developing. I said, who are these people developing here? Okay, so we are private developers. I said, okay, because you have seen road here. I said, okay, here are where judges will live. I have declared here as judges' quarters. So I don't know I'm going to take over the whole land there, and which I did. They started complaining. I said, look, I'll pay compensation. Come and take your compensation. I don't know who is going to build, who's going to stay at the top floor. I'm looking to where the judges are staying. Some could be kidnappers, you never can tell. And then they are waiting for you. Once you come up for the gate, something happens. So I've taken over the whole of that land. Even the one that is there, I've told them to ask the owner, we are buying it off. I hand it over to the judiciary. So that we will have to also protect them. It's very important. The contractor for this project has said there will be police station. I don't know who told him. I hope you know that you will not be the contractor. That is a different job. So don't include it in your own new job now. You know, Nigerians will have it this way. Instead of you to come directly to say, look, since you're going to build police station, since I'm still here, let me do it. You have come to announce that there will be a police station as if you are the one that was going to pay. So that is not for you. Yes, we are building police station, but it will go to another contractor so that you don't go home and start jubilating. Now, let me say this. Very beautiful. Everybody has seen it. Everybody recommended it. But the problem we have is lack of maintenance culture. I have told people, yes, you may say it's government property, but who is occupying it? You must take it as your own personal property. The way you live in your own private house is also the way you should take it. Mr. President, I don't want you to be angry because you are president, you are also the attorney general. When I built the Nigerian Law School campus in Port Harcourt, I provided everything, lecturers' quarters, wherever. Kept things that we used to make money to sustain the school. We can't believe it. If they go back there, they can't cut the grasses. I feel so bad. You see, I tell people, it is easy to criticize those in power. But I also ask you that is managing ordinary association, ordinary one small campus, you cannot take care of it. Not to talk about governing a complex country like this. When you see anything, you criticize the government. But small thing for you to carry out is difficult. That is not the way it's supposed to be. We will be happy in the next 6 months if we come here. It still looks neat like this. So, my Lord, I don't know how you're going to do it, but please emphasize to them that you cannot talk of being a person to God if you don't take cleanliness very, very serious. So I beg that in the next 6 months, we should see this building as it is, even though the contractor has 6 months maintenance before you finally hand over. But it's very, very key. Let me also say that federal government cannot do everything. It is not possible. I challenge states, governors, I say this. If there's one division in state A, And that state A, the governor knows that. The Federal High Court is there. Whom are they rendering services to? They are not rendering services to state B. It's state A. The Court of Appeal is there. Whom are they rendering services to? It's their state. The Industrial Court is there. When I was governor, we used to go to Bayelsa State for Industrial Court. And 80% of the cases come from rivers. So I said, why are we going to Bayelsa? I came and met the then president of Industrial Court. I said, sir, why do we go to Bayelsa? He said, well, they approached the state and the state was not willing. I said, I'm willing. Give me the designs. He gave me the designs. We built for them, provided accommodation for them. Today, our people no longer go to have their cases. You can imagine going to Bayelsa and anything can happen, accident or whatever. So it beholds on us. Look at our Court of Appeal in Port Harcourt. As a governor, the whole place was leaking. We are merely sitting with plastic chairs. I said, no, I want to say this so people understand. When they say, oh, you are doing these things to buy judiciary over. Let me say this clearly. As at that time, Justice Bukachua was the president of the Court of Appeal. My election was nullified. My lord here was the chairman of the panel who nullified my election that time. So ordinarily, I will not agree to do anything. But who is going to lose? My people in the state will lose. Today, maybe apart from this, or Lagos have not been there. I think another Court of Appeal that you can go to. That's it. Is probably the division of the Court of Appeal. Look at the residences of the justices. So I didn't wait for federal government. If I wait for federal government, it will take a long time. So I challenge states, do not leave everything for federal government. Take also that look, it doesn't cost us much. You will see that judiciary will be different. That independence we are talking about, they will have it. So state A, if you have a division, do the same thing. How many justices are there? 5. In those divisions will be 5. You can provide accommodation for them and build a befitting. Nobody will say that you did not do anything. There was a time as lawyers, the body of benchers invited other lawyers who are members of the profession. At that time, they had to complete the body of benchers. All of us, the lawyers, were about 5. They said, what can you do to support the system? It was only one person that did it. I said, oh, because he has money. He wants to show off. That is not the case. If as governor, I have the position to help my constituency, and then I don't, tomorrow, I'll come out to begin to say, the problem we have in this country is because the government does not want to fund the judiciary. No infrastructure, fund English language. You speak from Queen's English, those who went to Harvard, Oxford, but you were there. What did you do? It's easy to criticize. What did you do? So, for us, my Lord, we will continue to do whatever it is important to do. And that's why Mr. President has said, look, do not bother. Go ahead and do whatever you think we should do to improve the welfare of judges and justices. So, Mr. President, I thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. I don't think there's any sane person that will come here and will say it's not fine. No. When if you are doing your work, maybe in the midnight, you're a bit tired, you can come out here, take a chair, relax. Maybe you want to communicate to God. It's easier that time to communicate to God because you're in a silent place, very quiet environment. God does not answer when the place is noisy. God answers prayers when the place is calm. I've had that experience. On that note, sir, I invite you to come and commission this to the glory of God. Thank you very much.
My Lord, the Honorable the President of Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice Monica Dongba-Mensah, CFR, my Lord of the National Industrial Court, that is the President of National Industrial Court, Honorable Justice Benedict Bakwayo, PhD, OFR, my noble lords of the Court of Appeal here present, and there are many, my brother of the Federal Executive Council, John Moke Enon, Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, my noble Lord, distinguished members of the National Assembly, particularly the senators here present, my Lord, and the Honorable Ministers, Joel of Inestimable Value, Honorable Justice Susan Eberechi Wike, JCA, my brother Silk, Dimian Dodo, I recognize you because I know that you have always been showing keen interest in the affairs of the judiciary. Thank you very much for coming. Professor, again, Mrs. Eugenia Abu, I mentioned yesterday that I regard her as a professor, and I still do, for reasons that I gave yesterday. Members of the Fourth Estate of the REM, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I join your lordships, distinguished guests, and members of the legal community at this important occasion of commissioning the 10th Court of Appeal Judges' Quarters here in the Federal Capital Territory. Katampe, Federal Capital Territory. This event marks part of the series of judicial infrastructure projects being commissioned over a 3-week period to commemorate the 3rd anniversary of this administration. We are now in the 2nd week of this historic and unprecedented exercise. Yesterday, His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented me to commission the magnificent Court of Appeal Complex, a landmark project that stands as a testament to this administration's dedication to improving the physical infrastructure of our justice sector. Today, we gather to commission yet another critical facility, that is the 10th Court of Appeal Judges' Quarters. I am particularly honored to be here today, and I understand and I say that under my leadership, I can assure you of the federal government's unwavering commitment to strengthening democratic institutions and advancing the administration of justice, continue to inspire confidence in our nation's governance architecture. Today's event is much more than the unveiling of a physical infrastructure. It is a tangible demonstration of federal government's enduring commitment to the welfare, independence, efficiency, and dignity of the judiciary. It reflects our collective understanding that a strong and effective justice sector requires not only sound laws and competent judicial officers, but also the infrastructure and support system necessary to enable the judiciary to perform its constitutional responsibilities without hindrance. The commissioning of these judges' quarters is particularly significant because it is the direct outcome of our deliberate policy of providing practical support to the judiciary as a co-equal arm of government, recognizing the critical role of the court in sustaining democracy, protecting rights, resolving disputes, and fostering economic development. I directed the Honorable Minister of Federal Capital Territory to undertake this important project as part of the administration's broad efforts to strengthen judicial institutions and improve the welfare of judicial officers. Worthy of note is that this project, as I keep saying, is a special intervention by the federal government, distinct and separate from the judiciary's statutory budgetary allocation, which have themselves witnessed significant increases under my administration. Their delivery, therefore, goes beyond the fulfillment of routine funding obligations and a deliberate, far-reaching commitment to strengthening the judiciary through sustained investment in critical infrastructure, thereby enhancing its independence and effectiveness. I wish to commend my dependable, hardworking, diligent, and a man of taste, Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Nyesom Wike, CON, and his team for the diligence, dedication, and efficiency with which this directive was implemented. The successful completion of this project is a testament to what can be achieved when leadership is guided by vision, commitment, and a genuine desire to serve the public interest. Under my leadership, the federal government has consistently demonstrated its support for the judiciary through various initiatives. Engagement on judicial welfare, improvement in judicial infrastructure, support for institutional reforms, and measures aimed at enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of justice delivery across the country. This administration firmly believes that the judiciary must be adequately resourced and empowered to discharge its constitutional mandate in a manner that inspires public trust and confidence. Indeed, the welfare of judicial officers is not a matter of privilege. It is a strategic investment in the rule of law. When judges are provided with secure accommodation, conducive working environments, and the institutional support necessary to carry out their functions, the entire justice system benefits, and ultimately, the nation as well. If you look to your right, your far right, which is my own far left, is a large expanse of land devoted or earmarked for the construction of judges' quarters of the National Industrial Courts and Code of Conduct Bureau. Behind me is a large expanse of land devoted to the construction, which will soon be commissioned, of judges of the Federal High Court and High Court of Federal Capital Territory. Well, it's still going on. And I wonder whether this area should not be declared the Judiciary Boulevard or Judiciary Area. A well-supported judiciary is indispensable to good governance, economic growth, investment confidence, and social stability. Accordingly, every effort must be made to strengthen judicial institutions. Accordingly, every effort made to strengthen judicial institutions should be seen not as a mere expenditure, but an investment in democracy, peace, and national development. I am confident that these facilities will not only enhance the welfare and comfort of distinguished justices of the Court of Appeal who will occupy it, but will also contribute to greater institutional effectiveness and the continued delivery of quality justice to the Nigerian people. I congratulate the President of the Court of Appeal and honorable justices of the Court of Appeal, the Federal Capital Territory Administration under the able leadership of His Excellency Nyesom Wike, CON, Life Ventures, and all those whose efforts have contributed to the realization of this project. As we celebrate this achievement, I wish to respectfully encourage state governments and other subnational authorities across the Federation to emulate this commendable example. The responsibility of supporting the judiciary does not rest solely with the federal government. State governments have a corresponding obligation to ensure that their respective judiciaries are adequately funded, properly equipped, and provided with infrastructure necessary for effective service delivery. That said, I now say that may these, it is now my singular honor and privilege on behalf of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to formally commission the 10th Court of Appeal Judges' Quarters. May these facilities serve its purpose for many years to come and stand as a lasting symbol of our collective commitment to justice, rule of law, and national progress. Thank you very much, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
We thank the representative of Mr. President, the Attorney General. We thank him for delivering Mr. President's speech. I'd like to welcome and greet the Chief Judge of the FCT High Court, Honorable Justice Hussaini Baba Yusuf, Secretary NJC, Barrister Ahmed Gambo Saleh, Esquire.
To the glory of God and advancement of the rule of law, it is my honor and privilege to cut the tape of this residence. May those who be living here live in peace and achieve the purpose for which the judiciary is established. Thank you.
Where's the black?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Thank Okay, we have come to the segment of the laying of a foundation for the of the judges' quarters for judges of the National Industrial Court, and in accordance with the policy of the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to yes. Even the Court of Appeal building was less than a year. Last year, July. This year, June.
Please
play the national anthem at this time? The national anthem, please. Thank you very much. We would like to thank the representative of Mr. President, who has done the official commissioning of judges' quarters, 10 number, and the flag off of additional quarters for National Industrial Court and Code of Conduct Tribunal. We thank him very much, and we thank the Honorable Minister and all the stakeholders who have come to join us for this epoch-making ceremony. Thank you very much. This event stands officially closed.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
Hurts me really bad because I see the woman that I love drift apart, far and far. It was never my intention to divorce you. Please, I swear to God, I will cheat on you. I swear.
I haven't been entirely honest with you.
Baby, listen to me. Even if you have been cheating on me, I don't care.
No.
I deserve it.
I'm not cheating. I would never cheat.
I will do everything in my power to change. I will do everything to be prudent. If not for anything, but because of our future.
I know. I promise to be respected. That you handle issues on spot. Inside our board, more than 100 people from Gambia. Some people are Nigerians, some people are from Liberia, many countries in Africa. The day we try to cross, our boat have problem, and the weather also is not that much good. The water is coming inside our boat, so we decided to return back. Because if we want to continue, we may all die there. I want to go to Italy that time, through Libya. That time I'm 25, no money, no work, family. So I see many people who went there, they succeeded, they are helping their family. So I also decided to go. When I succeed, I also help his family issue. I used to watch news. I see some people die there. But what I intend, I should try and get that one. From Gambia here, I went to Mauritania. And I spent 5 months in Mauritania. Then from Mauritania, I went to Mali. And from Mali, I went to Niger. Yeah, Niger, we spent some months there. Then from Niger, we went to Libya. I stayed in Libya for 1 year, some months. The whole journey took me 2 years, some months. We are doing construction works and more work so that you can get money. In Libya, you go to Sabah, from Sabah to Tripoli. And from Tripoli, you go to Riverside, where they take boat to cross. We spend some months at Riverside, try to cross, but unfortunately we cannot. Yeah.
The main reason of migration in the country is for economic reasons. Since 2017, we have more than 7,000 returnees. Contrary to the common understanding, they are usually educated. They were working before deciding to travel abroad. In terms of return, they are mostly coming from Libya, but also Niger because it's a transit country. But when we look at main interest, it's Europe, basically.
Last year in Libya for more time, then I decided to come back. We went to Riverside again. Soldiers, they come there again, they cut everyone. They take you to prison. I'm in prison for 2 months. It's very hard. Food is problem there. The place is not that much clean. And beating also, they will come there and beat people. They will collect everything from you. After then, UN people came there and they try to decide to return everyone, those who are in prison.
We look at the search and rescue, saving lives. We do have also all the assistance on Migrant Resource Center at the transit countries. Once they are back, IM is doing a whole support in terms of counseling, economic reintegration, social reintegration, but also, most importantly, psychosocial support.
I never want to come back here. I want to continue on my journey. I'm very sad because the money I spend, I lose everything, and to come and start zero. It could be more than $100,000, but no option. The place you are, you cannot go out there, you cannot escape. After I came back, 2020, I get married. We have 2 kids. I just try to manage. My dream, I want to open my own shop, aluminum work. You can have money in Gambia here. But I'm lacking materials and also financial support. I will not try the journey again. Too dangerous, too risky. Now, if I will leave by aeroplane, but not through back here.
Buta's Photo Club offers classes on photojournalism. In less than a year, students can take professional quality pictures by themselves and write captions.
So with the power of photography, they can tell stories around them. They can become visual journalists in the future. They can become broadcasters.
The teachers also benefit, with the club providing easy access to visual learning materials.
You have seen a picture somewhere that has connection with what you are going to deliver, the lesson you're going to deliver. And so you use the camera to take that photo, bring it to the class, and then show it to the children. Then you can develop your lesson from there.
Buta plans to expand his project to 10 more schools in Ghana and create exhibitions to showcase students' work. Other plans include setting up internship with media outlets. And in the long term, he wants to inspire a generation of students with disabilities to become award-winning photojournalists. Sana Nutod, VOA News, Savelugu, Ghana.
At an undisclosed location in South Africa's northwest province, these rhinos are being prepared for life in the wild. That's under a scheme by conservation NGO African Parks to rewild 2,000 captive-bred white rhinos. It's a move that could boost the world's wild southern white rhino population by up to 15%. African Parks project manager Donovan Juice said the aim is to rewild around 200 rhinos per year over the next 10 years to various protected areas across Africa.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime de-risking effort from a conservation initiative at scale that's never happened before. So I think for the species, it's a massive opportunity.
The rhinos were bought from private breeder John Hume. He sold the animals because of the high cost of protecting them. Poaching remains a severe threat in South Africa. 499 were poached in 2023, according to government data, an increase from the year before. Rhinos are targeted for their horns, which are in demand in East Asia for traditional medicines and jewellery. At an undisclosed location in South Africa's northwest province, these rhinos are being prepared for life in the wild. That's under a scheme by conservation NGO African Parks to rewild 2,000 captive-bred white rhinos. It's a move that could boost the world's wild southern white rhino population by up to 15%. African Parks project manager Donovan Juice said the aim is to rewild around 200 rhinos per year over the next 10 years to various protected areas across Africa.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime de-risking effort from a conservation initiative at scale that's never happened before. So I think for the species, it's a massive opportunity.
The rhinos were bought from private breeder John Hume. He sold the animals because of the high cost of protecting them. Poaching remains a severe threat in South Africa. 499 were poached in 2023, according to government data, an increase from the year before. Rhinos are targeted for their horns, which are in demand in East Asia for traditional medicines and jewellery.
Elegance as luxury fashion house Lord Pulse debuts at the female-led Candace Berman Gallery in Rosebank, Johannesburg. But before I dive into the style, here's what we have for you on today's show. We see how an artisan accessory brand from Eswatini is turning traditional weaving into modern elegance and economic opportunity for women. Discover how Joey Kubutlu left his job as an ad executive to make sustainable furniture in Johannesburg, South Africa. Then we go on a tour of Nairobi with visual arts curator Nyambura Warenge. I am Zimi Ngonapagate Mabunzi and you're watching AfriMax. Ojude Oba, meaning the King's Forecourt, is a colorful Nigerian festival where the Ijebu people come together in honor of their king and celebrate their rich culture. Take a look.
Káàbọ̀ sí ìlú Ìjẹ̀bú Òde. A few heard about Ojude Oba Festival. It is not just a festival, it is a living tradition where color speaks loud, history walk with the kings. Ojude Oba started over 100 years ago when Muslim converts in Ijebu Ode came together after it to thank the Awujale for their freedom to worship. That simple thank you became today's Ojude Oba, the King's Forecourt. This year, something different is happening. A princess, yes, royalty is once again riding into the spotlight. In the land where tradition has long spoken on behalf of women, Princess is rewriting the narrative, choosing to speak for herself with her grace and the power of her horse. She rides out, speaking volume with every gallop. Now, one may ask, how did she go from the palace hallway to the back of a horse? Few days ago, I met with Princess during her rehearsal. Let's find out. Good morning, Princess.
Morning.
How are you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you.
Great.
And you?
I'm fine, as you can see. I'm enjoying the weather, of course.
Great.
Wow. So what name do you call this?
It's 001.
001. Why 001?
Because it's literally one of the most, if not the best behaved horse in the whole of Ijebuland.
I'm pretty sure a lot of people will want to know, how did you become a horse rider?
Oh, fantastic question. Ojujoba made me a horse rider. Let's start from there. But I've always loved horse riding from when I was a kid. But you know our parents are overprotective and then they will say, oh no, don't do this, you're gonna fall off, you're gonna do this. And I've always wanted to ride Ojujoba as a kid. But my dad would always say, oh, prince and princesses don't ride Ojujoba. You're meant to sit down and let the balogos and the elections come and do their thing. So we don't have a choice, we have to accept.
And how did you start it?
So one of my uncles also loves horse riding and he's been doing it to Ojujoba. So I just decided to join them.
Okay. And your first experience, how was it like?
It's been selfish. I'm not meant to say it, but yeah, I need to say it so I can encourage other people. The first time I climbed on horseback, I fell.
Wow.
Like I wasn't even seated properly. The horse just did this and I fell.
Wow.
My first ever time. But that didn't discourage me. I still climbed and I rode all the way from my family house to the palace and back to the family house on horseback the same day. This will be my first year that I'll be doing stunts in Ojujoba. Like the horse rearing, the dancing. It's something I've been practicing for a while. So yeah, expect that and maybe more.
Today is Ojude Oba Festival and the streets are alive. You can feel the energy, music, color, and the smell of food fill the air. Every corner welcomes you with something unique, a glimpse, a rhythm, and a heartbeat of the festival. The gong, the talking drum calls out like it's saying, welcome home. This is more than a festival. It is a celebration of tradition and culture. I'm here to join Princess at her family house as she prepares for the festival.
Today I'm wearing Black Ajuju 007 and it's specifically designed for me, for Ojujoba, to showcase royalty.
As you can see, the horses and the riders are ready and it is time for parade. Let's go there! So guys, look over there. Those are the horse riders. Now, let me give you a quick rundown of what is happening here today at the Ojude Oba Festival. Over 30 families are riding in this year's festival, all to honor the king, the Awujale of Ijebu Ode land. What makes Ojude Oba special from other festivals that we have in Nigeria?
I think it's because of the pop of colors, the horse riding, the regbe display. You know, that's one time where everybody bring their A game out. Everybody wants to wear their new glasses, everybody wants to wear their new jewelry. So the fashion, the pop of color, people love it. I don't just want Ijebu to be on Nigerian map or just on the map. I want people to see Ijebu through my lenses like, this is beautiful. People are doing this and they would also want to experience it.
Wow, I must be honest with you. I'm finding it very difficult to wrap up this report. The sight, the sound, and the horse riding. The energy from this festival is out of this world.
Well, we do love a good fashion show, which is why I am so excited to be here today at 223 Jan Smuts Creative Hub, Johannesburg. I'm here with founder and creative director Busisiwe Silwanyana, whose vision behind it all is as captivating as the looks on display. Busi, can you tell us a bit more about the inspiration behind this brand?
The inspiration behind the brand comes from me growing up, you know, and seeing my mother sew her clothes on the dining room table, and that inspired me a lot. And she used to be a good dresser as well. So as I was growing up, I was looking up to her. Collection really are based on dressing the boardroom. It doesn't necessarily mean that you need to be in corporate. You could be an entrepreneur. You could be a creative as well, who wants to look elegant, timeless chic, but also with the African luxury in what you are wearing. So at Lord Paul's, we're just bringing African luxury into the boardroom, and that's what inspires all our collections, and also to make sure that we're able to dress that woman as well outside of their workwear.
We understand that you're showcasing both old and new collections. Tell us more about that.
Yes, so Lord Paul started in 2019, just before COVID. So after running for these couple of years post-COVID, we want to now to officially launch Lord Paul's to the public.
What we've seen so far looks stunning. I cannot wait to see more. In the heart of Eswatini, Coco Collection blends ancestral basket weaving techniques into trendy handbags. This is craft with heritage and hope.
All over the world, bags and handbags in particular are inseparably linked to their wearer. Simple and practical versions that can carry shopping or other mysterious items are humorously known as granny bags. They can be simple or intricate. And this handbag collective in Eswatini has looked to basket making to make something special.
That makes me proud of being Leswati, who can make something that will be known around the world, and also it will just make people know much about Eswatini, and also the product that came from Eswatini, they just boom. We had one of our bags, Tembi, it's a Tembi bag. It was on Vogue magazine, and the love we put when we're making the bags, I think also it added value on the bag.
The original design for these bags was inspired by how rural women in Eswatini were making woven baskets and mats. Product designer and developer Philippa Thorne had been working with master weaver Zintle Vilekati on a basket weaving project. In 2014, they started experimenting with techniques to showcase high-value weaving. Why did they want to expand from baskets to bags?
We started thinking that people have much of the homeware, like the baskets and the placemats, and we also need to keep the women doing more work so that they can do something that people will buy more also. Besides that, we were inspired about on weaving. Like I always say, I'm more than 50 techniques, so I can make a bag today, but next time I can make something else. The difference between a bag and a basket is that the bag is more refined, so the coil is smaller than the basket.
High-value handbags would mean that the weavers would earn more.
I really saw how in Europe craftsmanship was really highly valued as, beautiful for its artwork, for its skill, for the heritage and culture and the stories that it told. And I really felt like sometimes the weaving here wasn't respected in the same way that it really deserved to be. And really being able to create something that would give the women a living wage, would be able to kind of elevate weaving in the eyes of global, audience, really.
But how did they overcome the practical challenges of designing functional handbags?
This bag, the Zintle, was actually the first bag we ever made. And it was quite a process to develop it. So it actually was over the period of about a year, from first developing the weaving side and then also the leather side. In terms of the leather, we worked with an NGO called Nest. I reached out to them and I said, I'm looking for someone with expertise in handbag design. And that's how we got introduced to our third partner, Sapna Shah. And then her, myself and Zintle embarked on this journey, to kind of transform the placemats into these beautiful, fully lined leather bags. What the three of us share in common is our values, and we all had very strong matriarchal influences in our life. Sapna had been working in a more corporate environment, and when she went back to India and she visited her grandmother basically showed her all the saris, the hand-woven saris she collected, and that really sparked her passion for hand artisan work. And then Zintle, learning from her mother and her grandmother, she'd always been passionate about it. Myself, I was very inspired by my granny. She always had like piles of beaded jewelry and extravagant hats. So I think she kind of really sparked my interest in fashion, which kind of led me down this road of studying fashion and then coming out to Eswatini.
The basket and wicker product market was valued at $585 million in 2023. But the artisans who harvest the grass and weave the products usually don't earn much unless the weaving and product design is exceptional. Coco Collection has been intentional about protecting the environment while empowering the lives of the women weavers they work with. How have they done this?
We have a close partnership with Gone Rural. They're the ones who work with the women who conduct the annual harvest, and they also colour the grass furs. So on a sustainability side, we really want to keep working with natural fibres. And also that, something that's biodegradable. So, once people are finished with our bags, we're not leaving a footprint on the environment.
But what are the possibilities for growth within the current production model?
We will always focus on, in terms of growth, is, product innovation and, working with different weaving techniques and different natural materials. We're always on the lookout for, green alternatives for some of the components we use. I'm following with great interest alternatives to leather, for example, and that's something we would like to incorporate in the future as there become more of those on the market.
So maybe we should all take time to slow down and look at how Grandma still does it. Instead of fast throwaway fashion, how could we impact the world if we shifted to classic, timeless styles that make the world a better place?
You have got to love South Africa's diverse fashion scene. From gussy street style to bold traditional prints, we have seen it all. But tonight we saw a more refined take on local fashion. And now I'm about to go catch up with some of the people who saw tonight's runway show. So Karabo, interesting thing about you, you are already wearing the brand. What exactly do you love about this brand, and perhaps maybe about the outfit that you're wearing today?
Yeah, I like that it amplifies who I am. I'm print, I'm color, I'm lively, I'm style. So I could find myself in the collection, because they dress different people, different tastes. So I'm glad I could find what I like.
Miss MC, I see you're also wearing Lord Pulse today.
Yes, I am. I'm actually dressed up in the overjoyed pants and jacket, which is part of one of their signature collections at Lord Pulse. So I'm excited. I feel elegant, I feel sophisticated, and I think that's what the brand stands for.
Listen, tough choice, but what piece was your favorite today?
Very tough choice indeed. I'm going to have to pick two. The Fearless Lady ensemble. It's this black and orange ensemble. The black, with the black coats with the lace on it. I would definitely wear that. And I have to say, the very last outfits on the runway, it's extravagant. It's amazing. I love it.
Absolutely stunning. Listen, the first collection was absolutely amazing. Can we go see the second one now? Okay. After 20 years in advertising, Joey Kubutlu made a bold move into furniture design. Now he's building a brand that puts African heritage at the center of everyday living. Let's see what that looks like.
What's your idea of good furniture? If it's eye-catching, long-lasting, and well-priced, then maybe this man's designs are for you.
I'm a lover of all things design. I'm a trained designer, but a graphic designer. So all my life I've loved spaces, I've loved well-designed products and so forth. But I found myself not finding the furniture that I loved at accessible price points.
Meet Joey Kubutlu. He spent pretty much his entire career in advertising, and now he's a self-taught designer on a mission to make good design accessible and to put African heritage on the map as well.
I grew up with the fortune of doing a lot of traveling and moving around sub-Saharan Africa in particular. Being an African and consuming African culture, be it spaces, music, fashion, and so forth, influences my design. You cannot not influence my design. One of the things that's very, very common with our pieces is the fact that you hardly see any sharp corners in our designs. And I think that comes from the fact that within African traditional craft making, we're always making things by hand, carving wood by hand. And if you're doing stuff by hand, you're never going to have any sharp corners or very sharp right angles. The other thing as well is if you go into traditional African spaces, specifically like in the village and stuff like that, the furniture or what we use as furniture is quite low to the ground. So we sit on the floor, our beds are low to the floor and so forth. So you'll see across our furniture, a lot of the stuff is very low to the ground. The reason that we do that is that as African people, even just indigenous cultures around the world, the practice of being connected to the ground is quite important, of earthing ourselves. The intention hasn't been, I'm doing it because it's African, it's been organic. You know, the stuff that I'm drawn to when I design a piece, how I refine the piece is refined because of my experience, of my lived experience.
Much of South Africa's furniture is imported from China, but it's not everyone's cup of tea. Joey's furniture appeals to the middle-class market, looking for high-end, locally produced furniture without breaking the bank.
I think that our middle class is stretched financially, but they are still aspirational. And at the time, I was still in the corporate space. But even being in the corporate space, being very well employed as a senior executive, I found that beautifully made pieces of furniture were incredibly expensive.
What makes these pieces more in reach for young buyers?
A key intervention that we employ that allows us to achieve what we're trying to do in making the furniture accessible is the material that we use. One of the biggest costs is the material that we use, and we specifically use pine plywood. It's where they layer pieces of wood and compress them together. Now, pine plywood isn't typically associated with designer furniture. It's typically used for container ships and for building and stuff like that. But we saw the opportunity in this material because it's very, very strong. It's incredibly durable. So rather than using solid wood, which is what's typically used in high-end furniture, we opted for pine plywood, which is a cheaper material, but at the same time, its characteristics are that of hardwood.
For Joey, it's about storytelling through design and not just form and function.
One of the things that we do as well is all of our product names are named in indigenous African languages, whether Swahili, Shona, even Arabic and so forth, just to tell the story of the continent in some shape or form. And also to be obvious about the story that we're trying to tell. And not just South African languages because I'm South African, but for the continent because our aspiration is to be on the continent and not just to be in South Africa alone. This is called the Moyo coffee table as part of the Moyo collection. And the reason why it's called Moyo is because Moyo is the Sepedi name for the baobab tree. The African baobab tree have got these massive big trunks. They're considered spiritual trees, and they were so big that people also lived inside them because they could be hollow at times. These very, very thick legs are an ode to that, reminiscent of that, of this very thick, very rooted structure that you see in nature. And essentially what this range does, it attempts to mimic that.
Joey's designs show us that beauty, heritage, and accessibility can live in the same space, and that good design is meaningful design.
Our last stop is Nairobi, where visual curator Nyambura Warenge takes us through the city's bustling creative pulse. Let's join her and see more.
Hello, I'm Nyambura Warenge. I'm a visual arts curator. We're here in Nairobi, the capital of my country, Kenya.
Nairobi, with an estimated population of over 5 million people, is an energetic place. It is also one of Africa's fastest growing cities. In just over a century, Nairobi has transformed from a modest railway depot to vibrant metropolis, an economic and cultural hub in East Africa. Away from the busy streets, the city boasts lush highland terrain and the savanna that houses our famous wildlife parks. In stark contrast to those natural wonders is Mavarem, one of the largest informal settlements in sub-Saharan Africa, home to almost 500,000 people. In the late 1800s, Kenya was known as British East Africa, and the traces of this colonial past are all over Nairobi. Kenya became independent from Britain in 1963. These days, Nairobi has a cutting-edge contemporary art scene that sits side by side with more traditional creative legacies. All of this makes Nairobi an exciting cultural destination that reflects a rich past.
My country has an ancient history of trade with other Indian Ocean cultures. And so, we are a multicultural nation with competing viewpoints.
The shows I curate offer a perspective on the complex identities that Kenyans are embracing. Together with curator Don Handa, I created a show called Found Footage.
I would love to show you one of my first exhibitions, Found Footage. Found Footage looks at two photographers, one Kenyan, one Iranian German.
The Found Footage show featured the work of Makti Esae, who documented Afro-Iranian communities through photographs. The Found Footage exhibition also profiled the work of Nairobi photographer Migwen Thiga, who captures coastal Kenyan communities. By featuring these two photographers, this exhibition explored questions around the identities of Africans in Indian Ocean communities.
In this exhibition in Found Footage, I really looked at also getting archival footage. And this also is set up so that people interact. One of the goals of being a curator for me is how does the public engage with the work? How do they live and leave the space engaged, enlightened, and with new visions? Another exhibition I'd love to tell you about is 27. And I was brought in as a curator to catalyze a discussion around not only gay and lesbian human rights, but the rights of freedom in our country.
Section 27 of the Kenyan Constitution speaks of the right to equal protection before the law. And with this exhibition, I explored how this applies to the LGBTQI+ community who are criminalized in Kenya. My next big show was Norma XR, which showcased 6 artists working with virtual reality experiences.
The XR experience, Norma, brought everything together for me as a curator. How I wanted to engage with the public deeply over different types of technologies. More importantly, Norma was experimentation. So there you have it. I've introduced you to some of my favorite children. How about you come and join me in Nairobi, the capital of my country, Kenya.
And that is it for tonight. We hope that you enjoyed the show. I'm about to go mingle now, but do hit us up on our socials. And until next time, goodbye.
In southwestern Zimbabwe, crops in the Mangwe area have withered away. Even local farmers will be among Zimbabweans who need aid until next year. That includes 42-year-old Singazi Sibanda, a mother of 3 children.
All my crops were burned by the sun. I don't know how we will get to next year and where we will be. The crops died at early stages.
Mangwe is one of the districts in Zimbabwe most affected by drought. Local officials say some people may have to go work in nearby Botswana or in urban areas to survive.
Boreholes have no water. Dams are drying up. There is no grazing grass for animals. Maybe some hay will be brought from other areas to feed the local animals.
Food is being distributed in hard-hit areas. Evelyn Ndlovu is the Minister of Matabeleland South, also in the Mangwe area. She says the government is in touch with international aid agencies to get more help. Officials say the crisis is growing worse in the region due to recurring droughts caused by the El Nino weather pattern.
The crop situation in Zimbabwe is very poor at the moment, and we expect that the number of people who will not have adequate stock from their own production to last them until the next harvest, which would be then by the middle of next year, that number of people who will not be able to meet their food needs over that full period will go up.
Zimbabwe's government says the 2024 grain harvest will yield about 868,000 tons of grain, an alarming 62% drop from last year's total and far below the target that officials had set for this year. Aid groups say they are stepping up efforts to help.
We're focusing on this January to March period, which we have identified is the peak of the lean season. It's the most critical period. But as you're mentioning, it's also important for us to provide additional opportunities so that even throughout the year, people have options and means to support their families and households.
A message that brings some hope to people like Sibanda. Meanwhile, Zimbabwe's information minister says the country is working to ease food insecurity by waiving taxes on the importation of rice, maize, potato seed, cooking oil, and genetically modified maize for stock feed in a bid to lower prices for average Zimbabweans. Columbus Mavunga, VOA News, Mangwe, Zimbabwe.
Vibrant Africa, where innovation shapes new horizons and pioneers rewrite the rules. Today we are uncorking a special episode about breweries and the wine industry, or should I say, the love of wine. This is Initiative Africa, and you're just in time. Let's preview what's brewing in today's show. Meet our guest today, Nigerian-born Chinedu Rita Rosa, whose European wine passion blossomed into an extraordinary career. Now based in Bordeaux, she's become the go-to advisor for French winemakers looking to embrace African markets. Her journey from wine enthusiast to industry expert is nothing short of remarkable.
Started reconnecting with all the other importers that I knew, telling them, listen guys, I'm here in Bordeaux. If you need anything, let me know. I can check for you. I can do the tastings for you.
Plus, African beers are making waves. We'll take you inside the craft brewery revolution, where entrepreneurs are tapping into new consumer tastes.
In terms of beer quality, you can observe in this glass that we have a beer which has undergone 7 days of fermentation and 14 days of maceration. From this point, we achieve a nice blonde and clear color.
In Guinea, a powerful movement is taking shape as experienced business women mentor the next generation of female entrepreneurs.
I can help them to be formalized. I can give them advice, and I'm ready to receive and to coach them, to give them advice so that they succeed, like me.
Beer, wine, and Africa, a triangle of tradition and innovation. Did you know beer's African story dates back 4,000 years to Ethiopia? From traditional sorghum brews to today's innovative creations using millet, barley, sweet potato, and even banana, Africa's brewing heritage runs deep. While established brands and Western giants have long dominated the scene, a craft brewing revolution is bubbling up. In Cameroon, one bold microbrewery is making waves with their Rocks beer. Maxime Faralbunia brings us this story. Built on a land surface of approximately 20,000 square meters, the Swiss African premium beverage brewing factory, the SAPB, boasts a proud appearance. We are in the town of Misole, less than 5 kilometers from the capital, Douala. Launched in 2019, the project materialized after 5 years of development. Inside the factory, thousands of bottles are stored in racks. They have been redirected here to be repackaged before being refilled. A cleverly devised mechanism consisting of suitable equipment to maintain constant production.
In terms the beer quality, you can observe in this glass that we have a beer which has undergone 7 days of fermentation and 14 days of maceration. From this point, we achieve a nice blonde and clear color. Here again, it is a young beer. After this stage, we will filter the beer and send it for the filtered stages, and then we will have a finished beer.
In the room next doors, we discover the internal kitchen of the SAPB. This well-equipped laboratory is supervised by a woman, Jeremine Pagot. Using her safety equipment, Jeremine handles the samples to obtain a quality product.
Together with the other members of the laboratory team, we ensure daily compliance with raw material requirements, products in the manufacturing pool, and finished products. So, following a well-established control program, we systematically control raw materials in the laboratory and in process and finished products.
This is a type of microbrewery. Swiss promoter, passionate about beer and having studied the Cameroonian market for 10 years, claims to have set the objective of offering a better beer made with local expertise. Currently, the factory employs nearly 500 people who participate in the production of 12,000 hectoliters since its launch in June 2024, and the ambitions remain high.
If possible, within 1 to 2 years, I would like to reach the maximum capacity of 50,000 hectoliters. Therefore, the more the business grows, the more employees I will need to hire.
In just 4 months, some consumers are already won over.
I must admit that I'm not a savvy beer consumer. It was recommended to me, and I enjoyed it because it is light. This is not the first time I've seen it. I believe it's the third time. It does not give you a headache. You wake up the next day without a hangover.
But then, what is motivating this new brewing venture to engage in a market characterized by aggressive competition? We asked an expert on economic issues.
The economic and marketing strategies chosen by the company are coherent with the market. It is neither the policy of exclusive distribution nor the policy of intensive distribution, but rather the policy of selective distribution. This is why we target snack selling outlets. We avoid supermarkets, and perhaps we could consider entering in some bar or lounges.
This is a marketing strategy with a significant social impact.
I take an example. We're going to organize an event for the town or chiefdom within the geographical area of intervention of the company. Well, it is normal that we submit, for instance, a sponsorship proposal. Thus, when the company provides cases of beer, gives a donation, or supplies equipment related to the branding of the event site, it's a way for us to make a distribution to the community.
Cameroon is a country with a high consumption of brewed products. Here, the market is dominated by large companies such as Cameroon Breweries, the new name for the former SABC,
This company has been present in Cameroon for 76 years and now controls 94% of the local market share after acquiring the assets of Guinness Cameroon. In second place is the Cameroonian Breweries Union, the UCB, with its famous beer, Kaji. All these brewing companies have set out to conquer the market in the Central African sub-region.
European wines are her expertise. Chinedu Rita Rosa, CEO of Vines by Rosa, is revolutionizing how French winemakers approach African markets. Her passion for wine inspired a mission to cultivate that same enthusiasm across Africa, starting with a wine bar in Lagos. Laurent Soustras caught up with her in Bordeaux, France's wine capital, and her current home.
Hello, Chinedu Rita Rosa, and welcome to Initiative Africa. Tell us about how your story with wine began in Nigeria.
Well, I come from a beautiful family. My dad was a banker. My mom was a businesswoman. And I was blessed and lucky enough to have an uncle who is an archbishop. And he was stationed in Rome. Of course, he was studying, he was a lawyer, but also a priest. And when he would come home to Nigeria for holidays, he would come with bottles of wine. And knowing my dad is not a very big drinker, so he would bring wine and he would give us a taste of Tuscan wines from Italy. And that was how I first tasted wine at 16, I shouldn't be saying 16 anymore, but yes, at 16, just a taste. And it was just immediate affection for wine, because I said, yeah, this I can drink. And ever since, I've always drank wine.
Did many Nigerians know about wine at that time, or was it more of a beer territory?
Oh, no. Nigeria is a former, I don't say colony of England, but it was part of the British Empire. And beer was what we know. And there was the original, something called ogogoro. It's like the Nigerian gin made from palm wine. So we drank palm wine, beer, or the spirits, which is made from palm wine, called ogogoro. And yeah, people love beer. Nigeria is hot.
And when did you decide to dive into the wine industry?
No, well, I did not dive into it by deciding. It wasn't decided. My first husband was Lebanese, and he was working with a trading company. And while he was doing this, working in the trading company, they started bringing in wines. And me, being my father's daughter, I was like, let me try the wines you're bringing, And I did, and I wasn't impressed. After that, he started, bringing home the wine, try this. And my love for wines grew from there.
And then you started marketing it in Nigeria at that time. It must have been very difficult. How did you manage to make wine known and appreciated?
Well, Nigeria is a huge market. But at that time, we're talking of 1999, 2000, 2005, the market was still very young. So people were just looking for something new. People were looking for something different for events, for weddings. So the first thing you do is, in Africa, or Nigeria in particular, people like to set themselves aside. I am more educated, I am more refined, and wine gave you the ability to do that. Having a glass of wine sets you apart from somebody drinking beer or drinking gin. That means upper class. It became easier and more interesting for the market. And people took on to champagne, sparkling wine, and that was it. Africans just like to have a good party, so it was easier that way.
You returned to live in Nigeria in 2008 after being expatriated in Lebanon. How did you manage to start from scratch with the opening of Nigeria's first wine cellar, and behind this concept, wine education?
Exactly. And I tell people, I started, this is truthful, I did not study wine at the beginning. I just learned about wine by drinking wine. When you start tasting wine, from the first glass, and you want to know more. My husband bought me my first book, Jancis Robinson, about wines. And that, when you start reading and you have, I was lucky, honestly, to be able to taste some Grand Cru against some Côte d'Aron, Gros Hermitage, Chateauneuf du Pape in my wine store. So I had everything, because a lot of people who are learning about wine, especially in the developing countries, they don't have access to these wines. But I had access to the wines. First, I was a former banker, and when I started the wine store, I did have a lot of connections, I did have a lot of friends, and the wine store was new. It was something different. So we were lucky, we were really lucky. And we were in a part of Lagos called Ikoyi, where it's very calm, and the wine store was situated in a very quiet residential area. We used to call it was an oasis of wines and then of good conversation. It became that niche, it became a small but very interesting part of the Lagos nightlife, day life. People come there to buy wines, they sit down, we have tastings. Women who do not like to drink outside, because in Africa, those days women you're not supposed to be drinking. But when you're in a place like our store, it was so classy, and women can come, have a nice glass of wine. So they were professionals, they were moms, they were business women, they were young ladies, because I would also hold little master classes for young ladies, how to drink wine on your first date, how to hold your wine glass, how to flirt with your wine glass, and how to also, be very decisive when you are picking your wine. It's very important for a young woman to be able to decide what she wants to drink. You don't have to leave it to a man to decide for you.
Are you seeking to boost your business in Africa and Europe? Increase your visibility with Business Frequency thanks to our network of national television channels in more than 40 countries. Every week, more than 100 broadcasts across Africa, the Indian Ocean and Europe. Don't miss this unique opportunity. Contact us now and put your brand into the spotlight.
Welcome back to the second half of our show. Before we return to our conversation with Nigerian wine expert Chinedu Rita Rosa, let's explore an exciting trend. Experienced business women mentoring emerging entrepreneurs. In Guinea, this female solidarity network is transforming the business landscape, making entrepreneurship more accessible than ever. Sayon Kourma brings us this inspiring report.
A meeting of women entrepreneurs is taking place in this courtyard in a suburb of Conakry. Such events of female entrepreneurship are rare. With 20 years' experience in business, Saran Keita of the Amijors Cooperative for Women's Empowerment is explaining the fundamentals of entrepreneurship to these young women. Topics include drawing up a solid business plan, building a good professional network, as well as accessing finance, management, and the legal framework of companies.
We cannot have opportunities with the state and institutions if we are not organized internally. Suppose we don't respect the administrative norms, we have to get ourselves in order, pay taxes, register officially, and be formalized.
officiellement, qu'on soit formalisé. Celles qui ne sont pas formalisées, je les ai dit.
For those who are not formalized, I told them to come and I can help them to be formalized. I can give them advice and I'm ready to receive and to coach them, to give them advice so that they succeed, like me.
The meeting of some 50 women is to create a network of female entrepreneurs and to teach them about the market so they can set up in business for themselves.
Bonjour.
5 months later, we catch up with Aya, who took part.
Now I tell myself that it is not a one-year job, but it's a process. And I'm going to work harder, not to tell myself that I have achieved excellence, but to tell myself that I have already taken a step forward. And one day, I will be proud to tell people that I succeeded because I worked. Because you have to be persistent to succeed today in the entrepreneurial environment in Guinea.
Several women's groups are being set up in the country. They are guided and helped by business angels, experienced mentors and coaches, as in this gathering of more than 500 potential women entrepreneurs meeting to form a new network. At its head, one of the most experienced entrepreneurs in the country, Mariama Satina Sai, CEO of Groupe Mondial Tours. With a career spanning more than 25 years, this former minister has been involved in tourism, football and the agro-industry, and is now leading this women's club, which aims to give wings to young startups.
Les femmes doivent avoir beaucoup plus de courage.
Women need to have much more courage and believe in themselves. They are afraid. They say to themselves that no, it won't work. If we are together,
Cette solidarité des femmes va donner le courage à
this women's solidarity will give courage to those who don't have any. So I'm talking about solidarity, and today there are microfinance institutions, there are funds that exist, and there's a whole range of things that can help develop what we do. It's up to us, it's up to the women to organize themselves together, to think together, to push as many women as possible into the field of entrepreneurship.
Dans le domaine de l'entrepreneuriat.
SADEN, the Ghanaian Entrepreneurs Fair, is also part of this push.
SADEN wants to be an instrument that accompanies the creation of companies that can be local champions, national champions, champions of tomorrow. And for this, we must invest in training. We must invest in capacity building. This is what we're trying to do with many partners who support us and accompany us.
Today, it could be said women's entrepreneurship is enjoying a heyday in Guinea. Women are encouraged to take the lead, create their businesses and be autonomous. It is an important trend today, as recent figures indicate that 300,000 female-owned SMEs are registered in the country.
We are back with wine expert Chinedu Rita Rosa sharing her entrepreneurial challenges, her vision for wine in Africa and her commitment to supporting young black professionals in the wine industry. Let's listen to her. Let's now talk about the second part of your life in Bordeaux in southwestern France, where you currently live, a city with a long wine tradition. How did you manage to find your bearings there?
Well, first of all, I love Bordeaux. I came to Bordeaux and I just fell madly in love with the city. And when I got remarried, my husband is French, hence my name Rosa. The Rosa is actually my surname. We decided we were going to move to France. He just told me, you know, I'm ready for us to move to Bordeaux because he's Parisian. Bordeaux can be very tough, especially when it comes to being a Nigerian, not French-speaking, and actually knowing about wine. It's confusing for people. They look at you and like, how, you know? But the fact is, I was coming to Bordeaux with a very confident approach, because I have been in the wine trade in Nigeria. I was working with some of the top negos here in Bordeaux, and they knew me. They knew my work ethics, they knew how much wine I was selling, they knew, I thought, my the positive side of somebody like me being in Bordeaux. And I had told them, oh, listen, I am moving to Bordeaux, which I think I'm sure they thought I was joking. I said, I'm moving to Bordeaux and I would like to get a job. I came to Bordeaux, I started trying to contact the people I knew, and it was radio silence. Now, that is where it becomes tough for somebody like me as a Nigerian and as an Igbo woman. We love to work, we love business, we have to be contributing something to the society. I cannot just sit down. I was lucky to now meet a group of international moms living here in Bordeaux. We now created something called the Bordeaux Business Network, and it grew into a 1,200 member community. I said, okay, fine, I'm gonna start a YouTube channel. This is this is the way Vines by Rosa started. I will start a YouTube channel. YouTube, the channel is still there. I love it. It made me move. I started Instagram. I started YouTube, and Facebook was very important to me. And I just went around talking to people and started gathering a following of people who started recognizing that, oh, she knows about wine.
And from there you started representing wine exporters.
I wish it was that early. No, and then in 2000 and 1 year of doing this, there's no payment from it, okay? It was just me trying to put my feet in the door, letting the wineries know that I am here, and then talking to my people back home. Started reconnecting with all the other importers that I knew, telling them, listen guys, I'm here in Bordeaux. If you need anything, let me know. I can check for you. I can do the tastings for you. And that was how it started. Then one day, I got a call from a very lovely winery. They just called me and said, you know what, Madame Rosa, we're looking for clients in Nigeria. Would you be able to help us? Just like that. That was how Vines by Rosa was born.
How would you describe the market in Africa today?
Now, more and more every day, people are seeing the capability of the wine space in Africa. I work in Kenya, I work in Tanzania, in South Africa, in Ghana, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Rwanda, and you would see that, Nigeria was here. Let's say we're drinking maybe 5% of wine before. Now we're drinking over 35%. There is no wedding, there is no party, there is no table that you would not see a bottle of wine on. We have prices as low as €1.50 to €1,000. So everybody can have a glass of wine. Everybody can have a glass of sparkling wine.
And is this something that South Africa masters better with more success in Africa than French wine, for example?
I would not say the South Africans mastered it better. It was just economics. Because, there's a big, between South African wine producers, which are mostly white wine producers. Nigeria, for a time, we didn't buy wines from South Africa. Till the end of apartheid, till the end of, right now, equality being much better. Nigerians were very, very, we're very certain about this, that we would not buy wine from somebody who is standing over the head of a black man. And they have done a great job doing that by retelling the story and making everybody else feel more welcoming to the wines of South Africa. So yes, South Africa is a has a big influence in the wine trade. And they have done a lot of job educating.
I was also wondering if there were other places in sub-Saharan Africa where wine could grow.
Well, newsflash, this is beautiful news for me because I'm working with one of the first wine from Togo. And that wine will be in France very soon. But there's also currently wine being grown in Cote d'Ivoire. So yes, there's a lot that's going to come out from Africa. And in Nigeria, we are currently looking there's a lot of grapes being grown in Nigeria, but African soils are very, very, very nutritious. So we need to find the proper place. And yes, the near future, we will have wines from Nigeria.
And finally, you also have mentoring projects.
Definitely, and that is one of the reasons why I have an NGO with my friend Jane Anson. We've created the Bordeaux Mentor Week, which is a program 100% free for 8 applicants every year to come and spend time in Bordeaux. It is free of charge, and we had won the best knowledge and education sharing program this year. So we're very proud of that program because it brings students from every part of the world that have been facing this bias. You know, being black is not easy in the wine trade, neither is it being Asian or gay or any of that. So we have created a program where for 1 week, we will have the students here, all expense paid, and they would be put on the table with the wine makers, the wine producers, the owners of the chateaus. They need to see that there is a lot of talent out there.
Well, that's all for today's Initiative Africa. Catch Chinedu Rita Rosa's full interview and all our shows on africaonair.com. Join the conversation on social media with the hashtag Initiative Africa. I'll see you next week, same time, same channel, for a new edition of Business Africa. Here's to a great week ahead, and goodbye.
Hello and thanks for staying with us. Welcome to Political Platform on RayPower Radio and Africa Independent Television, AIT. My name is Amaechi Anokwe. Now, the judgment of a federal high court in Abuja ordering the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to deregister 5 political parties has sent shockwaves across the country. Now, this judgment, if implemented, will have huge consequences for the 2027 general election, as the candidates of the parties will be ineligible to contest the election. The parties are African Democratic Congress, ADC, Accord Party, Zenith Labour Party, Action Alliance, and Action People's Party, APP. The parties have rejected the judgment and will appeal. They point out machinations by the ruling party to dismember the opposition to pave the way for its easy re-election in 2027. We'll be giving you the legal and political implications of that judgment, which provide the political background also to it. It has wider implications. We will be joined by Sam Karubo. He's a senior advocate of Nigeria, who's well-versed in electoral jurisprudence. We will also examine the announcement of former Transport Minister Chibuike Amaechi as the vice presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, ADC. The party settled for the former Rivers State governor after extensive search and negotiations. We will break down the 2027 presidential election and the values vice presidential candidates as the running mate bring to the ticket of the party. Sometimes it decides, sometimes it doesn't apply much. We'll be sharing all this with you. And as you know, your views are always welcome. When we get to citizen perspectives, we'll feature them as usual. My colleagues are here with me. Uju Ejeye is there. Sholaja Simi is there. I'm Mustafa Mohammed, also making up our numbers. Chibika Amechi, Uju Ejeye once said he will not indeed be a vice presidential candidate. But politicians, they always have a way of swallowing their words. I recall even Kwankwasa in 2023 said the North cannot vote for Peter Obi, but today he's campaigning for Peter Obi.
Exactly.
Atiku Abubakar said, Nasir El-Rufai at some point described Buhari as unelectable. He later worked for his election. Chibika Amechi also described a few weeks ago Atiku Abubakar as only good in winning primaries, that he cannot win a main election. He's unelectable, he says. But today, he's pursuing that mandate.
Well, you said it, that most times politicians say things and they eat their words, and it's been like this, like that, ever since politics came to Nigeria. Yes, his choice as vice presidential candidate, well, let's look at it first. The party may not really have a stronger person to fit in that position. And I think that he also looked at it that, look, is either I accept this thing or I will lose out. Because if the party now picks somebody else, what would he be doing there? I think that's what is nearest to his... exactly, because that's the nearest thing to the presidency that he has had his eyes on. And I think it was only wise for him to pick it, also wise for the party to pick him. Don't forget that when he was in APC, he supported the party, he put in resources. So now you may say, oh, Atiku Abubakar is a man of resources, but Chibika Amechi is also a man of resources. So it's better for them, that way they can pull resources.
And resources are needed to prosecute
Nigerian politics is highly monetized. Without money, you can't win an election in this country. Why are all the good men, people like Pato Tommy and all of them, not able, later Gamaliel and also why are they not able to make any inroad into Nigerian politics? Even Harry Akonde, the richest man in Nigeria at that time, tried, but he wasn't just used to that culture, having lived in the US for quite a long time. And at the end of the day, it was too murky for him. He moved back. And that was the end, never came back.
So those that speak big English without any watches, they go nowhere. But Chibika Amechi some time ago said he's basically living off his wife. And you're here telling us he has resources.
Well, if he can tell Nigerians that he's living off his wife, that means I'm living off my children.
The point you both of you just raised now, it just reminds me of what Wike, the man who succeeded Rotimi Amechi in Government House, Port Harcourt, said. He said that we need to investigate Rotimi Amechi's wife. He made grave allegations. What were those allegations? He said that every month, local governments in Rivers State were contributing a sizable amount of, I think he mentioned about 5 million every month to Amechi's wife. Those were his allegations. So maybe indeed, Rotimi Amechi is living off his wife. But I'm just bringing to the fore what his successor...
Are you reaching that conclusion?
No, I'm bringing to the fore what his
just
successor...
trying to connect the dots.
That's what his successor, Wike, said. Whether he said it based on political animosity, but remember he came into Government House and probably looked at the books and probably now said, local governments, what happened? So that's for 12.
Or it ended as mere allegation.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I repeated it 4 times. I used the word allegation. Because if he's saying he's living off his wife and he was in government and his wife is the one taking care of him now, that's his decision. Back to the key issue of what has occurred. It's quite interesting because on a day, I know we'll still get to what the judge said in the case that, has pulled the rug seemingly under the feet of the ADC. On the day that they were announcing Chibika Amechi as the running mate, the judge, is doing all of this. So I'm thinking that it's a good one for the ADC, probably when they go into the other matter, get into the court, because Rotimi Amechi, plus or minus, if you look at the results of the primaries of the APC in the last election, in the last primaries...
Was it second he came out third?
He was, if I remember clearly, I think it was third or fourth. I'll check
either second or third, between him and Oshimba. I think he came second.
Second.
Yes.
Good.
And he also came second in ADC, which tells you he's formidable.
Yes, so you can see that there was nowhere else, like Uju has emphasized, for Atiku to go, to balance their ticket and to also look for somebody who is strong in that axis. But if you look at the machinations of what's happening now, at the home front, which is Rivers, we always say politics is local. Will Rotimi Amaechi get votes even in his local government? I don't know, because his successor is claiming that he has a rainbow coalition that has garnered everything in Rivers, mopped up APC, mopped up
Remember
PDP.
also that he's also was his boss at some point.
Yes.
8-year governor, 8 years minister of transportation, 8 years speaker.
Way back.
You don't think he's well entrenched in not just in Rivers State, but across the South? The trusted son of Daura. Remember, he has that title. He appears to be downplaying his political
maybe in Daura, but in Rivers, one man is saying, I have raided you out of town, and you won't have any political value here. So we wait until we see when all of this, begins to play out at a higher level politically.
I think that maybe Rotimi Amaechi cannot really play the kind of dirty politics. Maybe he doesn't have the spunk, because we've not seen him being able to reply Wike in any way, whether by action or by words. But, you can't say he was without any support in Rivers, but I know that between the two, one is certainly stronger.
It depends on the strength you're referring to here, because Chibike Amaechi said, challenged Wike to a walk on the streets along the streets of Port Harcourt to get popularity.
We're not talking of a walk. We're talking of the action when it's needed.
Okay, to garner political votes.
Yes, now, at the end of the day, what is politics if you can't win votes?
And it's by every means necessary.
He
may not be cut out for such.
Well, he will be cut out. What I'm saying is, there are people, if you bring Rofo, they are there. You bring Grandma, they are there. You bring any arsenal that you bring, they will reply.
Okay.
But can he reply to all of them?
But Mustafa Mohammed, in Nigeria, we are beginning to accept this as normal. For you to win an election, you must have all powers, both legitimate and illegitimate. You must have that appeal. You must be popular. You must have watchers. You either control the security agencies or you control the thugs.
It's because we have a system not entrenched on a very solid ground. Number one, those who are carrying out the actual votes don't even know their electoral rights. Number two, we also have issues such as ethnicity, my tribe, religion, regionalism, so many elements tied to the electoral values that they became values themselves. You also have this issue of North-South, where is he from? Before you win a presidential election, you are already thinking of bringing someone from across the Niger to be your running mate, whether you are from the north or you are from the south. In most cases, Nigerians are not looking for who is a Nigerian. They are not looking for who has the capacity to give Nigerians the goodies that successful elections will bring. I can reliably tell you that try to gauge all the presidential aspirants who are contesting. You don't hear anybody telling you the kind of magic or strategy he has in addressing the issues of security, electricity, water supply, grassroots development, healthcare, job creation, industrialization. All these developmental elements are not what you hear from the aspirant. But they also go out there to engage talks on how to outshine or how to violently snatch ballot boxes, attack voters on election day, find a way of manipulating the elections and what have you. So as the voters are having issues of ignorance about the electoral and developmental rights, the contestants, the aspirants are also taking advantage of not just the ignorant, the lukewarm attitude of the voters. Tell me, in which part of this country, how many percent of the communities, whether in states or constituency or senatorial districts, that people who have elected particular persons have given a feedback whether those people who have promised X, Y, Z have delivered. And this is how we've been going since 1999 till date. And even when the next election comes, nothing changes.
And we'll have to change that.
Yes.
Now, the ADC, in the choice of Chibika, in fact, for every political party, the running mate brings in a lot of value into the ticket. You can use it for balancing ethnic, religious, geopolitical.
Yes.
Think of Atiku Abubakar settling for Chibika Amechi, Atiku from the northeast. You needed someone from the south. Take a look at the southeast. Southeast has a prominent presidential candidate. So if you pick someone from there as a running mate, it may not fetch much. Take a look at the southwest that has a presidential candidate. So it will be a no-go area. It appears that it was only the South
that has no players.
Yeah, so those in ADC would have done their little mathematics.
But you see,
if we get a prominent person from the South, we can be sure we can pinch a lot.
You see, the biggest problem they are bound to face is that they came into the ADC very late. A party like the APC is solidly entrenched on ground with a lot of supporters all over the country. Both Amechi and Atiku had their reasons that forced them to leave the People's Democratic Party very late and jump into the ADC. You cannot just wake up overnight and decide that you're going to contest on this party and get all the votes across the country. Of course, Peter Obi has entered another party, but the followership, the cult-like followership of Peter Obi is not based on political party. It's based on personality, belief, and the capacity they felt he has to deliver some of these goodies. So no matter what Peter Obi does, which party he goes, those who believe in him, they will still vote for him. You know what happened during the last general election. But I don't see those who had supported Atiku in the past jumping from one party to the other because Atiku Abubakar or Rotimi Amechi has entered to join Atiku. And you know, the population of Niger Delta compared to the population and electoral values of other states like or other regions in northern Nigeria, the population is, I can tell you, very scanty. The southeast Igbo land can be small, but
that's not right at all.
What do you mean by scanty?
You are talking about numbers. You are talking about population. You are talking about numbers. If you look at the statistics, the votes that usually came out from Niger Delta after every election since 1999 cannot be said that it's as much as either the southeast or the Yoruba land or the northern Nigeria. But you see, how
the South
certainly
has
not
more
scanty
voting population than the southeast.
In the southeast, there's this apathy. They may have their reasons why the people in the south is hardly do not like coming out. But I also want to tell you that most of the Igbo men and women hardly stay in the south. They live in other parts of Nigeria. And that was what they show everybody when they voted for Labour Party in Lagos and they shook the presidential election. They can do that in Sokoto, Borno, Kano, and other places.
Let's come to Shola. The choice of a South prominent politician for Atiku Abubakar. For the for the NDC, it was the Obedient movement versus the Kwankwasia movement. Two biggest political movements in Nigeria coming together. Then the APC, the Muslim ticket, will it continue? Will the president want to satisfy West standards, international interests, or will he say, this is the winning ticket in 2023 I'm going into in 2027? Perhaps one may begin to wonder, why has he not openly made a statement about his own running mates?
He can't. The president cannot do that at this time. Like from what we see, Mustafa is at the villa. He covers the office of the vice president for AIT. And he tells us and lets us realize that, look, this man, Senator Kashim Shettima, he seems to be on ground with his boss, representing his boss at every function that his boss delegates to him and doing it very well. And still saying, look, my boss is rearing to go in 2027 and we are in the same boat with him. But, politics, a day is just, is a simple thing in politics. The chances, from what I see, of President Tinubu dropping Kashim Shettima as his running mate in next year's election, for me, from what I see, the chances are very slim. The president might just ride the agitators who say, look, balance your ticket religiously and all of that. But you know what I keep saying? I've said on this program before that this country, we have used religion, unfortunately, to be cloud. But those are the realities of the times. Because if I go back to what happened in the same Lagos, where Tinubu, was governor for 8 years, many may not know. But the best time in Lagos ever was when two persons of Muslim extraction ran that state. Jakonde and Rafiu Jafojo. And nobody was, see development, houses, roads, schools, everywhere. So the present set of political elite, like Professor Patu told you yesterday, have done a lot of things that make us to lose faith in the system, where people just begin to look at what religion, where do you go on Friday, where do you go on Sunday? And those are the unfortunate things that determine a lot of things.
It never used to matter.
So I think strongly that we should not wish away. Atiku has done his own bit. What did he do? 2019, he went for Peter Obi as running mate. In 2023, he went to the South, picked someone who is seemingly, so they say, of Delta Igbo extraction. That's how they say. Ifeanyi Okowa. Now he has stayed.
But he lost the Delta.
Yes, he lost to Peter Obi. Yes. And he has gone down to Rivers next door to pick someone who some say also has Igbo extraction, so to say. So though they are equally. So Atiku has tried. He has, spread his hands around. In 2007, he went to Southeast, picked Senator Ben Obi. So this is a cosmopolitan politician whose exposure, having worked in the federal service as a customs officer, has helped him to see Nigeria as a very diverse.
Okay, the last time the Southeast, the Northeast APC had that premonition that their man, talking about Kashim Shettima, was not on the table. That Northeast rally, zonal rally for the APC,
with the workhouse.
They mentioned the name of the president without attaching the name of Kashim Shettima. They felt it was the beginning of a plot to exclude their man, and they beat up party officials. They beat them to stupor.
Yes, like for me, what Kashim Shettima is enjoying the most is the loyalty of his people, the backing of his people. I do not think it's as much as having a good rapport with his boss, because you know that a certain measure of distrust had existed between them, to which he alluded the other time he was talking. I think that was about 3-4 weeks ago, publicly, about what transpired, how people were feeding his principal with rumors about him. So once distrust or mistrust comes into a relationship, particularly a political one, it is really, really difficult to rule it out completely, because
the seed has been sown.
Yeah, exactly.
Or some people need
like
to
like they say, there's no smoke without fire. So I think that it is the support of the North that has kept him where he is up to now, because the North rose in his defense, and that's one good thing about the North. That's those are regions. I'm talking about the northern regions now, who would never turn their back on their own.
Some of
they would have been betrayed. In fact,
take your
they will say, kick him out, come to this side. We have somebody else. The Southeast is yet to know what true politics is in Nigeria. I'm sorry. They have not been very good players, but the North knows how to play politics. And the North has stood by him. I think that more than any other thing, it is the North.
Even
and that insistence that we keep him there.
The Minister of Creative Economy kind of threatened his employer, the president, in an interview that you can't even think of removing Kashim Shettima as a running mate.
Exactly.
A subtle threat
because the North may turn against the president. They have threatened him. They have a way of always getting their way. And like I said, they play very good politics. You may call them man and call them anything, but when it comes to politics, give it to them. And when it comes to loyalty to their own person, they have it.
Maybe you have to go to the next issue now so that we cover grounds. Because I guess it's still around. We have a senior advocate of Nigeria who will be breaking down the judgment that are shaking Nigeria. 5 parties to be deregistered by INEC if the cases are not indeed appealed, and if indeed the judge court will have his way. It has wider implications for our politics, especially for the next election. But before we bring in our guests, let's run through with our perspectives. Very interesting times for shaky, as it were. The parties are alleging machination by the ruling party.
You see, to most Nigerians, the judiciary, most part of the activities of the judiciary is looked at with a lot of mistrust and distrust. You know how the activities of a judge nullified the June 12 election, and no judicial officer, for whatever reason, should be seen to be undermining any general elections in Nigeria. But I think the most beautiful thing about all this is that they have a number of days before they appeal the verdict. And I'm sure they are going to appeal. If you remove these 5 parties, which other strong opposition do you think is there to even challenge the ruling party? They should be allowed to be. A winner can emerge, a loser, those who will not win the election will not win the election. But I think if the judge is found to have act deliberately in matters of law, the judicial whatever should really look at punitive measures, because I don't want us to repeat issues like the June 12 Association for Better Nigeria. What's the name of that senator? I can't remember. Ato and others. We have a lot of Ato in the rivers around Nigeria, both in judiciary and outside it.
Well, strong ones, Mustafa, you have for the judiciary there, but Justice Peter Lifo simply looked at the Constitution and he looked at Section 225, which the plaintiffs brought before him, and said, based on this part of the Constitution, you do not have 25% in an election.
For 2023 general
exactly,
election.
That you ought to be deregistered. That's what the judge looked at. So, with the right
so it was guided strictly by law.
That's what Justice Peter Lifo says. Thank God there's a higher level of appeal. The ADC may have been shaken by this. In fact, its spokesperson, former Minister Bolaji Abdullahi, has said, no, we disagree with this. When you disagree with a judge, like our colleague normally tells us on this program, even if it's a judge that took champagne, whiskey, vodka, mixed everything together before coming to chambers, and makes a pronouncement that you accept that pronouncement, then go higher. So the ADC needs to run quickly now to the court of appeal.
They've said they will do that.
So that they can get what they think, what they believe is judgment that will help them as a party participate in this election. Very important.
Would you?
I think that some persons have come to say, look, what the judge said is not quite correct. Because if you recall, Leke Abejide won a rep seat, a federal lawmaking seat.
In 2023?
Yes, on the platform of the ADC, and I think another lawmaker in the Southeast also won on the platform of the ADC. So the ADC actually won federal legislative seats and about 7 state assembly seats. So I don't know on what basis. I'm not a lawyer.
We'll wait for the CTC of the judgment.
Yes, but I think that the judiciary should be very, very careful. Shola said Mustafa had very strong words for the judiciary. Believe me, for me, it's even stronger because at several instances, we've seen things that look as if the judiciary is trying to, I'm trying to choose my words now, undermine Nigeria's democracy. A lot of people paid dearly for this democracy. Some of them never recovered their health from the underground prison where they were put. Some lost their lives. And it is very, very bad for us to be experiencing this kind of a thing. The judiciary has its place in the scheme of, in the governance of this country. But the judiciary should be careful so that it is not seen as a tool in the hands of politicians to scuttle what a lot of well-meaning Nigerians paid for to come into existence, our democratic rule. And I think that it is always good when they give judgment for people to say, yes, this is right. Not every time controversy, controversy, controversy.
Well, the issue is quite, you can say neither here nor there.
And again, you know, this would also fuel the speculation and rumors that the ruling party actually wants to institute a one-party state. Look at the parties that were put up for deregistration. If you remove them, what else is remaining?
It's becoming more apparent than real that it began as an allegation. But to me, the more the allegation comes, the cases before these opposition parties, all the controversy around these opposition parties, it can't just be mere coincidence.
Exactly.
The APC government has said they are not involved, but the message is whoever is involved, because it's clear someone is involved.
Trying to destabilize
whoever is involved should understand that the existential threat of Nigeria, the existence of Nigeria overrides every other thing. If not the APC government, whoever is involved should understand the threat to our democracy. It's not everything you do by the law. Just when he was launching one of his 3 books over the weekend, Abdulsalami Abubakar said in 1998, AD as a political party was unable to meet the criteria to be registered as a political party, Alliance for Democracy. So they went beyond the law. The law had prescribed conditions, criteria a political group must meet before it's registered as a political party. But they went beyond the law. They went beyond the constitution. They looked at political expediency. They looked at peace and tranquility in Nigeria, and they bended the rule. He said it last Friday, and they registered AD. So it's on that plan that message should go to those in authority now, that beyond citing laws, beyond insisting on processes, there's a bigger picture. Corporate existence of Nigeria and safeguard of our democracy.
But you're very, very correct. I was at INEC the night that AD was registered. I was registered as a political party.
Okay.
In fact, it was about 2 hours to the expiration of party registration. They filled the forms, did everything at INEC. Makamari, all of us, we were all there.
I'll just quickly say that Justice Peter Lefu is a judge. And we must give him the benefit of doubt. He has given his judgment.
Okay.
Those who are at the higher level will look at what he has delivered.
Okay, let's go on a break. When we come back, a legal mind, a learned person, a learned silk will break down the implications. Do stay with us.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Sam Karibu, joins us now to break down the court judgment that came on Monday in Abuja. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me this morning.
You would have gone through reports of the judgment, even though we don't have the CTC yet.
I learned about the judgment just the same way you've learned. And because of that, I would hope that you would not ask me questions to go into the details of the judgment. We'll be tentative and very cautious. And I've listened to you, and I would think that as a senior member of the bar, I should start by saying that take the judiciary out of this place. This has nothing to do with the judiciary. The judiciary is doing its job. I think we should address ourselves as Nigerians. We need to rehumanize ourselves to the point that we take ourselves out of the equation and put Nigeria first. The judiciary is not a proactive institution. It sits under court, and disputes are taken to it, and it behooves on it to attend to those disputes. No matter how infernal the disputes are, no matter how dangerous, if I am allowed to use that word, are, its business is what? To decide the cases before them on the merits. It has no business with the morality of it. It has no business with the dangers of it. It has no business as to how the judgment resonates with Nigerians.
Are you saying that the judiciary hardly makes mistakes in matters of law, interpretation?
It does.
And what have you?
It does. That's why we have the layered system. The trial court can make a mistake. The Court of Appeal can make a mistake. The Supreme Court can also make a mistake, and that's why they go back to some of the judgments that they had earlier on. Even though their judgments are final, they revisit those judgments when they realize that what? They've made a mistake. So the fact that they will make a mistake does not in itself give them the responsibility and duties that we want to ascribe to them. We would have no rule of law if we say judges are to determine cases in the manner of their own likeness. Judges are not pastors. Judges are not moralists. They are like the referee in a football match. Nothing too different. Applying the rules the way they should be applied.
Without knowing whose ox is God?
Without, that's, you know, what we have here, and which is what we are not actually addressing, is the fact that some of us would not mind if Nigerian is thrown to the abyss. I had said this one here, we had addressed this here, and I had made the prediction that legally they can be deregistered. In 2020, more than 70 parties were deregistered, leaving only about 18. And the heavens did not fall. NUP went to court, challenging that. The Supreme Court said, INEC's discretion there is absolute.
Yes, the National Conscience Party was deregistered. The Supreme Court disagreed with INEC, and they were registered.
Yes, yes, because
that's
what? Yes, because what? It met the threshold. The Constitution, what the Constitution speaks is absolute. It's not like a statute or a law by the National Assembly that has to be put against the Constitution. Once the Constitution speaks, it speaks absolutely. And the Constitution has given you a threshold and say, if you did not meet any of this, mind you, the issue of the or there, the Supreme Court has said it means that if you did not meet any of the conditions under Section 225A of the Constitution, you can be deregistered. The fact that some of them have been existing without being deregistered has nothing to do with the question as to whether or not they can be deregistered. Once you fall short of that threshold, you can be deregistered. And the Constitution is also clear. It said the condition for admission, the condition for birth as a political party must be sustained and remain with you for the rest of your life as a political party. Once, at any time, you drop any of those conditions, you are liable to be deregistered. And let's put it against this. I have said this over and over. The political parties are very opportune. There are associations, private associations, that the Constitution has what? Given public responsibility for them to what? Headhunt and present personnel for governance. That's a very big and very serious responsibility. And like I have said, the Constitution could have given that to the MBA of learned individuals. I'm not trying to brag. It could have given it to religious body because everybody among us is religious.
Yes.
You understand? And we know the sort of what? Reverence that religious leaders have among us. In some other countries, they've done that. But they said, no, you are a private association, voluntary association. But if you meet these standards, we would give you what? D.
Now, I want you to comment on two issues now.
Please, please.
The first one, the Attorney General of the Federation was listed as a defendant in this case.
Yes.
It was supposed to stand with INEC and all that.
Yes.
INEC stood against, said this party should be in existence based on the arguments in court. But at some point, the Attorney General, Minister of Justice, said, no, I want these parties to be registered. That's a political appointee, suggesting that perhaps the government is encouraging that deregistration. The second one is the reports of the Court of Appeal staying action of the High Court on this matter. And all of a sudden, the judgment came. Some people are alleging that the judgment came even in the face of a stay of execution from an appellate court.
Okay, let me start with that of the Attorney General. Let's just speculate as to whether or not it's the government that's behind it. It's the chief law officer. It's the protector of the Constitution. That is his job. He is the one representing the Federation.
He's a member of the APC.
No, listen.
Well, he is.
No, you spoke to the office of the Attorney General, and that's what I'm...
And the occupant is a member of a ruling party.
Listen, the Constitution created that office. That's the only ministerial office that is created by the Constitution. And the Constitution has given it a specific responsibility. And that is why when it went to court to enforce Section 7 of the Constitution regarding the local government council, nobody says a word. Right? I am not saying morally. Mind you, I have said so here that even though the law permits INEC to do that, even though the law empowers INEC to do that, but the process is already underway. It will be disruptive for any political party to be deregistered at this juncture. I had also said that perhaps at some time, just for the purpose of peace, there could be a political solution to this. But if the law is allowed to run its course, that could be.
You know, because
I had actually...
You understand?
Let me just
you understand?
comment on that.
So you understand? So let's take it away from the fact that the Attorney General is saying that they should be deregistered because that is his job.
Okay.
Mind you, you are the maintainer of the Constitution, the protector of the Constitution, the enforcer of the Constitution. And the Constitution has made its prescription and has said for you to canvass for votes, you must have A to C. And that if you do not have any of them, you are taken out.
On the Court of Appeal stay.
On the Court of Appeal stay, I would not want to say, if indeed, let me talk now as generally, if there was a stay, of course, there is always, it's what do you call constitutional law 101 that would say that it would be impertinent for any trial judge to continue proceedings when the Court of Appeal has stayed, rightly or wrongly. The moment the Court of Appeal say stop, it's like what? God asking the sun to stop. It has to stop. If you go ahead, irrespective of what the quality of reasoning you put there, irrespective of what the quality of judgment you arrive at, it goes to naught. Because what? That stay is binding on you.
No,
and that is if there was a stay.
Yes.
If there was a stay, a pending stay, then obviously the Court of Appeal will reverse the judgment.
All right. Now, the Attorney General, I mean, was it really proper for him to have done that? One being the Attorney General of the Federation, who is already partisan by virtue of his being a member of a ruling party, and then asking for deregistration of these parties at a time that rumors are rife that the current administration wants to foist a one-party state on the country. Was that right? I know that the law is not a moral...
No, ask me legal questions.
But I needed to ask you.
Luckily for me, and I can tell you there, I have written a very lengthy essay to explain the office of the Attorney General so that the public will understand what it's about. Most of these blames we are saying is a misunderstanding of what the office is. The Attorney General could, by himself, do that legally to say, hey, the Constitution has said that what? If you do not meet this, you should be deregistered. He can go to court on his own. Because what? There has to be a balance between what? The philosophy of plurality, a multi-party system, and quality. The political party are by themselves have to engender quality in the governance system, not just the electoral system. They have to what? Be the other side of governance. And that is why in developed polities, nothing is written about political parties. And yet, all of these values, today we are talking about what? Democratic values are all what? Generated by political parties because they take their job seriously. Political parties are supposed to be what? The foundation of all public morals. Their job is 24/7. It is not right for us to only be talking about political party and assessing them on the eve of elections. Why wouldn't we ask what is actually the problem here when we are talking about the eve of election? We now have personalities looking for platforms to contest for public offices.
They have the right.
Of course. But the duties of a political party is actually to oversight governance.
To seek for
to
effective office.
See that you, as the Nigerian, has a second thought, a second view, a second perspective on any issue taken by the government. It is the other side of government. It does not have the power to act, but it has the power to contest reasons, to contest policy. It has the power to shape your mind in understanding governance and in evaluating and assessing the present government, so that by the time you have the opportunity and time to cast your vote, you already have a well-assessed value judgment as to why you don't want to vote this party again or why you should vote it again.
So with all this confusion now coming in, today it's this thing with opposition parties, tomorrow it's another matter. Do you think that the Nigerian populace is being presented with a proper choice now? Because even some of the aspirants are jittery now. They can't even really prepare for their elections because they don't know what is coming up next. Now, the Holy Book says all things are lawful, but all things are not expedient. What is the expediency of this kind of judgment at this point in time? Like you rightly agreed, the electoral process has even gone far at this stage.
So why don't we speak to the people who took the matter to court? Why are we blaming the court? What did you expect the court to do?
And there's another matter.
It's like a son taking the father to court.
Asking the court to deregister NDC, another major opposition party.
Forget about, no, you see, you don't give value assessment to a political party is a political party.
Yes.
You understand? If NDC is a big party, we would know it's what at the polls. And mind you, it's being deregistered because of its poor performance at the polls, assuming. You understand? So let's don't start naming political parties here. Let's emphasize this. I have said, let me go back to my point. We have said this one here, and I think we even had a longer discussion on it to say, I do not see that happening. Because what? It will be too disruptive. And mind you, we also have to put against what? The right of Nigerians to make a choice.
Choices.
That choice has to be expansive. That choice must not be constricted. That choice must be democratized.
You've mentioned,
You understand?
Senior Advocate, you've
Yes.
mentioned Nigerians. You
Yes.
said about 5-6 times.
Yes.
That Nigerians must have confidence in the process.
Yes.
In its electoral system.
Yes.
There's an area I want you to look at. You're an officer in the Temple of Justice, a
Please.
senior one.
Please.
A silk.
Yes.
What's your perception, sir, about this notion about what some Nigerians say? They write to us on programs like this. They air their perspectives in the newspapers.
Yes.
The optics of the executive branch seemingly catering to everything about the judges. Houses are built for judges. A governor goes there, brags about it, cuts the tape. Chief judge is standing by his side or her side. Houses are built. A minister says, we are doing this for this. How does this help? Because I'm looking back at what has happened.
It undermines the independence of the judiciary, no doubt. And it is because we are also not helping the judiciary.
Who is the day now, sir?
As Nigerians. Because the judiciary is supposed to be an independent arm of government. Of the 3 arms of government, it's even supposed to be the most powerful one. Definitely. But it's the least attended to. But let me make one clarification here. In the case of the FCT in particular, the judiciary cannot build a house for itself. The National Assembly cannot build their houses for themselves. Every federal institution, every federal organ that wants to build any structure in Abuja, he has to go through the FCDA.
For approval?
Not for approval.
For the structure.
So is it by law or by practice?
By law, but that's...
So does that law not undermine the independence and autonomy of these 2 separate arms of government?
To answer that question, change it. Go and look at the way FCT is configured. The development and infrastructural development of the FCT is statutorily what? Assigned to the FCDA. The FCTA, which is that of the minister,
yes,
the administration, was a ministry.
Okay.
Obasanjo now changed it to an administration.
But these houses can be built, sir, without the funfair and all of that. Built
but you know,
and hand
politicians cheat. Allow it to them because that's what they do. And the very idea of a public servant ingratiating himself with the fact that he has done that which he ought to do should bother you. But that's what they do.
Okay,
all over the
I
place.
think we're out of time now, so let's quickly share what our viewers and listeners are saying as they offer their opinion on our segment, Citizens' Perspectives.
The first one comes from Emeka Mba from Abuja. Justice Peter Lifo of the Federal High Court, Abuja, put spanner in the wheel of progress of our political process and by extension our nascent democracy by ordering INEC to deregister 4 political parties, namely African Democratic Congress, Zenith Labour Party, Accord Party, Action Alliance, and Action People's Party. This is in defiance to an earlier Court of Appeal stay of proceedings order in the matter. Some other high courts and INEC had earlier submitted that the African Democratic Congress met all constitutional and regulatory requirements in its registration. The judiciary, through its disciplinary arm, should decisively rise up to the occasion and do some cleanup before some of its members derail our democracy and cause this country irreparable damages. Enough is enough. And this one from Thompson, who sent it in from Gwarimpa, Abuja. It says, I feel terribly sorry for our democracy because the acclaimed NADECO has woefully failed in its reformation of good governance. I kept wondering why the supposedly last hope of the common man court would be allowed to be used as a seeming cruel tool to work against harmonized opposition parties. Now, where was the court when ADC had its convention? The competent court never realized irregularity nor ordered INEC to deregister the political party. But why now? This current government should know that power is transient. A time shall come that Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu would be addressed as former president.
Okay, Ugochukwu Godwin has written in from Lagos. He says, just as Atiku Abubakar and ADC were choosing Rotimi Amechi as his running mate, a federal high court ordered the deregistration of ADC and 4 other parties. Same Rotimi Amechi said he will never be a running mate to anyone. Our politicians don't practice good morals, and that's why they don't care. I'm worried about the deregistration of our court party because the governorship election in Ekiti is on Saturday. I hope they apply...
No, not Saturday.
That's according to
Yes,
it. Sorry,
yes,
we'll have corrected this
yeah.
earlier anyway. I hope they apply for stay of execution and file an appeal sooner
Okay,
than
yes,
later.
Ekiti is Saturday. So.
Our judiciary should be perceived to be just, fair, and balanced. Speedy dispensation of political and corruption cases should be encouraged. And this last one, quickly, I'll just go this. As xenophobic attacks continue in South Africa, African countries, including Nigeria, are evacuating their citizens who have been attacked, displaced, and in some cases killed. This is a step in the right direction, as no responsible government should sit back and watch its citizens suffer such treatment. However, one thing is certain, bringing them back home is not a permanent solution. Similar incidents have occurred before, and many of those affected were evacuated, only to return later under the same difficult circumstances. So let me just wrap up this one here. Nigerian leaders in particular must rise to the challenge by creating an environment that offers opportunities, security, and hope for citizens. A brief version of Amechi's mail from Cuba.
Thank you so much for the mails, and thanks to our guest for today, Sam Karibu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining us and offering legal explanations on these issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, and please leave the judiciary out of this.
We will, as much as we can. On behalf of my colleagues, my name is Amechi Anokwe. Bye.
It's been 3 years since President Bola Tinubu was sworn in as a Nigerian leader. He promised to fix the economy, address rising insecurity, create jobs, and fight for the interests of citizens both home and abroad. As President Tinubu seeks re-election in 2027, has he delivered on his promises? And does his performance so far merit a second term? AIC News begins a special May 29 review countdown series, where we interrogate the Tinubu administration's deliverables across various sectors of national life. Join us on the AIC News Hour from May 18, 2026.
Electricity drives economies. Without it, factories shut down and jobs disappear. Yet, for decades, Nigeria's power sector has been trapped in a cycle of low generation, fragile transmission, and broken distribution networks. When President Tinubu took power in May 2023, the nation of over 200 million people survived on a meager 4,000 to 4,500 megawatts. Experts blame the lack of money, heavy debt, and obsolete equipment. But President Bola Tinubu sounded ultra-confident.
Whichever way, by all means necessary, you must have electricity. And you will not pay.
Tinubu even went further to pledge to Nigerians that if he does not fix the electricity problem, he should not be voted if he seeks re-election.
A promise made will be a promise kept. if I couldn't keep the promise and I come back for second term, don't vote for me.
The administration quickly signed the Electricity Act into law. This historic move broke the federal monopoly, allowing states to generate and distribute their own power. Billions were funneled into metering, new substations, and private partnerships. In May 2023, when the president took over, power generation was between 4,000 to 4,005 megawatt average and 5,800 megawatt peak. Comparatively, by May 2026, it is at 5,000 plus megawatt average and 6,000 plus megawatt peak. But statistics do not light up homes. Despite a marginal increase in generation, the national grid remains notoriously fragile. It collapses repeatedly, plunging the entire country into darkness at the slightest strain.
You have 2 hours in a day, sometimes an hour a day.
If you don't get money, no way to buy fuel. You will stay. If you come to work, you will stay idle. In a difficult time.
The data in 2023 shows multiple grid collapses. In 2024, multiple outages.
U.S. President Trump confirms signing peace deal to end U.S.-Iran war. 8 killed after U.S. Air Force B-52 bomber crashes in California. And Bank of Japan to raise interest rates, pushing borrowing costs to highest in 31 years. This is the world news on AIT. I am Olamide Aroyo. Welcome. President Donald Trump has announced that a preliminary agreement aimed at ending the war with Iran has already been signed. Speaking at the G7 summit in France, he said additional details of the accord will be made public in the coming days.
U.S. officials revealed that the agreement was signed electronically and will be formally finalized during a ceremony in Geneva on Friday. The arrangement extends a ceasefire for 60 days, while negotiators work towards a broader and more permanent settlement. Among the first outcomes expected from the agreement is the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, a critical route for global oil shipments. American officials said technical discussions regarding Iran's nuclear program will begin immediately as part of the next phase of negotiations. The agreement reportedly includes commitments related to ending military operations across multiple fronts. However, U.S. officials stressed that Israeli troop withdrawals from Lebanese territory are not conditions of the current framework. Iranian officials welcomed the suspension of military operations but remained cautious about Washington's intentions. Tehran described the arrangement as an important step towards reducing tensions while emphasizing that deep mistrust between the two countries remains. International leaders broadly welcomed the breakthrough, viewing it as an opportunity to stabilize the region and reduce risk to global energy supplies. Western governments also reiterated that any long-term agreement must ensure Iran does not obtain nuclear weapons while allowing verification of compliance.
Meanwhile, leaders of the Group of 7 Nations opened key discussions in France on Tuesday focusing on the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky joined the summit as host president. Emmanuel Macron sought to strengthen international support for Kyiv.
The meeting comes shortly after U.S. President Donald Trump announced a preliminary agreement aimed at ending the conflict between the United States and Iran. The breakthrough has shifted global attention back towards efforts to address Russia's war in Ukraine, which has continued for more than 4 years. Macron indicated that he would encourage Trump to maintain support for Ukraine and increase pressure on Moscow to pursue peace negotiations. The discussions followed a large-scale Russian attack involving hundreds of drones and missiles that killed civilians and caused damage in several Ukrainian cities. Trump arrived at the summit, highlighting the Iran agreement as a major diplomatic achievement. He argued that the agreement could improve stability across the Middle East, while helping lower oil prices and strengthen global financial markets. Despite welcoming the progress on Iran, several allies remain concerned about Washington's recent foreign policy decisions. Differences persist over tariffs, NATO commitments, military coordination, and broader questions surrounding international security cooperation. Trump said his next focus would be advancing peace efforts involving Ukraine and Russia, as well as seeking an end to violence in Lebanon. He revealed that he had recently spoken with both Zelensky and Russian President Vladimir Putin and expressed optimism that diplomatic progress may still be possible.
The European Union has officially launched accession negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova, marking a significant milestone in both countries' efforts to join the bloc. The move begins a lengthy process requiring major political, legal, and economic reforms.
Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister Taras Chakar attended a conference in Luxembourg where talks formally commenced. He described European unity as essential in confronting ongoing security challenges posed by Russia's actions against Ukraine and the wider region. The ascension process comes while Ukraine continues defending itself against Russia's invasion. Ukrainian leaders view eventual EU membership as both a strategic security guarantee and a symbol of their country's commitment to deeper integration with the West. Progress had previously been blocked by Hungary under former Prime Minister Viktor Orban, whose government frequently opposed closer ties between Ukraine and the European Union. That obstacle was removed after Hungary's new leadership agreed to lift its veto on membership discussions. Negotiations will cover 35 policy chapters, ranging from trade and taxation to judicial reform and anti-corruption measures. Monday's opening discussions focused on key areas, including the rule of law, democratic institutions, public procurement, and financial oversight. European officials described the start of talks as a major achievement, while stressing that membership will depend on meeting strict standards. Although some governments favor accelerating Ukrainians' part in the bloc, the EU continues to insist that accession must be based on demonstrated reforms and readiness.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has declared that Israeli forces will remain in occupied areas of southern Lebanon despite emerging ceasefire arrangement linked to the US-Iran agreement. His comments highlight continuing tension over the future of the region following recent diplomatic breakthroughs.
Speaking at a news conference, Netanyahu said Israeli troops would stay in what he described as a security buffer zone for as long as necessary. Israel currently controls territory beyond the Litani River following years of conflict with Hezbollah and military operations that expanded into southern Lebanon. The remarks could complicate implementation of the broader ceasefire framework expected to be formally signed later this week. Reports indicate the agreement includes provisions aimed at ending military operations across several fronts, including Lebanon. Netanyahu also pledged that Israel would continue acting against groups aligned with Iran and maintain vigilance against future threats. His position mirrors earlier comments by Defense Minister Israel Katz, who similarly rejected setting a timetable for withdrawal from occupied territories. The announcement follows an Israeli strike near Beirut that reportedly killed 3 people and raised concerns about the stability of ceasefire negotiations. The attack drew attention because it occurred shortly after the signing of the agreement linked to ending the Iran conflict. While acknowledging occasional disagreements with US President Donald Trump, Netanyahu argued that Israel's campaign against Iran had achieved significant strategic objectives. He maintained that preventing Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons remains a central Israeli security priority, regardless of diplomatic developments.
The European Union member states have failed to reach agreement on imposing sanctions against Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. The deadlock emerged during discussions among foreign ministers with unanimity required before any restrictions can be adopted.
The economic measures against the far-right minister, but the proposal did not secure the necessary consensus. She did not publicly identify the countries that opposed the move, although reports suggest Germany, Austria, and the Czech Republic were among them. Ben-Gvir has faced growing criticism following the detention of activists aboard the Global Samud flotilla, which attempted to reach Gaza last month. Footage circulating online appeared to show the minister mocking detained activists, sparking condemnation from several European governments. Despite the failure to sanction Ben-Gvir directly, pressure on Israel within the European Union continues to grow. Many member states are now seeking options to restrict trade involving goods produced in Israeli settlements located in the occupied West Bank. Kyla said she would ask the European Commission to prepare possible trade measures ahead of the next Foreign Affairs Council meeting. The proposals would focus on limiting imports linked to settlements considered illegal under international law. The debate reflects broader tensions within Europe over policy toward Israel as investigations proceed in several countries concerning allegations connected to activists detained during the flotilla incident. The EU remains Israel's largest trading partner, making any future economic measures particularly significant.
The United States financial market rallied strongly as investors welcomed signs that a tentative agreement involving Washington and Tehran could help stabilize global energy supplies. The prospect of reduced tensions in the Middle East boosted confidence across major stock exchanges.
The benchmark S&P 500 gained 1.7%, moving close to a record high, while the technology-heavy Nasdaq Composite jumped 3.1%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average also advanced, reaching a new record as investors embraced riskier assets. Market optimism was reinforced by a sharp decline in oil prices, with Brent crude falling nearly 5% to just above $83 per barrel. The drop reflected expectations that disruptions affecting energy shipments through the Strait of Hormuz may gradually ease. Technology shares helped drive gains, including a sharp rise in SpaceX stock following its historical market debut. Strong enthusiasm for artificial intelligence investments also contributed to renewed buying activity across the sector. The positive mood extended into Asia, where major stock markets recorded gains after opening cautiously. Japan's Nikkei briefly crossed the 70,000 mark for the first time, while South Korea's Kospi posted another strong advance. Analysts say the apparent reduction in geopolitical risk encouraged investors to focus once again on corporate growth opportunities. However, shipping experts cautioned that normal energy flows may take months to recover fully due to vessels' backlogs and ongoing safety concerns in the Strait of Hormuz.
And from stocks to monetary policies, as the Bank of Japan is expected to raise interest rates by 1% at the end of a two-day policy meeting on Tuesday, and this is pushing borrowing costs to their highest level in 31 years. The move would mark another major step in the central bank's effort to normalize monetary policy after years of ultra-loose stimulus measures.
The anticipated increase from 0.75% would be the first rate hike since December and reflects growing concern about inflationary pressures. Policymakers have increasingly signaled that controlling rising prices has become a priority, particularly as higher energy costs linked to the Iran conflict continue to affect Japan's economy. Attention is also focused on how the recent US-Iran peace agreement could influence the Bank of Japan's outlook. A reduction in global energy costs could ease inflationary pressures, potentially affecting the pace of future monetary tightening. Governor Kazuo Udea will not participate in the decision because he is undergoing treatment for an infected liver cyst, leaving the vote to 8 board members. Deputy Governor Shinichi Uchida is expected to explain the decision and outline the bank's broader policy direction during a post-meeting briefing. Analysts believe Uchida will emphasize the bank's readiness to continue raising rates while avoiding firm commitments on timing. Economists expect officials to maintain flexibility given uncertainty surrounding global economic conditions and developments in the Middle East. The central bank's increasingly hawkish stance follows stronger inflation forecasts and growing evidence of price pressures across the economy. Wholesale inflation reached a 3-year high in May, while a weak yen continues to increase import costs, reinforcing expectations that further rate increases could follow later this year.
You're still watching the World News on AIT. We'll take a break now. We'll be back with more stories.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT on air, online, online.
Many thanks for still being there with us. Chinese President Xi Jinping has held talks in Beijing with Myanmar leader Miao Liang as both countries seek to deepen political and economic cooperation. The meeting took place during Miao Liang's 5-day visit to China, his first visit consolidating power after a recent election.
Chinese state media reported that the leaders met following an official welcoming ceremony at the Great Hall of the People. They also witnessed the signing of several cooperation agreements, although details of the documents were not immediately released. China remains one of Myanmar's most important international partners following the military takeover of 2021 that removed the elected government of Aung San Suu Kyi. Beijing has consistently advocated stability in Myanmar while maintaining close engagement with the country's leadership. Economic ties remain central to the relationship, particularly through China's Belt and Road Initiative. Key projects include energy pipeline crossing Myanmar and planned infrastructure development such as a deep-sea port. The meeting marked the second encounter between Xi and Min Hongling within a year, following discussions during a regional summit in Taijin. Frequent high-level exchange have highlighted the growing importance of bilateral cooperation. Analysts said the visit signals stronger diplomatic ties between the neighboring countries while helping Myanmar's leadership strengthen its international standing. The discussions are also expected to reinforce cooperation on economic development and regional security issues.
8 people have died after a U.S. Air Force B-52 Stratofortress bomber crashed shortly after takeoff from Edwards Air Force Base in California. The aircraft was conducting a routine test mission when the accident occurred.
Military officials said the crash happened at approximately 11:20 local time and produced a massive plume of smoke visible across the surrounding area. Emergency crews rushed to the scene and quickly began search and recovery operations. Initial assessments indicated that the accident was not survivable. Authorities have not yet released details about the cause of the crash, and investigations are expected to continue for some time. The B-52 Stratofortress has been a key component of U.S. military operations since the 1950s, known for its long range and heavy payload capacity. The aircraft remains one of the most recognizable bombers in the American arsenal. Following the crash, Edwards Air Force Base suspended airfield operations and diverted incoming aircraft. Officials also halted non-commercial visitor access to allow emergency personnel to focus fully on response efforts. Lawmakers from across the United States expressed condolences to the victims and their families. Messages of support also praised first responders and military personnel involved in rescue and recovery operations at the remote desert installation.
And a court in The Hague has sentenced a Syrian man to 26 years in prison after finding him guilty of crimes against humanity committed while working for the government of former Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. The ruling marks another significant European prosecution linked to abuses during Syria's prolonged civil war.
Judges concluded that Rafik Al-Q participated in the torture, rape, and sexual abuse of detainees while serving as an interrogator in detention facilities during 2013 and 2014. The court found out that he either carried out the crimes himself or directed others to commit them. Evidence presented during the trial described severe mistreatment of prisoners, including electric shocks and suspension in painful positions. The court determined that 8 victims were subjected to torture or sexual violence connected to the defendant's actions. The case was made possible through universal jurisdiction laws, which allows courts to prosecute serious international crimes regardless of where they occurred. Rafik Al-Q was arrested in the Netherlands in 2023 after living in the country for 2 years as an asylum seeker. His lawyers rejected the allegations and argued that he had himself suffered torture and trauma during the Syrian conflict. The defendant dismissed the accusation as part of a conspiracy against him, but judges found the evidence sufficient to secure conviction. The trial also marked the first time a Dutch court prosecuted sexual violence as a crime against humanity in a Syria-related case. It follows a series of European legal actions seeking accountability for atrocities committed during nearly 14 years of conflict.
The King Abdulaziz Complex for the Holy Kaaba Kisra has begun preparation for the annual replacement in keeping with long-standing tradition. According to the Saudi press agency, the process is being coordinated by the General Authority for the Care of the Affairs of the Grand Mosque and the Prophet Mosque through the King Abdulaziz Complex for the Holy Kaaba Kisra. The process includes removing gold-embroidered ornaments, decorative elements and lamps from the current Kisra, as well as lowering the curtain of the Kaaba's door. A specialized Saudi team is supervising the replacement, which involves raising the old Kisra, detaching the gold-embroidered components and installing the new covering. The new Kisra is being transported from the complex of the Grand Mosque through an integrated operational system that meets international standards. Hand weaving remains essential for specialized pieces and decorative elements that demand exceptional skill. Saudi craftsmen continue to preserve the artistic and heritage character that has defined the Kisra through its history. Once complete, the embroidered sections are assembled into the full Kisra for installation on the Holy Kaaba. The work is carried out under a comprehensive operational framework led by experienced specialists and technicians. Through these efforts, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia advances kiswa production with national expertise and modern technology, preserving this important Islamic heritage. For a century, the annual replacement has symbolized the kingdom's commitment to serving the two holy mosques and renewing the covering of the Holy Kaaba every year. And now move on to other story. The Nigerian Red Cross Society is helping local authorities support flood-vulnerable communities. A comprehensive review of previously impacted zones analyzed emergency intervention deployed across 12 heavily flood-affected states with actionable solutions to better manage climate-related crises. AIT's Anyaole Abot reports.
In the past few years, a number of Nigerian states have suffered flooding, leading to loss of lives and property. The Nigerian Red Cross Society is now reviewing the interventions in about 12 states to analyze how flood situations can be better managed. The affected states include Borno, Gombe, Sokoto, Edo, Anambra, Nasarawa, Cross River, and Bayelsa.
Access to hard-to-reach communities. Like some communities, we have to, from state capital to these communities are like 6 hours drive. And when you get there, you have to, use boats to get to the main communities where we are going. Some of them do not have access roads and all of that. Those were the major challenges that we had.
The projects received significant backing from international donors, which partners say was critical to saving lives.
This project, which has been happening in a number of states, and actually it has helped in terms of Nigeria Red Cross working with the different stakeholders.
From the reports, we had approximately 200,000 households that were displaced by the flood. So this project was to support the households, the communities, and also the states, preparing them for future flood disasters.
Residents from affected areas expressed immense gratitude for the timely support.
We are more sensitized on how to go about when flooding occurs, and it has made us to understand period of the flooding that is usually around ending September to early October.
The Red Cross states that these documented lessons will serve as a permanent guide to build stronger, more resilient communities across Nigeria. Anyaole Abotu, AIT News, Abuja.
And that is the world news on AIT. I am Olamide Aroyo. Many thanks for staying with us.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
Enjoy the best of African musical videos.
Save me from myself.
Tell me now, who's that girl? What's poppin'? That girl is not stopping, what's coming?
Sweet Fanta Diallo, I know fit forget you.
Entertainment gists, interviews.
Welcome to Shaka Tower Up Close and Personal.
Welcome to Shaka Tower Up Close and Personal.
They call me too, Baba. Keep watching. She has 3 children.
All my crops were burned by the sun. I don't know how we will get to next year and where we will be. The crops died at early stages.
Mangwe is one of the districts in Zimbabwe most affected by drought. Local officials say some people may have to go work in nearby Botswana or in urban areas to survive.
Boreholes have no water. Dams are drying up. There is no grazing grass for animals. Maybe some hay will be brought from other areas to feed the local animals.
Food is being distributed in hard-hit areas. Evelyn Ndlovu is the Minister of Matabeleland South, also in the Mangwe area. She says the government is in touch with international aid agencies to get more help. Officials say the crisis is growing worse in the region due to recurring droughts caused by the El Nino weather pattern.
The crop situation in Zimbabwe is very poor at the moment, and we expect that the number of people who will not have adequate stock from their own production to last them until the next harvest, which would be then by the middle of next year, that number of people who will not be able to meet their food needs over that full period will go up.
Zimbabwe's government says the 2024 grain harvest will yield about 868,000 tons of grain, an alarming 62% drop from last year's total and far below the target that officials had set for this year. Aid groups say they are stepping up efforts to help.
We're focusing on this January to March period, which we have identified is the peak of the lean season. It's the most critical period. But as you're mentioning, it's also important for us to provide additional opportunities so that even throughout the year, people have options and means to support their families and households.
A message that brings some hope to people like Sibanda. Meanwhile, Zimbabwe's information minister says the country is working to ease food insecurity by waiving taxes on the importation of rice, maize, potato seed, cooking oil, and genetically modified maize for stock feed in a bid to lower prices for average Zimbabweans. Columbus Mavunga, VOA News, Mangwe, Zimbabwe.
Thanks for joining us. Yes, we're back here again for your parliamentary program Inside the Parliament on AIT. This is where we give you all the details as it happens from the National and State Houses of Assembly. I am Oyedia Boro. Now, the lawmakers returned from plenary last week with a lot on their plate. They are worried over the recent abductions and kidnappings, especially in Borno State and Oyo State. Now, lawmakers took turns to lament over the rising cases of insecurity in the country, with a recent case where over 40 persons were abducted, including toddlers and some of the teachers that were killed. Now, let's bring you details as the lawmakers deliberated on this and more.
Among those held in captivity is a toddler, 2 years of age. And Vulnerable underscored the cruelty and inhumanity of the perpetrator, saddened that one of the victims of the brutal attack, Mr. Michael Oyedokun, a mathematician, teacher, was beheaded in a gruesome manner and recorded for the public to watch. This was the most barbaric act which has struck fear into the people of the area and the state at large, and even in Nigeria. Mr. President, I have always tried to be present in every day that this thing is sit. As I speak, I I am not aware that we have gotten a response to that simple inquiry. If the armed forces is not accountable, if we do not carry out due audit and oversight on resources that we have all been blackmailed to appropriate to protect Nigeria, and we come here lamenting that the things is now taking over the country, I think we need to do more than that.
We have been allocating resources. At a time, 3 of our budgets, defense was carrying the highest. And yet, every day, it is either we don't have the arms, or the money is not there to pay allowances for our servicemen. Where is the money going to? Not until we do this scrutiny, we'll not be able to get it right. Because security go hand in hand with also the expenditure.
Well, there you have it from the Red Chamber. Let's go now to the Green Chamber, where it was a similar situation as the lawmakers were visibly sober over the kidnappings and insecurity in the country, calling on security agencies to expedite action to ensure that these persons that have been kidnapped, especially the children and the teachers, are brought back and reunited with their families. Take a listen. The National Assembly and executive arm have been asked to commence full implementation of decentralization of the police and regional security architecture towards addressing the escalating security situation across the country. This request follows a motion of urgent public importance by a member representing Ogbomosho North, Ogbomosho South, Orire Federal Constituency, Ayodeji Akala, who drew the House attention to what he described as a worsening security situation in parts of Oyo State, particularly within communities bordering the Old Oyo National Park. The lawmaker told his colleagues that the motion have become necessary following the invasion of Baptist Nursery and Primary School in Yawota Community Grammar School in Esiele and LA Primary School by armed attackers, leading to the abduction of school children and their teachers in broad daylight.
As we sit in the comfort of this chamber, mothers in Orire are sleepless, fathers are broken, and children still in the hands of their captors are crying out for a rescue that has yet to come. And that every passing hour of their captivity is an hour of unbearable agony for families who do not know whether their loved ones are alive or dead. The National Assembly and the executive arm must, without further excuse or delay, commence full implementation of this House-adopted resolution on a decentralized and regional security architecture, the creation of state police, local government policing units, decentralized courts, and an integrated national intelligence and surveillance network. For the people have waited long enough, and every further postponement is paid for in blood of innocents and brings the nation closer to being overrun.
Nigeria's House of Representatives has called for the immediate rescue of 42 school children abducted from Musa Ward in Askira-Uba local government area of Borno State and demanded urgent measures to strengthen security around schools across the country. The call follows a motion of urgent public importance by Midala Balami, representing Askira-Uba Federal Constituency of Borno State, who warned that recurring attacks on schools and communities continue to endanger lives, disrupt education, and weaken public confidence in government's effort to tackle insecurity. Balami, in his motion, expressed concerns over the growing cases of abduction of pupils, describing the protection of students, teachers, and school communities as a fundamental responsibility of the government at all levels. In its resolution, the House have asked the executive arm of government and relevant security agencies to take immediate and decisive steps to secure the release of the 42 abducted school children and all other persons currently being held in captivity across the country. They also called for enhanced security around schools in Borno State and other vulnerable areas through increased deployment of security personnel, improved intelligence gathering, and effective rapid response mechanism. Well, there you have it from the Green Chamber. Now, lawmakers are still asking for the expeditious passage of the state police, which many believe will quell the problem of insecurity in the country. Let's bring you details of this and more.
We are standing with Nigerians on the issue of state police. Cross-section of Nigerians have made it clear that there cannot be a better time to have state police in Nigeria than now. And that's where we stand. Where do we come in? Where we come in is to now help translate this popular desire of the Nigerian people into reality as elected representatives of the Nigerian people. It may be said, it may be, you may sing with it, you may joke with it, you may just do anything about it. People may even shed tears until it is law. It does not happen. And that's where the parliament comes in. We came to a conclusion that we were going to pass the constitutional amendment with respect to making provision for the state police. And if I can tell you as of today, that will come to fruition this very week, because there is no need, to allow any further delay in it. And again, speaking to our style in the 10th Assembly, there have been series of meetings, all right, between the National Assembly, and when I say the National Assembly, the team of the National Assembly led by the chairman of the Senate Committee on Constitutional Review, where I'm the vice chairman. The chairman, as you know, is His Excellency Senator Jubril Barau, who is the Deputy President of the Senate, and the chairman of the House Committee on Constitutional Review is also the Deputy Speaker, His Excellency distinguished Senator Ben Kalu, representing the National Assembly. There had been a series of meetings with the Office of the Attorney General, the Chief of Staff to the President, the Inspector General of Police, and other stakeholders. Very serious meetings in the last 1 week. And that's why I can sit here and tell you that, we are pursuing that this week. It's probably going to be the most important, the most topical and most crucial issue we'll be dealing with as a parliament this week. And what we have resolved to do is to isolate it from the rest of the bills that we have on proposed constitutional amendment, so that we can vote on this ASAP in the National Assembly, so that the bill can be on its way to the 36 state House of Assembly.
Well, if you just joined us, you're watching your program Inside the Parliament on AIT. Let's bring you other activities as it shaped the both chambers of the National Assembly. Nigeria's House of Representatives has called on the executive arm of government to urgently release adequate funds to the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, to strengthen the country's preparedness against the growing threat of Ebola virus following a recent outbreak in DRC. The resolution follows a motion of urgent public importance by Amobi Oga, who raised concerns over the outbreak of a rare strain of Ebola in the province of the Democratic Republic of Congo, as reported by the Africa Center for Disease Control and Prevention on May 15, 2026. Oga noted the outbreak poses a significant public health risk to Nigeria due to the country's porous borders and high level of cross-border movement, informing his colleagues that the NCDC had on May 25, 2026 classified Nigeria as being at high risk of Ebola importation and activated emergency preparedness measures, including placing the National Emergency Operations Center on alert.
The lawmaker, however, expressed concerns that despite the heightened risk, the NCDC has been grappling with severe funding challenges, disclosing that the agency received no operational funding in 2015, while no capital releases have been made against its approved 2026 budget allocation, with irregular and grossly inadequate overhead releases. Oga warned that the prolonged funding gap has weakened the NCDC's capacity to carry out critical health security functions, including outbreak response operations, laboratory services, disease surveillance, logistics coordination, and emergency preparedness activity. The lawmaker cautioned that if urgent funding is not provided, Nigeria's ability to respond effectively to the surging Ebola threat and other epidemic-prone diseases could be severely compromised. The House, in its resolution, directed the executive arm of government to immediately release funds appropriated for the NCDC to enable the agency settle outstanding liabilities and carry out its statutory responsibilities effectively. Lawmakers also mandated the House Committee on Infectious Disease to monitor the utilization of the released funds and report back to the House for further legislative action.
Well, on our interview segment today, we had a chat with the senator representing Oyo North, Senator Abdul Fattah Buhari. He speaks on the motion which he raised on the floor that called the attention of senators on the abduction in Oyo State. You had a lot to talk about the insecurity in the country, whether state police will be the solution to some of these problems in Nigeria. Take a listen.
I was there. The soldiers, they brought a battalion there, full in that area. The same thing with the police and the DSS.
Was it after the incident or during
after
the incident?
Okay. And that's the reason why.
And how swift was their response?
Less than 24 hours, which was good. From Ibadan, which was good.
24 hours?
Yeah, less than that.
And you think that was good enough?
It was good enough because they from Ibadan to Gumashaw, it was less than 24 hours.
24 hours, you could have traveled, they could have even left the shores of the country.
The argument is that since they came in and then they've relocated to that area, a lot of things have changed. It was a very short period. I'm going to be honest with you. They won't just start coming. They have to prepare too. They have to call the men. They have to carry their equipment. And then there are some of the vehicles that will take a longer time to move. And those are the things that really help the psyche of the people from that area. Even when I went there, I've been there 4 times. 3 times alone. The 4th one was when we went the federal government delegation to the area. So, and we were very happy. They stationed themselves in between Yawata and Esiele, the battalion. And the other side, the police unit too was there. So far, they've done well. So you don't accuse them wrongly. And then if there's going to be, you want to audit, we have Army Committee. It can be that submission on Army Committee, of which I'm also a member. You can now go on your oversight. From your oversight, you do that. You don't expose security. They are also laying down their lives. That is where I disagree with that is additional prayer. It's not in the interest of the public.
Do you have a problem with the timing when the prayer is coming? Probably because the focus now is how to rescue these children. But it doesn't take away the fact that so much funds has gone into the military, and yet we're yet to see results of this.
I don't know where you have your facts from the so much fund that.
No, but from the budget, the security have had the largest chunk of all the budget so far in the last 3 years.
On that, I agree with you. I know what you are talking about. But don't forget one thing. It's not only Oyo. It's happening in Kwara. It's happening in Kebbi. It's happening in Maiduguri. It's happening almost everywhere in the country. And these people are foreigners that are coming from another country. And we need that information for us to block. Maybe where do they pass? It's in the forest.
I've listened to some of your colleagues time and time again who also say that some of these incidents are politically motivated because most times they happen just before an election. Do you agree with them?
No, I disagree because except they want to tell me that nothing happened in 2000 and we are now in 2026. Except they want to tell me that nothing happened in 2023, nothing happened in 2024, and nothing happened in 2025. It's only in 2026. Then I'll agree.
I always base my own argument on facts. I remember last year, we remember Katsina student. The same last year, we remember Niger. And this year again, another Niger. So there are times we trivialize things. Everything you say is politics. We are in pain. You shouldn't trivialize the issue that is paining all of us. These people, you need to see the family. My sister, you need to see the family. Let me tell you something. There is this woman, she should be between 45 to 50. She's not up to 50, I'm sure, that the husband was beheaded. When she saw me, then, Senator, when is my husband coming back? Where's my husband? Up to now, I couldn't answer. I was just practicing. I said, don't worry, you don't do routine. I was just trying to console her. And when the federal government delegation now went in, that was the same question she asked. The chief of staff asked to hug her, to start begging her, including the Nurubadu, the NSA. But it was a very powerful delegation, the president said. So these are the serious things. You can see you now start telling me.
Distinguished, I know a question was raised yesterday whether the country is helpless at this time, because I've seen the Senate have closed session with heads of security agencies for over 9 hours. We were here, we waited till the end of it. Several motions on the floor. Is there another thing to do right now? Are we helpless at this time?
We are not helpless. It's something the security agent will do. Let me give you an example. Let me take the Oyo issue. We are talking of the children. If we want to go to war with them, are we ready to take risk with 46 children, toddlers? The only sin they committed was that they went to school. So they have to be tactical, they have to be careful. Life I work, we are not dealing with only the criminals. Our children are involved. So when this type of issue happens, it becomes very, very difficult to act. That is the issue. It's not that we are helpless. If it were to be war, it's a different thing entirely. And then they are able to we will conquer them. But they always use this key and use the terrain of the forest. Our soldiers, if they are ready to go, they will be ready to take them on. But our the children. Supposing, I just gave you an example. They beheaded an adult. Supposing they start torturing or killing those kids, the same Nigerian will say, they are killing our children.
But distinguished, do you think the issue of state police will solve all of these problems?
I believe in state police.
Okay.
I believe in state police a lot. Maybe the reason why I believe in it is that I serve as the commissioner for local government. And I know the local government is very, very close to the people. And within your area, within your vicinity, they will know everybody. Let me give you an example. A woman that was selling beans and bread within that area, suddenly they say shoot up between 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, at times up to 30,000 every morning. They were buying. So she thought market was booming, or maybe they are building some construction. And she was just wondering. She also increased where she was buying her bread from. Unknown to her, that is these same people that were doing surveillance the first 2 days before the strike. It was when the incident happened that I said, so these people that buy bread and beans, they were stockpiling food. That Adibi is a developed world. That is where those 3 years come. When you see, you say it need to be sorted. But probably Adibi, at the time, she saw the market jumping from this that ordinarily she would sell less than 1,000, 1,005. And the thing suddenly jumped to 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. So even if she reach home, or she decided to go and see the ballet or the cabbie, some people always come and they come on a bike.
What do you have to say about the fears of so many people who also believe that probably some of the state governors may just use state police against them?
I've listened to this argument. My answer is, even if you want to silence us, it's 4 years, every 4 years. We are not doing election every year. We are not doing election
4 years
every year.
is long enough.
No, that's what we're saying. It's 4 years different. Let's assume this year you're able to use the state police to silence us and you achieve And then what happened the following year, what happened the third year, what happened the fourth year, what happened the fifth year. And let me give you an example. In the developed world, particularly America, the state police in Texas, they won't obey the federal police. They have their own jurisdiction. They have what they do. And then don't forget one thing. There are times, even the command, they may not even listen to the state governor. It's not everybody you command to go and do bad thing that he will listen to you. That's the truth. There are some people, the love of the country or the love of the state will paramount in their heart. That's why I said we need what is called reorientation. Let's reorientate our people. Okay, let's assume you say you are using state police and you ask me as the commander-in-chief of your state police, you now ask me to go and destroy Ogbomoso, which is my hometown. They can only use it only once, and it may not even work, but it will help. There is nothing in this world that has no pros and cons, but you weigh the options and see which one will be far, far better. If the state police will come and help us solve this kidnapping issue, all this terrorism, why won't we use it? Let's wait for the time of election that you want to use.
All right, before I let you go, in about just few days, the Senate will be marking 3 years since its inauguration. I know it's been a lot of ups and downs, lawmaking oversight, but if you are to rate the performance of the Senate so far in 3 years, including your committee as the chair of aviation.
We have not been perfect. We have not reached there, but we can reach there soon. I'm very pleased and I'm very happy. And like I said, I will keep thanking the federal government. There's one thing they have done for my own constituency or my own senatorial that is making me happy very well. In the whole of my senatorial, there's a place we call Lokiubu. It's 10 local government. There's no federal government college. I didn't say federal government college. But now, among the new university, we were given one, Federal University of Agriculture and Technology, OKO. Just like what Michelle Obama said, he said, give a child an education, then you have done what? You have already enriched and developed and empowered the nation. Why is the children, our children that they abducted, why is it paying off? Those are our future.
There are lots of comments out there that most lawmakers are here for themselves. That's why I asked that question on what the Senate has achieved so far in the last 3 years. How do you begin to shape, perception out there that lawmakers are actually working for the people?
You see, the perception of the people, there's no way you can take it away from them. If you talk, it's a big problem. If you don't talk, it's a big problem. It's normal. It's you. There is this guy, I like him so much. Usain Bolt. I didn't like him because he's a sprinter. I like him because of his word. He said, 100-meter dash. You don't look sideways. You don't look back. The only thing, the target is your team. So when you are a legislature and you think they won't abuse you or they won't criticize you, you must be joking.
In terms of oversight, how do you rate the Senate?
In my own committee, I'll give myself a pass mark. I'm the chairman of aviation, and if you see a lot of developmental that has happened at our airport, the only complaint people will do, or they are still doing, is delay. But in terms of the services, go to most of the airport, particularly Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt. Even Wi-Fi is working there now, and the foreigners are happy. Little things like this. When you go to the toilets, you see 24 hours, they are cleaning it. You see, little bit. Initially, it's not like that.
Well, it's been 3 years of the National Assembly, 3 years of lawmaking, 3 years of oversight functions to the various ministries, departments, and agencies of government, and a lot of controversy as well. But Nigerians are asking, they want the lawmakers to ensure that the laws they are making will impact positively in the lives of Nigerians. Well, that's the much we can bring to you on today's edition of Inside the Parliament on AIT. Do join us again next week. I am Oyeda Oro.
of you will not kill me in this house. 2 of you, you will not kill me in this house.
But come to think of it, what if she has to do it for the expansion of the company?
Did I pay it complete? Answer my question now. Did I pay your bride price complete?
Yes.
You will call them now. Tell them to refund me.
Look, I actually came here to give you an ultimatum.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Of what?
You have to choose between this job
There's
or
a
me.
saying that goes, what a man can do, a woman can do better.
But we should only pull because my name Jatsi.
Okay, Mr. Johnson.
No, má pè mí Mr. Johnson mọ́. Johnson. O lè fà mí ràn gbọ̀ngàn. Mo ti sọ fún ẹ tẹ́lẹ̀ náà.
Oh, ti change.
Mi ò lè change.
Báwo tèmi ṣe kọ́ ẹ? Why don't they do like this? You're married. Hey, ìwọ yìí marry náà. Ṣé mi tèmi tẹ̀ ti last a little while? Check out what's the last one day.
Can you shut up? Ṣọ́gbà okay, sir. Mo dẹ̀ sọ that it won't continue. Ṣọ́gbà okay, ṣọ́ o gbádùn sir.
Why are you yelling at me?
Why would I yell at you? Why would I?
What is going on? Are we fighting?
We're not fighting. I'm just trying to arrange the bed now and keep our space for our baby.
But I'm not even pregnant. Is it not by tomorrow?
Is that the baby?
Oui.
Yeah.
Monsieur?
Oh no, I was feeling the pain for her.
There's nothing like crypto pregnancy.
Did you do NYC? She should know that these things are signs that are higher than her level.
Laughable, risible. Ishokunabi. See, I go school past 12 now, and I know say ritual killings they happen up to today. As preposterous as it sounds.
Okay, fine. Now picture this. I kill someone and boom, I'm all of a sudden rich. What is the correlation between blood and money?
Did you tell her that I don't cook for you, Mofe?
Did he lie?
Did he lie? You need to stop complaining. If you want to cook for your brother, I think you should just marry him and cook for him.
I should marry him
Stop complaining
for him because he cannot cook. And to think
you should come and cook
carry
for
yourself
him.
doing makeup up and down.
Nigeria's political landscape is already witnessing intense maneuvering ahead of the 2027 general election, even as the nation continues to grapple with pressing economic, security, and governance challenges. In a development that has set shockwaves through the country's political circles, a federal high court in Abuja has ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to deregister the African Democratic Congress (ADC) alongside 4 other political parties over their alleged failure to meet constitutional requirements for continued registration. The affected parties are the Action Alliance, Action People's Party, Accord Party, and Zenith Labour Party. The ruling, which is expected to face legal challenges and appeals, has further heightened political tensions as preparations for the next electoral cycle gather momentum. The judgment comes at a critical period in Nigeria's democratic journey, raising fundamental questions about political inclusion, electoral reforms, the strength of opposition politics, and the future of multi-party democracy in Africa's most populous nation. While supporters of the ruling argue that it is necessary to strengthen the electoral process and eliminate inactive political platforms, critics contend that it could narrow the democratic space and limit political choices available to Nigerians. Beyond the courtroom drama, The battle for 2027 has effectively begun. Political alliances are being negotiated behind closed doors. New coalitions are emerging, old rivalries are resurfacing, and politicians across party lines are positioning themselves for what many observers believe could be one of the most consequential elections in Nigeria's recent history. Questions about zoning, power rotation, electoral credibility, party defections, youth participation, economic performance, and national security are already shaping political calculations. As the ruling party seeks to consolidate its hold on power and opposition forces struggle to build a formidable alternative platform, Nigerians are asking critical questions. What impact will the court's decision have on the evolving political landscape? Will the deregistration of political parties strengthen or weaken Nigeria's democracy? Are political parties offering clear solutions to the nation's challenges? Or are personal ambitions once again dominating the political conversation? And what do the early political developments tell us about the road to 2027? These are some of the issues we shall be examining on the program. Innocent Lagi is a barrister at law and former Attorney General of Nasarawa State. He joins us shortly as we discuss the politics of the 2027 general election, emerging realignments, judicial interventions, and the battle for Nigeria's future.
All right, do not adjust your TV sets. Yes, this is Jigsaw on AIT. I'm Oloyede Oworu. Remember me? Well, in case you don't, I'm here sitting in for Gbenga Aruleba, who's taking care of business elsewhere. And like you heard in the prologue, it's been a dramatic 24 hours or so in the Nigerian polity as the Federal High Court in Abuja definitely set the cat amongst the pigeons with the ordering of the deregistration by INEC of 5 political parties. Well, you heard all you had to hear in the prologue, so we're not going to do too much introductory talking because I'm joined in the studio by my guest, Barrister Innocent Lagi. Barrister Lagi is a legal practitioner, obviously, and former Attorney General of Nasarawa State and a good friend of the House. Barrister Lagi.
Thank you for having me.
Great to have you.
It looks like a
little while since we've been on the same set.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
All right, great to see you. Now, I mean, how did you react to the news of the Federal High Court ordering the deregistration of parties? I mean, the matter had been on for some time, and there's a mixture of views of how they've seen it. Some of the people have said, well, the court did the obvious by ordering the deregistration of the party. There's another school of thought that says, well, look, they didn't actually do the obvious. There were certain things that were ignored before the ruling or the judgment was taken. What's your take on it?
I think we forget too quickly history. We forget too quickly what freedom is. We forget quickly why we are beneficiaries of democracy itself. We probably yearn for something else. We forget too quickly that unless we take responsibility, even the offices we occupy will be occupied by somebody else. It's a kind of unreasonable chaos I've not seen in a very, very long time. Unfortunately so.
Yeah, chaos is probably the right way to describe it because there seems to be so much happening in such short spaces of time.
And unjustifiably so. You'll get my views when we get into the interview, completely unjustifiably so. I mean, anything can happen, but then if the benefit we enjoy today as being leaders was born out of a process, born out of law. What happens if you burn out that law? I mean, we have people who are standing trial for trying to extra constitutionally take over this government, no matter how the case goes, right or wrong. Yes. And look at us. Somehow and you'll hear my views later, justification for what I will say right now. How different are we from the suspected coup plotters?
Yeah. Well, see, the truth of the matter is that, is it a case that even we, the general populace, don't seem to know what we want either?
It depends. the general public will have a say. That's the point. If we don't have this next election, it will be a failure for everybody who has a responsibility to run, to organize, and to vote at these elections. So there will not be an insulation to anybody. I mean, if this doesn't go right, it wouldn't go right. Nobody will be insulated from the consequences of the failure of civil governance.
So I take that to mean that it looks as if there are some people that are just going out of their way to make sure that 2027 doesn't happen?
They did that during Abiola's time. I mean, we didn't expect that Abacha was going to be head of state. We didn't expect that Abiola was going to die. We didn't expect that Abdul Salam was going to be head of state. We also did not expect that a prisoner, Olusegun Obasanjo, was going to be pardoned, released, and then become president of this country. I mean, so much has happened in the past for us to sufficiently understand that with actions come consequences. You know, so I don't get it. I mean, the books are there for us to see. History is there. Not so long ago. Yeah. Not so long ago. Everybody involved now or going to get involved in the next year was sufficiently alive and matured enough to know the issues of the June 12th election. I mean, if you don't know why Babangida came into power, that is completely a different thing.
Yes.
But everything after, for all the players right now, we were there.
Yeah.
Not as children, we were there as adults.
As adults,
yes.
yeah. Now, some people are saying that the caging or the attempts to cage the opposition or silence the opposition is also why we are having this, what's going on. I mean, the ruling parties have been accused umpteen times of trying to make life miserable for the opposition, and that's probably why things aren't going as smooth as they should.
I was born in Jos. I grew up in Jos, and the local beer is still called Burkutu. I know what happens when you bottle it and leave it in a hot environment. It bursts. I mean, for those that don't understand that with Burkutu, lots of us understand that with palm wine.
Yeah.
You don't box an explosive material. It will explode. Nigerians are very explosive. I mean, we all know we are. The government now was explosive as members of NADECO when we had military regime. I mean, that was a military regime, not even a civilian regime. The present administration was part of the struggle that brought about this democracy. I mean, if it doesn't know anything about itself, it should remember that we are quite explosive, and we're across the country. Shehu Sani, Kaduna, and the rest of them, Labaran Maku, and their likes. We fought in NADECO. We understand distance. We know how explosive we are. We know we can be caged. Now, this is our nature. And we have gifted ourselves this freedom that makes us a little bit more combustible. Yeah. Because when we had the struggle previously to get to where we are, we didn't even have the provisions we have in our constitution. We never had this democracy. Now we have it. This is like putting yeast in a fermentable product. We are very combustible. I just don't understand the thinking. How do you box us?
Yeah. Okay, let's get to the decision of the Federal High Court. Like I said, there's been mixed views as to the ruling, and of course, nobody knows where this is going to end up at the end of the
Everybody
day.
knows. The court knows. INEC knows. Even the people that filed the case know. We all know. Believe you me, it's in plain language. Okay, let me see if I can just do something for everybody's sake. Let's look at the provision that these people
are referring to, yeah.
Yes, so let's just go straight to it. There is a provision in the Constitution that gives INEC power. And I get it, and I'm very serious when I'm specific about what the Constitution gives INEC. The Constitution provides power to INEC to deregister political parties. A one-year lawyer knows that you go to court when you have a cause of action. So what can possibly be the cause of action for anybody to challenge INEC under Section 225A? 225A is very clear. INEC shall have the power to deregister a political party under circumstances. The president, government, the responsibility of government in Nigeria is to protect lives and property. First, you go to Section 2 of the Constitution, it's very clear. Are we protected? Are we prospering in this country? Is the executive arm of government keeping to its own bidding under the Constitution? Is the legislature keeping its own bidding? The question is, can you then go to court, reasonably so, legally, and ask the court to order a person to exercise discretion? Now, I want you to just take this in a bit. Section 225A did not say that INEC shall deregister a political party for failing to do A, B, C, D. That way we can then say we are going to court to ask the court to make INEC do the thing that the Constitution says it ought to do. That is not it. That is not what this section is about. That is not the case before the court. This is a case that someone went to court to ask INEC to exercise its own power. Discretionary power, because what that provision says is INEC has the power to deregister. It did not say INEC shall deregister. So
they could choose to and choose not to?
No. It simply leaves INEC with the discretion, and discretion means discretion. Even legally, it means that you have a say in what decision you take. You are not compelled by that section to deregister political power. That section empowers you to deregister when you have justification to do that. Justifications are provided thereunder. Now, it's a discretionary thing. If you fail to exercise that power, what offense will you have committed? If you can't be punished for non-exercise of discretion, you can be questioned on how you exercise that discretion. So that provision exists to guide INEC in the exercise of INEC power. The only person who can challenge the exercise of that, in fact, you cannot challenge an exercise of power that has not been exercised. That is possibly the key thing about this case. They are seeking for INEC to exercise a power that has not been exercised. So if INEC had deregistered a political party on its own, pursuant to Section 225A, then political parties or whoever suffers from it can then go to court and say, INEC did not exercise this power in accordance to the law.
Okay, so even if it has been made pretty clear that these parties have not fulfilled certain benchmarks in the area of
who makes it clear? Who is supposed to make it clear? Who has the power to make that determination?
Yeah, you tell us, really.
The court does not have the power to make INEC deregister a political party because the Constitution did not provide that the court shall say on the justification by any person. No. The power to deregister is a discretionary power of INEC to determine whether it wants to do that or not. Now, the question is, who can or what law empowers even the court to ask INEC to exercise a discretionary power? That's the point.
So what is the use of these benchmarks that have been created then, like this 25%?
The benchmark exists where a cause of action arises when INEC deregister a political party. So if INEC, for example, was the institution that made this decision on its own, ADC, for example, then goes to court and say, look, the exercise of this power is not judicial. Judicial means that when you're exercising jurisdiction, you exercise jurisdiction in accordance with the law. Now, if it is not judicial, it simply means we have justification to show that, look, we have fulfilled these conditions under Section 225A, and yet we were deregistered. Now, can INEC deregister a political party outside Section 225A? The answer is no. So in the questioning or in the determination of whether or not INEC had exercised its power under Section 225A, the courts will consider those provisions. Not for the court to tell INEC to go and exercise its discretion because ABCD exists. It's not the business of the court to determine that. It is the business of INEC to determine that. It is not also the decision of a non-political party to even question issues that can become issues of dispute between political parties, not an individual. Because INEC does not deal with individuals. The entire powers of INEC and the communication of INEC and the activities of INEC is based on the subjects of INEC's own function are political parties, not even individuals. Political parties will be registered. Political parties nominate and sponsor candidates. Political parties are on the ballot, not individuals. So there are no ways that an individual can then challenge the decision, the exercise of a discretionary power of INEC. To seek compelling INEC to exercise a judicial power. Discretionary power. You can challenge the exercise of the power, but you can't compel the exercise of that power. So this case is about asking INEC asking the court to compel INEC to exercise a discretionary power, not for INEC to do what the law asks it to do.
Yeah.
So if the law, for example, I'll go back to it, if the law had said INEC shall deregister a political party under the circumstances that are contained thereunder, the court can compel INEC to do that because it is then the duty of INEC. There is a difference between duty and discretion. So if the court, for example, empowers INEC to do ABCD, unless INEC exercises that power, you cannot challenge INEC. You can't challenge the power of INEC to do what it has to do. You can challenge INEC for doing or not doing what it ought to do. Now, so if it has a power, the question is, and it did not exercise that power, who suffers? The power has not been exercised. It doesn't affect you, it doesn't affect me.
Okay, so now, obviously, what you're trying to say now is that people are trying to actually force INEC into exercising powers that it doesn't have to exercise. However,
INEC is supposed to conduct a free and fair elections.
Yeah.
We never go to court and ask INEC to conduct a free and fair election, for example.
Yes.
And we don't know how INEC will conduct a free and fair election, except, of course, if we're preemptive. So we wait for INEC to exercise its power to conduct elections, then challenge the elections whether they are free and fair. We're not saying INEC does not have the power.
So what's wrong now if, with all that's happened, INEC went some and say, hey, look, these parties have been bad guys. Let's deregister them. Would it have done anything wrong?
No. It will have been exercising a valid, legitimate constitutional power if it does.
Don't you see that this may be where this might end up at the end of the day?
Can it do it at this time because it's a discretionary power? Will that be seen to be judicious? Is the question. And look, let's look at it. Does the judiciary even have a power under Section 6, Sub 6 of the Constitution to make the determination that the Federal High Court did? Question is, what is the cause of action? The failure to exercise discretionary power? The court can ask INEC to investigate, for example, whether or not these parties complied with the provisions of Section 225A. You can seek the court to make review of facts that are there. But courts exist to resolve dispute between parties, individuals, and institutions of state. They do not exist to interfere in an independent umpire's discretion to do or not to do. It simply means the court is now being political, showing that it has an interest in the political system, which cannot be. The Attorney General of the Federation is a party, is a state party, and cannot intervene in the activities or the exercise of the powers of an independent body. Mind you, INEC is created by the Constitution not to be interfered with. In fact, the only review INEC can get will be from the judiciary, and it is not the review of INEC power. It will be the review of INEC's action. So causes of action before a court are based on actions that are either permissible by law or not permissible by law. The courts are not monitors to determine policy or determine what policy somebody who has the power to make the policy makes.
So if you were the chairman of INEC, How would you react to all this now with what's on ground?
He was my teacher in school.
Okay. So you better watch what you say then.
I think, no. I mean, he taught us good law.
Okay.
If he reneged from what he had taught us, everything we then do going for, or we had been doing successfully so far, will then be a nullity.
Yes.
Everything we will do subsequently, we're still learning, will then be a nullity. He cannot. He knows better than I do. He taught me this stuff.
Okay.
He knows better than I do that he cannot be compelled to exercise a discretionary power. I also think that was why he filed the counter affidavit to say, look, we do not see that this party ABC have done this. Now, if you want to determine, for example, whether or not a party scores this in a state election, local government elections, which we all know what goes on. I've done a matter in respect of local government election up to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court had declined jurisdiction. In fact, it didn't even allow us argue it and said we had made a decision that litigating states elections end at the state's high court. The Court of Appeal doesn't have jurisdiction, the Supreme Court doesn't. Absurd decision, but that is there. Now, you get to also understand that the Constitution created state electoral bodies,
yes,
which is different from INEC. State electoral bodies are independent to the extent of conducting local government and councillorship elections in state. So it means the data for those elections will be within the state, and if INEC is not the body conducting that elections, how the Section 225A does not say INEC shall get records or investigate that election and determine who did what. Now, another question is, how do you determine this if the political parties did not even participate in the elections? What happened to those parties that did not even get any percentage and never participated in any political party? Are they covered by Section 225A? Now, the reasonable thing to do is to every indigen of this country, every citizen of this country has an obligation, duty under Section 16 of the Constitution to do the right thing, uphold the dignity of this country, uphold the law, and so on and so forth. Every citizen, not even institution, every citizen, no matter what office you're occupying, you have duty. The word used in the Constitution is duty, to do ABCD. One of it is to uphold the dignity of this country. So INEC chairman is bound by Section 16 of the Constitution to do the right thing. The right thing will be to tell the court that, look, I haven't exercised this power, there's no dispute in why or how I exercise it, and therefore the courts have no jurisdiction to preempt a dispute when there is none. Because causes of action are actually actionable actions that go to court. So if the cause of action doesn't exist, how do you then ignite the jurisdiction of a court when there is no dispute? I have not had a dispute with you. Somebody heard that I'm harboring intention to have a dispute with you, and he goes to court, and the court calls me and say, do this thing so that you have the dispute.
Yeah.
Basically, that is what has happened. Now, the deeper worries about this action is the interference of the courts, in my estimation, to an electoral process, which infringes of the right of citizens to vote and be voted for. That section of the Constitution, I think Section 40, is very clear. You can form a political party and it may not even be registered. These courts have given judgments to compel INEC to register political parties. None of those political parties have participated in election. None of their fortunes have been determined by this election. The right to freedom of association and form political party has no proviso that limits it. So if we are reasonable, responsible, educated persons, we need to know that this doesn't just make sense. People want to associate, I mean, APC wasn't the best political party. ACN, NMPP, all of those political parties that merged to become APC had been losing elections to the PDP. They were never deregistered for that matter. And they became what they became from losing an elections. So why will you expect that every political party you have registered is going to even get that percentage? Or that must participate in any particular...
So you're not even a fan of these benchmarks that are being set?
What sense does it make? You want to win, and I mean, what happens? You just get something. Let me give you an example. There used to be a time when INEC was financially supporting political parties, funding political parties. I was a founding member of the Labour Party. We took those funding from the then INEC. What will INEC have to lose for a party that decides not to participate in any particular elections and just decide that, look, we are going to just develop ideology until such a point that we get our ideology accepted, then we participate. Or that we didn't do very well now because of ABCD reason, in the next elections we're going to do that. What sense does it make? Yeah. What does INEC lose? What does it gain by deregistering them?
But with all this, don't you see any reason why these benchmarks are created?
I'm having the conversation. I'm having the conversation with you. Why will it be we have too many, or we'll spend more ink on printing the ballot? Will that be the reason? Oh, they won't win an election. How do you know? That they didn't do well last time, they won't do. How do you know? Time. Why do you want to intervene? You are a referee. I bring in a broken leg player. It's my bloody business. It's not for the referee to say, look, you will hurt yourself. It's not your bloody business. The player wants to play, he plays. Yeah. I mean, that is why it is an umpire. That is why it is independent. And independent means you exercise your power in accordance to your discretion. The provision of the Constitution is very clear. You have the power to deregister. And I say, yes, sir. And I do not deregister. Will you come to me and say, oh, why are you not using your power? It's because I don't want to use it. But if I exercise that power wrongly, you can say, look, I gave you this power and you didn't exercise it in accordance to how I gave it to you. That becomes a cause of action.
Not using it at all.
I mean, the government, every arm of government in this country has failed the government. The police is not protecting us. The military is not protecting us. Abuja is the dirtiest city in the whole country. Does it mean that the duty and the power to do this does not lie with the other arms of government? They do. Are they doing it? Do we go to court and get this judgment every time? Do we choose that the road be done here and not done here?
So with your explanation, I mean, it should be pretty easy for probably both INEC and the parties to, you know,
I get it if a political party will go to INEC or write INEC and say, deregister this political party because of ABCD. Now, the benefit for that political party is that, look, I think this party is being crowded. But that was yesterday. Do we have any power or right or any scientific means of determining that what happened yesterday cannot improve today? That the party that lost election in the last elections is not going to win these elections. In fact, I think we are more worried that the ADC is likely to win these elections than the APC, like the APC did in 2023. And I think that is what they are trying to stop. And I think if that is what they are trying to stop, the courts should not get involved in trying to help them actualize that objective.
It seems so easy for the opposition to run to that line of argument. As soon as something seems to go wrong with the courts or something, they keep laying the blame on the ruling party.
Well, this is just victim blaming. Yeah. The law did not say the court can enforce a power. The courts don't have this power. I can tell you, and I open this to courts.
It's not in this committee, and we cannot allow him to go away with it.
I spoke to Malam Melekari. That was a week ago. I spoke to him. He promised that he will be here. I spoke to him personally. But incidentally, sir, I learned last night that the man is hospitalized in Germany. Yes. He's in hospital in Germany. Wait now, allow me to talk now. Allow me to land.
Point of order, please. Point of order.
Okay, talk.
Yes, point of order.
It cannot overrule me. No, it cannot overrule me. Where's your point of order? What do you mean by that? It cannot overrule me. It can. I'm not holding me for him, but I'm not his lawyer, but it cannot stop me from talking. It can't stop me from talking on Ekachimwebo. It can't do that. He can't do that. He can't do that. He can't do that. He can't do that to me. You can't do that to me. Allow me to finish my presentation. What do you mean by that? How can you overrule me? Say I'm lying. I'm not holding for him, but I'm duty bound.
Please.
Which order? Which order? Which order? Raise the order. Let me hear. Raise the order what? Order what? Order what? Order what? Order what?
Mr. Chairman, this committee must have the courage, the will to deploy its powers as enunciated in the Nigerian Constitution and issue warrant, not tomorrow, today, and bring Melekari, even dead or alive, in law. They will call habeas corpus. Even if he's dead, we want to see the body. and he will account. And you say, here lies a man who died without accounting for his alleged crime that rose into trillions of naira. We are not talking of billions of naira. At the time when the country is borrowing money, we have huge sums of money that have not been accounted for. There are serious issues not raised by laymen, raised by competent auditors. And the man is joking. Where did he have the money to pay for his medical bill in Germany? Those who are dying here, what happens to them? So I think that it is not for us to try to amend the rules that we have already agreed on. Having failed repeatedly, a serious failure, we cannot condone it.
By my records, this is the 9th sitting of this very important committee on this particular matter. On 3 occasions, I presided, and the CEO of NNPCL didn't show. So this is the 9th time this august body being a statutory committee. This committee was not created by the rules of the Senate. This committee is among the 2 or 3 statutory committees created by our Constitution. That tells you how important this committee is. That tells you the interest of Nigerians toward this committee. Distinguished colleagues, it goes without saying that the former CEO of NNPCL has no regard and respect for this committee. It is also goes without saying that he has no defense on the allegation leveled against him over corruption while in office. Therefore, waiting for the CEO of NNPCL again will amount to what we call in law wide guild chairs, and I won't be part of that. I thereby second the motion, using our powers as given to us by the Constitution to order for the arrest of Mr. Kyari, the former CEO of NNPCL. I so second. Thank you.
We hereby rule now that anywhere Mele Kyari, the former GMD of NNPC, be brought to the committee, should be arrested and be brought before the committee immediately.
If money was actually missing in NNPC during our superintendent period, we will not have had the courage to publish the audited accounts. In the past 44 years, the accounts were prepared or never prepared and were kept hidden to the public and even sometimes to the Auditor General. So we made it a duty upon us not only to give to the Auditor General, but to also to put it on our website. Let Nigerians criticize and scrutinize. To get out of the opaqueness and that lack of trust that the public had on NNPC. There are good people in NNPC. And I will say, there's nobody that has monopoly of patriotism. There are many patriotic people in that company. And many people today are also desperate to get their children into NNPC. Why? The reality is that I have had all kinds of figures being passed in the social media. But I was happy when I came here last time. The previous chairman explained the circumstances behind those figures that were being mentioned. And I thanked him and thanked the committee for giving me the report to study. I have gone through it. What I can tell you is that there were 2 fundamental figures that arose the attention of many of you and impact the Nigerian public. That a big sum of 5.8 billion naira was used to register the new company NNPC. That's not true. It's inaccurate. The amount that was used to register that company is 2.9 billion naira. And it was paid to 2 government agencies, Corporate Affairs Commission and FIRS, which is now NRS.
And you talk as if you are talking to children. Every company, including the most fraudulent companies, publish quote and unquote audited account. The detail is the management letter, where the auditors will detail all the abuses, theft, queries, figures that are not accounted for. However, they will put for formality, based on what we have seen, proper book of account has been based on what they have seen, not what they have not seen. And in the management letter, they will indicate all the gaps that they have found in the books. And what you are invited here to do is not to give a lecture that you are not competent to do, with due respect to you. NNPC has no reputation. Your reputation is for fraud. Are you serious? People want their children to be
because you're a senator does not mean you should sit here and be abusing the whole people in NNPC and us here.
Mr. Chairman, we need to make wait. Don't do that. Wait. When a senator has the floor, please allow me to land, and I will land nicely. I listen. I hear you say people want their children to be employed in NNPC. Yes, because it's a house of thieves. And they want their children to benefit from it. Yeah, so you don't say those things.
But there you have it now, 24 hours after the Committee on Public Accounts held and issued warrant of arrest against the former GMD of NNPCL, the Senate at its resumed plenary disassociated itself from whatever the committee did and said the committee does not have the powers to issue warrant of arrest on any government official. Let's bring you details of this and more.
Senate equally notes that the Senate Committee on Public Accounts recently considered and purportedly resolved to issue or recommend the issuance of a warrant of arrest against Malam Mele Kyari, former Group Managing Director of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, following allegations of failure to honor invitations extended by the committee. Mr. President, Senate is aware that during deliberations on the matter, comments were attributed to distinguished Senator Adams Oshiomhole, describing NNPC Limited as, quote, a bunch of criminals and thieves, unquote.
Please take that again.
Mr. President, Senate is also aware that during deliberations on the matter, comments were attributed to distinguished Senator Adams Oshiomhole, describing NNPC Limited as, quote, a bunch of criminals and thieves, unquote.
The statement made by distinguished Senator, His Excellency Adams Oshiomhole, former governor of Edo State, is, with due respect, is reckless. And it is unfortunate because it undermines the integrity of not only the NNPC, but even the federal government of Nigeria. Because the NNPC is the cash cow of this country. The revenue coming from NNPC is maintaining this country. Properly, your mic, properly. Because it is not good for any committee or individuals to criminalize a big company like NNPC. It's unacceptable by all of us. It is not acceptable at all because this is the life wire of the economy of this country. I also want Comrade, His Excellency, Comrade Adams Oshiomhole, to withdraw that statement. It will make good to this Senate that will be asked to withdraw that statement publicly so that it will be on record that he withdraws the statement. He was a good governor, a good legislator, but possibly the slip of tongue. It's not good to make such statements in a public place because our future, my future, your future, the leader's future, all of us, our future lies in this country.
Sir, I beg you, allow me. You have put me on the witness box before the world. Allow me freedom to hear. There are two sides to a question. If we are too busy, why did you raise it without even calling me in an executive session?
Do you know how many
If you
minutes?
want to crucify me in public, I will defend myself in public. For God's sake, whoever has power, we must all exercise it with wisdom. Before we dismiss one of us, we should be allowed. You can send me to prison, but allow me to defend myself.
The thing, Senator Shumolo, you have 1 minute to run off.
Thank you so much. You are very generous. Even though you spent 40 minutes accusing me and lining up senators to reinforce the accusation, I conclude. First, we did not. It's a pity the chairman of the committee is not here. We acknowledge that the committee by itself does not have power to issue the bench warrant. That this will be communicated to Your Excellency, the Senate President, who has that power. Number two, this motion was not moved by me. It was seconded by one of your principal officers. None of those names have been mentioned. It is as if we went there on our own. Now, my choice of words, we have senior advocates here. Even in matters of murder, if you can establish that you acted under extreme provocation, the court will take a second view. This Senate, under your leadership, was being attacked. Our collective integrity was called into question. You were accused of nominating your children to work in NNPC. And yet we're asking questions about 210. But what I want every member of the House to hear is that two issues. But NNPC claim over 107 million was in banks that have been liquidated. Without listing the name of the banks. Second, that about 103 trillion naira was by drivers and tankers that carry product of NNPC and they cannot account for it. Sir, I have a duty to the Nigerian nation first. And may God punish me anytime I knowingly allow my responsibility to be compromised by people who think they have money. That is why I said, among other things, but the laws of the Senate will be meaningful when we use it to deal with people who have money, who are liars, not when we harass innocent, poor civil servants. I said so. Now, with regards to my use of the word, thieves, I acted under provocation because your distinguished members were being attacked unjustly. And I thought I have a duty to defend all of us. Under extreme provocation that a man who cannot account for 107 trillion he claimed I deposited in various banks that have gone into liquidation. He did not name the banks. He did not name the amount. And the auditor said this is not correct. Not my opinion. That is the auditors. 9 times on your authority, we invited them. 9 times he did not show up. So is that an embarrassment to me or to you? If people think the NNPC is bigger than this issue of the Senate, I stand alone to say no.
Prayer 3, disassociate the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria from comments attributed to distinguished Senator Adams Oshomole, describing NNPCL Limited as a bunch of criminals and thieves, and clarify that such remarks do not constitute the official position, findings, resolutions, and opinions or determination of the Nigerian Senate. Those in support of this prayer say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
And if you just joined us, you're watching Inside the Parliament on AIT. It's time now to bring you our interview segment. And we caught up with the Senate Minority Leader, Senator Abba Moro. He speaks on Nigeria's democratic journey since 1999 till date, the current state of the nation, and 3 years anniversary since the 10th National Assembly was inaugurated. Let's bring you details of this and more.
For every year that June 12 comes and Nigerians are still in democracy, we have reason to celebrate. But I can assure you that many Nigerians will not agree with anybody here to say that our democracy is on the right track, because a lot of things are happening within the democratic space, party primaries, party organizations, and the rest of them, that doesn't give anybody any hope at all that our democracy is on the right track. There is virtually no political party in Nigeria today that is not involved in one crisis or the other. All of them facing litigations and the rest of them. There is no political party in Nigeria now, except perhaps the PDP, that has a semblance of candidates all over now without serious distraction, that has pronounced candidates for elections in 2027. And today, we are here preparing to celebrate democracy. I am not sure that I'm comfortable with the direction that our democracy is going. I think that we better retrace our steps and then forge a more germane trajectory for our democracy to thrive and deepen. There are so many things that are on the table now. The reality on ground is that the things are not just going out too well for the average Nigerian. If you add up everything, you want to think that everybody has a fair share of the circumstances in which we find ourselves here. Insecurity is no longer news in Nigeria. Increasing by the day. Every day people are killed in their numbers. Every day people are ambushed by herdsmen in their numbers. And like I said yesterday on the floor of the Senate, a young man from my constituency, Silas Oloche, has been incarcerated, has been arrested and incarcerated for over a year now on allegation of illegal possession of firearms. And we are aware that complaints have been raised again in the Senate in the past that armed herdsmen go about with very sophisticated weapons. And if you ask the police, they tell you they can't confront them because their weapons are very sophisticated. And of course, people have been told to go and defend themselves. I have advocated that in the past. And so if somebody is in possession of firearms to defend himself, and you go and arrest him and incarcerate him, and armed herdsmen are wielding AK-47, AK-49 all over the place, then who is deceiving who? Are we now protecting the people that we have sworn to protect or not? So I think that there is some level of contradiction in our attitude to insecurity in the country. And so I believe that we can do better. We can do better in managing our democratic space, our political parties and the rest of them. I think that we can change our attitude to the whole situation. We can change our attitude, for instance, from market money to, say, incremental budgeting, identifying projects that are germane to the people, and put money there, and not the envelope system that we're operating now. I think that on the surface, the present administration is trying to introduce some reforms, but those reforms must align with the expectations and the aspirations of the people. Unless we do that, it's just a mirage. Because in spite of the efforts that are being made towards ameliorating the circumstances of which you had, things are getting worse by the day. And Nigerians are groaning under the weight of the situation we find ourselves. Poverty is on the increase, no doubt about it. Every day you find somebody calling on elected officials. We need money to go to the hospital. We need money to take our children to school. We need money to pay our bills and the rest of them. These are the regular occurrences every day that we find from Nigerians today. And we as a country, we cannot continue like that. So I want to insist that we must try to redirect our efforts towards ameliorating the conditions of the Nigerian people. The state governments must take responsibility for their actions. They are in charge of the purse of the state. They are the ones that draw regular security votes, humongous amounts of money. They are the ones in charge of local government funds. They are not giving the monies to the local governments. So at that level, swearing to protect the lives and property of the average person in the state is their primary responsibility, and not to sit in the comfort of government houses while people are killed in the villages. I talked about flashpoints yesterday in Apa local government. These are areas that you know already that are prone to attacks and ambushes. What proactive actions have been taken by the state government? And when people are beheaded, people are killed by the day, where is that empathy demonstrated by state governments by sending even officials as little as directors in the state government to go and empathize with the people, to go and assess the situation. If you don't assess the situation, how can you provide solutions to them? And that is what we are facing today. The local government, like I said, are incapacitated because their funds are not given to them. I challenge anybody to say that the humongous amounts of money that goes to the local government now are directly channeled to the local government. No, the state governments corner them. And they keep them, apparently, for the local government. And so, I think that the time has come when we must call a spade a spade. Whether you call it asymmetric war, whether you call it attacks, ambushes, and the rest of them, it's still war against the people. For how long are we going to remain in this war? For how long are the people going to endure these harrowing killings of their people? For how long? I remember very well, as Minister of Interior, we had this scenario. And the government of Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan GCFR took some steps to curb the situation, providing for reserves of police and rest of them to take over areas that have been liberated. But today, what do we have? The situation has deteriorated. It has even metamorphosed into kidnapping, into armed banditry, into hoodlums, seizing children from school and the rest of them by their numbers. And so the situation is not abating. And it's because, especially the state governments, and I must say, have refused to take responsibility for governance. Otherwise, you can't expect the federal government in Abuja here to know what is happening in a remote village in Apa. But the local government chairman should know. The state governor should know. The state government should know. And funds are provided for these things. So why are they not deploying these funds to service security outfits to combat this menace of insecurity? I can tell you for free here that in Benue State, we have Operation Zenda that comprises all security outfits in Benue State put together. In the past, they used to have presence in all the local governments. We have the volunteer guards that are there in Benue State. And we have the Homeland Security, for instance, in Zone C, where I come from. In the past, these organizations, security outfits, have been funded and they provide security for the people. But now, nobody is caring for them, nobody is paying attention to them, nobody is servicing them, nobody is providing funds for them. And then, when communities are attacked, you just walk in there in answer to the cry. And at a moment, you go away. The police will go away, the soldiers will go away. The people are not allowed to carry guns to defend themselves. Local security outfits are not encouraged to defend themselves. So what do we do? So we are very reactive when it comes to insecurity and not proactive. Ankpali Ediku, for instance, was attacked in January. People moved in and they left. In April, they came back again and attacked the people, killing people in their numbers. Because they know that there is no standing regulation, no standing coordinated action against insecurity. So why are these people that are killing people with AK-47 not arrested and prosecuted for once? So at the moment that we are talking here, under the period under review, we can talk about approximately 844 bills that have been sent to the Senate. And out of this number, about 96 of them have been passed. And out of this number, again, about 52 of them have been assented to. And so if you go on and on and on, about 187 or so of them are under process at the various levels of legislative intervention. If you come to motions, several motions, especially on insecurity, on the FCT budget and the rest of them have been passed. And much more importantly, on a regular basis, since the scaling down of the budgetary session from January to December, the Senate has been able to assiduously attend to budget proposals, budget appropriations, and pass them into law on a regular basis up to this moment that I'm talking to you. Implementation may be another thing altogether, which is in the realm of the executive. And so I can tell you, therefore, that yes, we have had our challenges, no doubt about it, but the Senate under review has been able to creditably discharge its responsibility of making laws.
Well, remember that the National Assembly has gone on a recess expected to resume in July. However, an emergency sitting of the Senate is expected to hold next week, Tuesday. Well, that's our package for this week on Inside the Parliament on AIT. Join us on all our social media handles for any addition that you have made so far on the program. To have a great day ahead. I am Oyedia Oro.
My name's Jung Gwon-jong. I'm the boss of this entire hotel. My duties include heavy lifting, spreading happiness,
driving public skepticism. The EFCC questioned Okowa in 2024 over the alleged diversion of state funds. But nearly 2 years later, Nigerians are still asking, has he been cleared? Or is the case been suppressed? If the investigation is active, why the prolonged silence? Similar transparency concerns shroud the $18 billion reportedly spent on rehabilitating 4 state-owned refineries under the NNPC Limited. The sluggish pace of high-profile accountability leaves citizens questioning whether the anti-graft campaign is sincere or merely selective, even with the ongoing high-profile prosecution of Nasir El-Rufai and the conviction and 75-year sentence of former Minister of Power Salim Ahmed. Lead Director of the Center for Social Justice, Eze Onyekwere, believes there is a lack of consistency in the fight against corruption.
The expectation is that these cases should have been investigated. Those who prima facie evidence has been established against are arraigned before courts and prosecuted, and some of them jailed, or whatever is the punishment.
Internationally, the outlook is equally stagnant. On Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index, Nigeria scored 25 out of 100 in 2023, ranking 145th globally. It saw a marginal crawl to 26 out of 100 in 2024, maintaining that exact same score through 2025. This flatlining score raises a fundamental question. Do rising conviction numbers actually translate to real public confidence, or do they just mask deeper institutional stagnation? Economic analyst Umar Yakubu speaks.
As we are looking at that data, you see when your recoveries are high, what that means is your preventive mechanisms are weak. The stealing is so bad, is so high, that is why you have an increase in your recoveries, if you understand what I'm saying. Also, if you're having a lot of convictions in court, it means your preventive mechanisms.
The EFCC, however, pushes back against these structural criticisms. The Commission maintains that it operates professionally, strictly guided by evidence, due process, and the rule of law, entirely independent of political bias. As Nigeria navigates this complex terrain, analysts emphasize that the true tests of the anti-corruption war will not be judged by the number of investigations opened, but by how transparently, consistently, and impartially they are concluded. Kedonojo Okoliko, AIT News.
It's been 3 years since President Bola Tinubu was sworn in as a Nigerian leader. He promised to fix the economy, address rising insecurity, create jobs, and fight for the interests of citizens both home and abroad. As President Tinubu seeks re-election in 2027, has he delivered on his promises? And does his performance so far merit a second term? AIT News begins a special May 29 review countdown series, where we interrogate the Tinubu administration's deliverables across various sectors of national life. Join us on the AIT News Hour from May 18, 2026.
U.S. President Trump confirmed signing peace deal to end U.S.-Iran war. 8 killed after U.S. Air Force B-52 bomber crashes in California. And Bank of Japan to raise interest rates, pushing borrowing costs to highest in 31 years. This is the world news on AIT. I am Olamide Aroyo. Welcome. President Donald Trump has announced that a preliminary agreement aimed at ending the war with Iran has already been signed. Speaking at the G7 summit in France, he said additional details of the accord will be made public in the coming days.
U.S. officials revealed that the agreement was signed electronically and will be formally finalized during a ceremony in Geneva on Friday. The arrangement extends a ceasefire for 60 days, while negotiators work towards a broader and more permanent settlement. Among the first outcomes expected from the agreement is the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, a critical route for global oil shipments. American officials said technical discussions regarding Iran's nuclear program will begin immediately as part of the next phase of negotiations. The agreement reportedly includes commitments related to ending military operations across multiple fronts. However, U.S. officials stressed that Israeli troop withdrawals from Lebanese territory and not conditions of the current framework. Iranian officials welcomed the suspension of military operations but remained cautious about Washington's intentions. Tehran described the arrangement as an important step towards reducing tensions while emphasizing that deep mistrust between the two countries remains. International leaders broadly welcomed the breakthrough, viewing it as an opportunity to stabilize the region and reduce risk to global energy supplies. Western governments also reiterated that any long-term agreement must ensure Iran does not obtain nuclear weapons while allowing verification of compliance.
Meanwhile, leaders of the Group of 7 Nations opened key discussions in France on Tuesday, focusing on the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky joined the summit as host President Emmanuel Macron sought to strengthen international support for Kyiv.
The meeting comes shortly after U.S. President Donald Trump announced a preliminary agreement aimed at ending the conflict between the United States and Iran. The breakthrough has shifted global attention back towards efforts to address Russia's war in Ukraine, which has continued for more than 4 years. Macron indicated that he would encourage Trump to maintain support for Ukraine and increase pressure on Moscow to pursue peace negotiations. The discussions followed a large-scale Russian attack involving hundreds of drones and missiles that killed civilians and caused damage in several Ukrainian cities. Trump arrived at the summit, highlighting the Iran agreement as a major diplomatic achievement. He argued that the agreement could improve stability across the Middle East while helping lower oil prices and strengthen global financial markets. Despite welcoming the progress on Iran, several allies remain concerned about Washington's recent foreign policy decisions. Differences persist over tariffs, NATO commitments, military coordination, and broader questions surrounding international security cooperation. Trump said his next focus would be advancing peace efforts involving Ukraine and Russia, as well as seeking an end to violence in Lebanon. He revealed that he had recently spoken with both Zelensky and Russian President Vladimir Putin and expressed optimism that diplomatic progress may still be possible.
The European Union has officially launched accession negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova, marking a significant milestone in both countries' efforts to join the bloc. The move begins a lengthy process requiring major political, legal, and economic reforms.
Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister Taras Chaka attended a conference in Luxembourg where talks formally commenced. He described European unity as essential in confronting ongoing security challenges posed by Russia's actions against Ukraine and the wider region. The ascension process comes while Ukraine continues defending itself against Russia's invasion. Ukrainian leaders view eventual EU membership as both a strategic security guarantee and a symbol of their country's commitment to deeper integration with the West. Progress had previously been blocked by Hungary under former Prime Minister Viktor Orban, whose government frequently opposed closer ties between Ukraine and the European Union. That obstacle was removed after Hungary's new leadership agreed to lift its veto on membership discussions. Negotiations will cover 35 policy chapters, ranging from trade and taxation to judicial reform and anti-corruption measures. Monday's opening discussions focused on key areas, including the rule of law, democratic institutions, public procurement, and financial oversight. European officials described the start of talks as a major achievement, while stressing that membership will depend on meeting strict standards. Although some governments favor accelerating Ukrainians' part in the bloc, the EU continues to insist that accession must be based on demonstrated reforms and readiness.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has declared that Israeli forces will remain in occupied areas of southern Lebanon despite emerging ceasefire arrangement linked to the US-Iran agreement. His comments highlight continuing tension over the future of the region following recent diplomatic breakthroughs.
Speaking at a news conference, Netanyahu said Israeli troops would stay in what he described as a security buffer zone for as long as necessary. Israel currently controls territory beyond the Litani River following years of conflict with Hezbollah and military operations that expanded into southern Lebanon. The remarks could complicate implementation of the broader ceasefire framework expected to be formally signed later this week. Reports indicate the agreement includes provisions aimed at ending military operations across several fronts, including Lebanon. Netanyahu also pledged that Israel would continue acting against groups aligned with Iran and maintain vigilance against future threats. His position mirrors earlier comments by Defense Minister Israel Katz, who similarly rejected setting a timetable for withdrawal from occupied territories. The announcement follows an Israeli strike near Beirut that reportedly killed 3 people and raised concerns about the stability of ceasefire negotiations. The attack drew attention because it occurred shortly after the signing of the agreement linked to ending the Iran conflict. While acknowledging occasional disagreements with U.S. President Donald Trump, Netanyahu argued that Israel's campaign against Iran had achieved significant strategic objectives. He maintained that preventing Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons remains a central Israeli security priority, regardless of diplomatic developments.
European Union member states have failed to reach agreements on imposing sanctions against Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. The deadlock emerged during discussions among foreign ministers with unanimity required before any restrictions can be adopted.
The economic measures against the far-right minister, but the proposal did not secure the necessary consensus. She did not publicly identify the countries that opposed the move, although reports suggest Germany, Austria, and the Czech Republic were among them. Ben-Gvir has faced growing criticism following the detention of activists aboard the Global Samud flotilla, which attempted to reach Gaza last month. Footage circulating online appeared to show the minister mocking detained activists, sparking condemnation from several European governments. Despite the failure to sanction Ben-Gvir directly, pressure on Israel within the European Union continues to grow. Many member states are now seeking options to restrict trade involving goods produced in Israeli settlements located in the occupied West Bank. Kyla said she would ask the European Commission to prepare possible trade measures ahead of the next Foreign Affairs Council meeting. The proposals would focus on limiting imports linked to settlements considered illegal under international law. The debate reflects broader tensions within Europe over policy toward Israel as investigations proceed in several countries concerning allegations connected to activists detained during the flotilla incident. The EU remains Israel's largest trading partner, making any future economic measures particularly significant.
The United States financial market rallied strongly as investors welcomed signs that a tentative agreement involving Washington and Tehran could help stabilize global energy supplies. The prospect of reduced tensions in the Middle East boosted confidence across major stock exchanges.
The benchmark S&P 500 gained 1.7%, moving close to a record high, while the technology-heavy Nasdaq Composite jumped 3.1%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average also advanced, reaching a new record as investors embraced riskier assets. Market optimism was reinforced by a sharp decline in oil prices, with Brent crude falling nearly 5% to just above $83 per barrel. The drop reflected expectations that disruptions affecting energy shipments through the Strait of Hormuz may gradually ease. Technology shares helped drive gains, including a sharp rise in SpaceX stock following its historical market debut. Strong enthusiasm for artificial intelligence investments also contributed to renewed buying activity across the sector. The positive mood extended into Asia, where major stock markets recorded gains after opening cautiously. Japan's Nikkei briefly crossed the 70,000 mark for the first time, while South Korea's Kospi posted another strong advance. Analysts say the apparent reduction in geopolitical risk encouraged investors to focus once again on corporate growth opportunities. However, shipping experts cautioned that normal energy flows may take months to recover fully due to vessels' backlogs and ongoing safety concerns in the Strait of Hormuz.
And from stocks to monetary policies, as the Bank of Japan is expected to raise interest rates by 1% at the end of a two-day policy meeting on Tuesday. And this is pushing borrowing costs to their highest level in 31 years. The move would mark another major step in the central bank's effort to normalize monetary policy after years of ultra-loose stimulus measures.
The anticipated increase from 0.75% would be the first rate hike since December and reflects growing concern about inflationary pressures. Policymakers have increasingly signaled that controlling rising prices has become a priority, particularly as higher energy costs linked to the Iran conflict continue to affect Japan's economy. Attention is also focused on how the recent U.S.-Iran peace agreement could influence the Bank of Japan's outlook. A reduction in global energy costs could ease inflationary pressures, potentially affecting the pace of future monetary tightening. Governor Kazuo Udea will not participate in the decision because he is undergoing treatment for an infected liver cyst, leaving the vote to 8 board members. Deputy Governor Shinichi Uchida is expected to explain the decision and outline the bank's broader policy direction during a post-meeting briefing. Analysts believe Uchida will emphasize the bank's readiness to continue raising rates while avoiding firm commitments on timing. Economists expect officials to maintain flexibility given uncertainty surrounding global economic conditions and developments in the Middle East. The central bank's increasingly hawkish stance follows stronger inflation forecasts and growing evidence of price pressures across the economy. Wholesale inflation reached a 3-year high in May, while a weak yen continues to increase import costs, reinforcing expectations that further rate increases could follow later this year.
You're still watching the World News on AIT. We'll take a break now. We'll be back with more stories.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Many thanks for still being there with us. Chinese President Xi Jinping has held talks in Beijing with Myanmar leader Miao Liang as both countries seek to deepen political and economic cooperation. The meeting took place during Miao Liang's 5-day visit to China, his first visit consolidating power after a recent election.
Chinese state media reported that the leaders met following an official welcoming ceremony at the Great Hall of the People. They also witnessed the signing of several cooperation agreements, although details of the documents were not immediately released. China remains one of Myanmar's most important international partners following the military takeover of 2021 that removed the elected government of Aung San Suu Kyi. Beijing has consistently advocated stability in Myanmar while maintaining close engagement with the country's leadership. Economic ties remain central to the relationship, particularly through China's Belt and Road Initiative. Key projects include crossing Myanmar and planned infrastructure development such as deep sea port. The meeting marked the second encounter in Hongling within a year, following discussions during in Taijin. Frequent high-level exchange have highlighted the growing importance of bilateral cooperation. Analysts said the visit signals stronger diplomatic ties between the neighboring countries while Myanmar's leadership strengthens its international standing. The discussions are also expected to reinforce cooperation on economic development and regional security issues.
8 people have died after a U.S. Air Force B-52 Stratofortress bomber crashed shortly after takeoff from Edwards Air Force Base in California. The aircraft was conducting a routine test mission when the accident occurred.
Military officials said the crash happened at approximately 11:20 local time and produced a massive plume of smoke visible across the surrounding area. Emergency crews rushed to the scene and quickly began search and recovery operations. Initial assessments indicated that the accident was not survivable. Authorities have not yet released details about the cause of the crash, and investigations are expected to continue for some time. The B-52 Stratofortress has been a key component of U.S. military operations since the 1950s, known for its long range and heavy payload capacity. The aircraft remains one of the most recognizable bombers in the American arsenal. Following the crash, Edwards Air Force Base suspended airfield operations and diverted incoming aircraft. Officials also halted non-commercial visitor access to allow emergency personnel to focus fully on response efforts. Lawmakers from across the United States expressed condolences to the victims and their families. Messages of support also praised first responders and military personnel involved in rescue and recovery operations at the remote desert installation.
And the court in The Hague has sentenced a Syrian man to 26 years in prison after finding him guilty of crimes against humanity committed while working for the government of former Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. The ruling marks another significant European prosecution linked to abuses during Syria's prolonged civil war.
Judges concluded that Rafik Al-Q participated in the torture, rape, and sexual abuse of detainees while serving as an interrogator in detention facilities during 2013 and 2014. The court found out that he either carried out the crimes himself or directed others to commit them. Evidence presented during the trial described severe mistreatment of prisoners, including electric shocks and suspension in painful positions. The court determined that 8 victims were subjected to torture or sexual violence connected to the defendant's actions. The case was made possible through universal jurisdiction laws, which allows courts to prosecute serious international crimes regardless of where they occurred. Rafik Al-Q was arrested in the Netherlands in 2023 after living in the country for 2 years as an asylum seeker. His lawyers rejected the allegations and argued that he had himself suffered torture and trauma during the Syrian conflict. The defendant dismissed the accusation as part of a conspiracy against him, but judges found the evidence sufficient to secure conviction. The trial also marked the first time a Dutch court prosecuted sexual violence as a crime against humanity in a Syria-related case. It follows a series of European legal actions seeking accountability for atrocities committed during nearly 14 years of conflict.
The King Abdulaziz complex for the Holy Kaaba Kisra has begun preparation for the annual replacement in keeping with long-standing tradition. According to the Saudi press agency, the process is being coordinated by the General Authority for the Care of the Affairs of the Grand Mosque and the Prophet Mosque through the King Abdulaziz complex for the Holy Kaaba Kisra. The process includes removing gold-embroidered ornaments, decorative elements, and lamps from the current Kisra, as well as lowering the curtain of the Kaaba's door. A specialized Saudi team is supervising the replacement, which involves raising the old Kisra, detaching the gold-embroidered components, and installing the new covering. The new Kisra is being transported from the complex of the Grand Mosque through an integrated operational system that meets international standards. Hand weaving remains essential for specialized pieces and decorative elements that demand exceptional skill. Saudi craftsmen continue to preserve the artistic and heritage character that has defined the Kisra through its history. Once complete, the embroidered sections are assembled into the full Kisra for installation on the Holy Kaaba. The work is carried out under a comprehensive operational framework led by experienced specialists and technicians. Through these efforts, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia advances Kisra production with national expertise and modern technology, preserving this important Islamic heritage. For a century, the annual replacement has symbolized the kingdom's commitment to serving the two holy mosques and renewing the covering of the Holy Kaaba every year. And now move on to other story. The Nigerian Red Cross Society is helping local authorities support flood-vulnerable communities. A comprehensive review of previously impacted zones analyzed emergency intervention deployed across 12 heavily flood-affected states with actionable solutions to better manage climate-related crises. AIT's Anyaole Avotu reports.
In the past few years, a number of Nigerian states have suffered flooding, leading to loss of lives and property. The Nigerian Red Cross Society is now reviewing the interventions in about 12 states to analyze how flood situations can be better managed. The affected states include Borno, Gombe, Sokoto, Edo, Anambra, Nasarawa, Cross River, and Bayelsa.
Access to hard-to-reach communities. Like some communities, we have to, from state capital to these communities are like 6 hours drive. And when you get there, you have to, use boats to get to the main communities where we are going. Some of them do not have access roads and all of that. Those were the major challenges that we had.
The projects received significant backing from international donors, which partners say was critical to saving lives.
This project, which has been happening in a number of states, and actually it has helped in terms of Nigeria Red Cross working with the different stakeholders.
From the reports, we had approximately 200,000 households that were displaced by the flood. So this project was to support the households, the communities, and also the states, preparing them for future flood disasters.
Residents from affected areas expressed immense gratitude for the timely support.
We are more sensitized on how to go about when flooding occurs, and it has made us to understand period of the flooding that is usually around ending September to early October.
The Red Cross states that these documented lessons will serve as a permanent guide to build stronger, more resilient communities across Nigeria. Anyole Avotu, AIT News, Abuja.
And that is the world news on AIT. I am Olamide Aroyo. Many thanks for staying with us.
The child shall in all circumstances be among the first to receive protection.
President Bola Tinubu commissions Court of Appeal judges' quarters in Katampe, Abuja. Federal government distributes 11,720 bags of fertilizers to smallholders farmers in the FCT. And Niger State government intensifies disease surveillance community sensitization efforts following detection of fresh polio cases in Mariga and Magama local government areas. This is Abuja Reports on AIT. I am Amaka Okoro. Welcome. Now, President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to judicial independence and institutional reforms following the commissioning of a newly completed 10-unit Court of Appeal quarters in the Katampe district of Abuja. The president, who was represented at the event by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, described the housing project as a strategic investment in strengthening the rule of law and deepening democratic governance.
Attention remained on the judiciary on Tuesday as the Federal Capital Territory Project Commissioning Series continued. This time, it was the residential accommodation for appellate court justices. The Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, who represented President Bola Tinubu at the event, explained that the intervention is aimed at improving the welfare and strengthening the independence of the judiciary.
Welfare of judicial officers is not a matter of privilege. It is a strategic investment in the rule of law. When judges are provided with secure accommodation, conducive working environments, and the institutional support necessary to carry out their functions, the entire justice system benefits, and ultimately, the nation as well.
The Minister of Justice, in company of the President of the National Industrial Court and the President of the Court of Appeal, also flagged off the construction of a 10-unit apartment complex for judges of the National Industrial Court.
The presidential flag off ceremony is not just a significant and commendable milestone. It is coming at no better time than now, more so given this administration's emphasis on improving judicial welfare and independence.
The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, on his part, urged state governors to give greater attention to the needs of the judiciary.
So I challenge states, do not leave everything for federal government. Take also that look, you will see that judiciary will be different. That independence we're talking about, they will have it. So state A, if you have a division, do the same thing.
Project commissioning are set to continue in the FCT on Wednesday. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
The Nigeria Police Force is asking for stronger backing from communities, traditional rulers, and religious leaders to wipe out insecurity in Nasarawa State. The coordinating DIG for the North Central Zone, Ishaku Mohammed, made the call during a strategic stakeholders engagement meeting in Lafia.
The DIGs to move to their zones to coordinate security operatives directly. There has been some proactive engagement to mobilize citizen support against crime. Here in Lafia, DIG Ishaku Mohammed is telling the people that security networks alone cannot win the war against crime without active public cooperation. He is assuring that under the renewed offensive by the law enforcement under Inspector General of Police, Disu, Nigerians will soon witness improved security.
To ensure that adequate security is provided and to review the strategy they are adopting in crime fighting. And also to get the feedback so that we'll go back and inform him for better strategy and better provision of logistics.
But for this to happen, the DIG wants citizens to report suspicious activities immediately, stressing that no piece of information is too small when it comes to preventing a crime. Meanwhile, the Nasarawa State Commissioner of Police, Shetima Jero, revealed that the command has intensified intelligence-led raids to flush out criminals. He listed kidnapping, armed robbery, cattle rustling, and border community banditry as top threats facing the state.
While we celebrate these successes, we remain mindful that security is a continuous process requiring commitment, collaboration, and investment.
Community leaders and stakeholders at the town hall meeting pledged their support to help the police restore peace across Nasarawa State. Mwesi Shakel, AIT News, Lafia.
Members of the National and State Parole Board have been charged to strengthen coordination of parole administration nationwide, monitor implementation processes, address appeal as well as complaints from offenders. The board will also urge to address appeals from victims and recommend measures to enhance the effectiveness of the parole system. The Controller General of the Nigerian Correctional Service, Sylvester Nwakuche, gave the charge during the inauguration of reappointed members for a new term 3-year tenure and unveiled information, education, and communication materials aimed at deepening public awareness of non-custodial measures across the country.
The National and State Parole Boards, which was first inaugurated in 2022, is an institution responsible for the evaluation of eligible inmates for supervised release into the community based on merit, good conduct, and genuine readiness for reintegration. Speaking during the ceremony, the Controller General of Corrections, Sylvester Nwakuche, said parole remains a critical tool for reducing recidivism, easing congestion in custodial centers, and promoting safer communities.
Today marks another significant milestone in our collective effort to strengthen the administration of criminal justice and promote effective offenders' rehabilitation and reintegration.
I urge all stakeholders to remain committed to strengthening the parole system through collaboration, transparency, and adherence to the provisions of the law.
Chairman of the Board of Trustees of PROWA, Chris Elia, urged members to ensure that parole is administered in line with the principles of justice, accountability, public safety, and the rule of law.
The successful implementation of parole as a correctional and reintegration mechanism depends significantly on the effectiveness, integrity, and professionalism of the national and state parole boards.
The event, which was organized in partnership with the Prisoners Rehabilitation and Welfare Action, PROWA, and the International IDEA, brought together members of the national and state parole boards, civil society organizations, and key stakeholders in Nigeria criminal justice system. Opeta Agu, AIT News, Abuja.
To this report, access to affordable and decent housing remains a major challenge in Nigeria. with experts estimating the country's housing deficit at about 30 million. Stakeholders are now calling for urgent reforms, increased investment, and sustainable solutions to bridge the widening gap. Concerned by the growing challenge, stakeholders in the housing sector gathered to deliberate on issues of affordability, mass housing development, and sustained solutions aimed at addressing the country's housing needs. The stakeholders commended ongoing initiatives such as the Renewed Hope Housing Project, describing them as important steps towards increasing housing supply across the country. They, however, emphasized that mass housing project must go beyond numbers and focus on affordability, ensuring that average Nigerian can genuinely own or rent decent homes. Experts believe that with deliberate policies, strategic partnership, and sustained investment, Nigeria can gradually bridge its housing deficit and guarantee decent housing for its growing population. These are Abuja reports on AIT, reaching you live from our Paduma Hill studios in Asokoro. Here is a reminder of our top stories. President Bola Tinubu commissions Court of Appeal judges' quarters in Katampwe, Abuja. Federal government distributes 11,720 bags of fertilizers to smallholders farmers in the FCT. And Niger State government intensifies disease surveillance community sensitization efforts following detection of fresh polio cases in Mariga and Magama local government areas. Welcome back. Song of praise, thanksgiving, and joyful celebration filled the atmosphere as members of the St. Peter's Igbo Catholic Church of Holy Cross Catholic Church, Gwarimpa 2, Abuja, gathered to commemorate 25 years of spiritual growth, unity, cultural identity, and communal service. As the community celebrates its silver jubilee, members are not only giving thanks to God for the journey so far, but also investing in the future through the launch of a 100 million naira scholarship trust fund aimed at supporting indigent members.
And one, with a vision of promoting the Catholic faith while preserving the rich Igbo cultural heritage. The community has over the years grown into a strong family bound by love, unity, and shared values. For members, the Silver Jubilee is not merely a celebration of longevity, but an opportunity to reflect on God's faithfulness and the collective sacrifices that have sustained the community for a quarter of a century.
This was an idea of a carpenter that became a collective legacy. It was an idea of a carpenter who gave birth to a priest. And all this while, we have been trying our best to keep to that common goal of staying together and assisting each other.
This is a milestone of a Catholic community of Igbo. I'm very happy to be here to celebrate the 25 years of Igbo Catholic community.
We live in love, unity, and peace. And we have been like this for the past 25 years, which I was here when it started, and here I am today. So it's worth to give God the glory and thank Him.
A major highlight of the celebration is the unveiling of a 100 million naira scholarship trust fund established to provide educational support for indigent members of the community, which reflects their commitment to the welfare of members and their belief that education remains one of the greatest investments any society can make.
An educated mind has been liberated from the shackles of ignorance, so many shackles. Therefore, I'm very happy that today we are instituting a trust fund that will help in educating the less privileged who cannot afford education.
Whatever we generate today, there will be a follow-up to make sure that that money is being translated into the purpose of that generating that revenue, that money today.
Mothers in particular were urged to deliberately inculcate cultural heritage and good moral values in their children to preserve identity, strengthen family bonds, and foster unity among diverse communities.
We encourage those that are in diaspora that they should try and bring their children home. And we really want them to come and learn how to respect, how to be humble.
As part of activities marking the Silver Jubilee, awards were presented to distinguished individuals whose sacrifices, dedication, and service have contributed immensely to the growth and development of the community. Onekwojo Atta, AIT News, Abuja.
The Minister of State, Federal Capital Territory, Maria Mahmood, has reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to achieving food security and boosting agricultural productivity through strategic support for farmers. Mahmood said this at the national flag off and formal handover of 11,720 bags of fertilizers for distribution to 2,930 small farmer holders in the FCT. The minister described the initiative as a timely intervention that demonstrates the government's unwavering resolve to strengthen the agricultural sector and improve the livelihoods of farmers. Mahmood noted that agriculture remains a critical pillar of national development, stressing that investment in farmers is an investment in the nation's prosperity, economic stability, and food security. She expressed profound appreciation to President Bola Tinubu for his visionary leadership and commitment to transforming Nigeria's agriculture sector under the Renewed Hope agenda. She emphasized that the administration's policies continue to empower farmers, boost local food production, and drive economic growth. The minister also commended the National Agricultural Development Fund for recognizing the vital role of smallholder farmers in the nation's agricultural value chain, noting that the provision of quality farm inputs would increase crop yields and strengthen the resilience of farming communities across the FCT. While congratulating the 2,930 beneficiaries, Mahmood urged them to make judicious use of the fertilizers and embrace modern farming practices to maximize productivity, achieve food sufficiency, and reduce dependence on food imports. She further reaffirmed the commitment of the Federal Capital Territory Administration to partnering with relevant institutions and stakeholders to promote agricultural development through improved infrastructure, extension services, capacity building, and enhanced market access. The federal government has taken another significant step towards strengthening Nigeria's healthcare manufacturing sector with the signing of a memorandum of understanding between the Presidential Initiative for Unlocking the Healthcare Value Chain and Remington Pharmaceutical Industries, a subsidiary of Lumina Life Sciences. The agreement will support the local production of the United Nations International Multiple Macronutrient Antenatal Preparation, known as UNIMAP, multiple micronutrient supplements aimed at improving maternal and child health outcomes. Our correspondent has more.
The partnership is expected to facilitate the local manufacture of multiple macronutrient supplements, a globally recommended nutritional intervention for pregnant women designed to improve maternal and child health outcomes. Speaking at the signing ceremony in Abuja, the national coordinator, Dr. Abdul Mukhtar, described the agreement as a milestone in Nigeria's drive to strengthen local pharmaceutical production. According to him, domestic manufacturing of the supplements will improve access to critical healthcare products, create employment opportunities, reduce dependence on imports, and further deepen Nigeria's healthcare value chain.
They are coming to localize. They've already identified a local partner they're working with, but most importantly, they are transferring technology. So the benefit of this is that there will be technology transfer from a world-class company to a local, well-established company here in Nigeria.
Development partners at the event also described the agreement as a crucial step toward localizing the production of life-saving health products in Nigeria.
You have clinical trials that have shown the impact of this product when compared to iron folic acid, when it comes to stillbirth, when it comes to premature birth, small for gestational age, low birth weight, etc. The data is very convincing, which is why the foundation is invested in it.
We have already developed this product over the last 3-4 years, and we are bringing that technology as a first step into Nigeria for localization of this essential products. So there are no dependencies on imports for this particular product in Nigeria.
The Memorandum of Understanding brings together both local and international stakeholders, including UNICEF, the Gates Foundation, and other development partners. PVAC says the collaboration reflects growing confidence in Nigeria's pharmaceutical manufacturing potential and underscores the country's increasing attractiveness as a destination for healthcare investment, innovation, and production.
Government has intensified disease surveillance and community sensitization efforts following the detection of 3 new polio cases in Mariga local government and Magama local government areas. The state has also recorded cases of diphtheria in Bida, Chachanga, and Suleja local government areas, prompting health authorities to strengthen preventive measures against possible outbreak. As part of the response, the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with UNICEF and the United States government, organized town hall meetings for over 350 traditional rulers, religious leaders, and community stakeholders across affected areas. At the engagement, the state immunization officer, Abubakar Patu, stated that the return of polio, after years without a record case, necessitates greater attention to routine immunization and disease prevention. Patu noted that the health officials are also monitoring the possibility of cholera and other communicable diseases during the rainy season. According to him, the town hall meetings were organized to improve public awareness and strengthen community response to diseases such as cholera, meningitis, measles, and smallpox. UNICEF Social and Behavioral Change State Facilitator, Adamu Mamba, urged the community leaders to encourage early reporting of suspected cases and support vaccination campaigns. The meetings were held in Bida, Boso, Chachanga, Bako, Gurara, Kontagora, and Suleja local government areas. To this report, a federal high court in Abuja has revoked the bill granted to the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, Omoloye Sowore. Justice Mohammed Umar revoked Sowore's bill for failing to appear in court for his trial. During proceedings, counsel for the prosecution, Kehinde Akinolu, told the court that Sowore was absent from court despite being aware of the day's hearing. The prosecution then praised the court for the revocation of the defendant's bill for his failure to appear in court and his alleged continuous move to delay his trial. Justice Umar acknowledged that although Sowore had sent a letter seeking an adjournment by the court, he did not state any reason for such adjournment in the letter. The court, after listening to the submissions of the prosecution counsel, issued a bench warrant against Sowore and then adjourned the case to 22nd of June for hearing. And that's Abuja Reports on AIT. I am Amaka Okoro. Thanks for staying with us.
3, 2, 1.
My name is Eugenio Gastelum, and I am a video game expert for the United Nations, and we use video games to change public spaces around the world. We go to the community, teach them how to play Minecraft, and then the community is the one that changes the public space into what they desire or what they need in Minecraft.
It's the best job in the world, you know. I'm playing video games, I'm traveling, I'm meeting people, I'm teaching, I'm improving my world.
When I was maybe 6, 7 years old, my father brought from the United States one of the first consoles that was in my neighborhood. We used to play tournaments of video games for 36 hours straight.
So my home then started to turn into this hub for video games and entertainment for all the neighbors. It's funny being a Mexican kid with a mother telling me every day to stop playing video games.
Juegue, 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 juegue. Horas y horas y con los amigos. Podías hacer otras cosas en vez de estar tanto tiempo jugando videojuegos.
It took me maybe 20 years to teach her that it's okay to play video games, you know.
It was just a matter of time joining video games that I loved a lot and changing my surroundings, changing my community, changing at last the world, no? If I had a dream project, it became through Block by Block.
Block by Block is a program created by Mojang and UN Habitat where we use Minecraft to help community members redesign their neighborhoods.
UN Habitat provides the methodology, the funding through Block by Block, be the video game expert, urban experts, the supervision of the project, and all the planning for the workshops.
There's millions and millions of people who play Minecraft, millions of children who play Minecraft, and we've tied up with them to actually allow children as young as 6 or 7 to express their views on the redesign of a public space. And then we help put it into proper design and take it to city leaders and make sure that it gets done.
The project in Kosovo was in the center of the city. We were building in an old marketplace, and the community started wondering about the possibility, for example, for having a skate park. And then everybody got excited about the skate park because there were no skate parks in Kosovo. Through Block by Block, the community was able to develop a park that included a skate park. We supervise that the community wishes are reflected through the whole process and are included in the final design.
Well, before, the area felt very cold and unsafe. So seeing my own idea as a kid, changing a whole area in my city, it was very special to me. So the reaction of the community was great, and to me it was a great feeling which I'll never forget.
If you do something in a video game and then it appears in real life, you notice that you have this power to change your community, to change the world, and you start getting involved in other projects. Maybe I don't have the full power to do whatever I think is better for the world. For example, I cannot stop climate change, right? So I learned that through teaching the newer generations, my power multiplies.
Minecraft. Yeah, at the end you're gonna see that everybody has the power to change the world. That's what I do, I change the world.
It's not only me changing the problems that we have, it's me and all the newer generations coming to help me, and then they will teach the younger generations, and like that maybe we will be able to fix most of the problems in the world. Hola, mamá.
Hola. Yo estoy muy contenta contigo, yo me siento muy satisfecha.
The child shall in all circumstances be among the first to receive protection and relief in times of emergency and disaster. UNICEF means the survival, development, and protection of children all over the world. Africa, Asia, South America, everywhere.
Ms. Hepburn traveled to virtually every area of the world where children and women are in need of assistance, giving them hope and comfort with her presence and tenderness.
I would like to read to you something very, very important, and it moves me deeply to have this privilege. The preamble to the Convention on the Rights of the Child. The child needs love and understanding and shall have the right to grow up in an atmosphere of affection and security. The child shall be entitled to grow and develop in health and shall have the right to adequate nutrition, housing, recreation, and medical services. The child is entitled to receive education and an opportunity to develop abilities in order to become a useful member of society.
Hello and welcome to Democracy Today on AIT. I am TV Tiaf. Indeed, it is a huge relief in 24 hours for 5 opposition political parties, including the African Democratic Congress, the ADC, the Accord Party, Action Alliance, the AA, Action People's Party, APP, and Zenith Labour Party, the ZLP, as the Court of Appeal has suspended the execution of the judgment delivered by Justice Peter Lifo of the Federal High Court, Abuja, ordering INEC to deregister them. In a brief ruling, the appellate court described the development as the highest form of judicial impertinence, stating that the trial judge brazenly disregarded the appellate court's earlier order. The order of the Court of Appeal shall subsist pending the determination of the appeal before it. This sets a record in judicial intervention, if you ask me. From the ADC, which is presidential candidate in the 2027 presidential election, Atiku Abubakar just named former Rivers State Governor and former Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, as his running mate. We have a member of the party's legal team, Dr. Alex T. Adom, who has joined us to take a look at the recent developments that are happening as fast as possible. Meanwhile, on June 10, that was on Wednesday last week, some armed soldiers from neighboring Cameroon illegally crossed the border into Nigerian territory, causing panic and fear in Damari community in Boki local government area of Cross River State. Brave youths of the area used their phones to record footage of the evading armed Cameroonian soldiers. The Nigerian army authorities say troops of the forward operating base in Danari responded immediately to contain the situation and prevent further escalation, leading to withdrawal of the armed Cameroonian soldiers from Nigerian territory in line with established border protocol.
I'll video you. I'll video you. Cannot do anything. No policing again. I'll video you. This is our line. I'll video you. Why cross border? Someone will video you. I'll video you. I cannot do anything. I'll video you. Cannot do anything. I'll video anybody. Just go.
But questions are being asked, and we will also engage this situation on the program tonight. The member representing Boki Ikom Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, Victor Abang, and a former member of the Cross River State House of Assembly, Cletus Obon, will be joining us later on the program. But then before we get into the conversations, let's bring you up to speed with other developments. The Federal High Court, Abuja, has ordered the arrest of the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, as the AAC, Omoyele Sowore, after revoking his bail in the alleged cybercrime trial. Sowore, who took over the defense, or that's his defense, at the last adjourned date, saying his lawyers were afraid to represent him before Justice Mohene Umar, failed to appear in court today. Sowore is seeking the assignment of the case to a different judge, accusing the trial judge of bias and asking him to recuse himself from the trial. And daughter of Nigeria's former president, Senator Iyabo Obasanjo, who recently dumped the ruling All Progressives Congress, as the APC, after failing to get the party's ticket for the 2027 governorship election in Ogun State, has rejoined the People's Democratic Party, that is the PDP. Iyabo Obasanjo made a surprise appearance at the unveiling of Yemi Sowore Kolapo as the deputy governorship candidate of the PDP in Ogun State. Her arrival immediately electrified the atmosphere as party faithful erupted in cheers, songs, and applause, giving the former senator a warm and reception that momentarily shifted attention away from the main event.
Thank you very much.
The police have confirmed a fatal terrorist attack on Nigeria's premier think tank institution, that is the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, NIPS, in Kuru, in Plateau State, where 3 security personnel, including a policeman, were killed. Though details of the incident are still emerging, the Plateau State Police Command says investigation is underway to determine the circumstances surrounding the attack and identify those responsible. Meanwhile, the Commissioner of Police, Basi Ewang, has deployed additional security personnel to the area and ordered intensified patrols to strengthen security around the institute and its environs. And as security worsens, especially in the northern part of the country, the Northern Traditional Rulers Council has held its 8th Executive Committee meeting in Dutse, Jigawa State, northwest Nigeria. What were the leaders saying? Watch this.
Unity is the foundation of peace. Peace is the condition for unity, and unity is the pathway to sustainable development. As our House of Wisdom reminds us, zaman lafiya shine tushen arziki. Peace is the foundation of prosperity. And where peace and security are firmly established, progress and development can take place. This requires sustained and relentless community mobilization, sensitization, education, and positive communication.
The administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu fully recognizes this strategic role and remains committed to deepening engagement with regional institutions in deepening peace, security, national cohesion, and development. Through enhanced coordination among the armed forces, intelligence agencies, and other security services, several criminal and terrorist networks have been degraded across many parts of this country.
Yes, the leaders there speaking in Dutse, Jigawa State. But then to the issues of the day, and we'll start with the development at the Court of Appeal. We have with us the member of the legal team of the African Democratic Congress as the ADC, Dr. Alex T. Adum. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, and good evening, my brother.
Yes, a big relief for the party.
Yes.
I can imagine that since the judgment was given, the song would have changed. The judiciary has risen up to the occasion, unlike what had happened the last 24 hours. No, this was, Judy has been bought over, you know, and things like that. Can you share with us some of the thoughts?
Well, you know, the truth of the matter is that everyone was shocked yesterday when the Federal High Court, presided over by Justice Lifu, gave a judgment in a matter that had already been escalated to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal had already granted a stay of proceedings, which technically means that Justice Lifu himself had become functus officio and was no longer in a position, you know, to proceed with the determination of the matter, talk less of, you know, giving a judgment. So when he granted that judgment, legally it was like putting something on nothing, because there was nothing before him to warrant him to have granted the judgment. And so when he gave that judgment, there was a lot of mixed feelings. And the truth of the matter is that, except that the Court of Appeal has stepped in quickly, you know, to do the needful, you know, to correct, and you heard the very strong words which the Court of Appeal,
yes,
you know, describe, you know, the conduct and the judgment of the lower court. It tells you that, you know, he acted in the most judicially rascally manner that shouldn't have been done by a judge of his standing. And so it's a welcome relief that the Court of Appeal has stepped in. Reaffirmed its earlier orders, which is the stay of proceedings on the matter, and now having extended it to a stay of execution of the judgment.
Let's have a short break. I understand that your mic has an issue, so we'll fix it almost immediately after this short break.
Nigeria has survived everything, not because we are lucky, but because in the hardest moment, when the news breaks and the grief is raw, someone somewhere makes a choice.
To confirm before spreading panic. To empathize rather than assign blame. To hold when everything inside said, pooh.
For terrorism is not only the attack that sparks our outrage. Terrorism is also the choices that follow, the ones that feed division and erode the bonds of nationhood and patriotism that hold us together as Nigerians.
Let us choose to defeat terror, one division at a time. Take a pulse, choose Nigeria.
Let's all unite against terror.
And clarity to issues and events in governance, democracy, and development. On People, Politics, and Power, we feature people who shape the events and define the issues.
A lot of the agencies are still struggling with implementation of freedom of information.
The government should come. We need Nigeria to work.
We examine the interplay and interaction of politics with power and their impact on policies and the people.
It's about getting the system to deliver the kind of electoral outcome that people will be happy with.
People, Politics, and Power with Imoni Amarere.
Will low-performing agencies be held to account? Or will the numbers fade after the headlines?
At 1 p.m. every Monday and Friday on AIT.
It is still Democracy Today on AIT, and we are engaging the recent development from the Court of Appeal in respect of the ruling of the Federal High Court yesterday over the registration of 5 political parties. And we still have with us a member of the legal team of ADC, Dr. Alex T. Doom. Thanks for staying with us. I'm sure the issue has been sorted.
Oh, thank you, my brother.
So you were telling us, it appears the ADC, can you tell us what the ADC took or the other parties took to the Court of Appeal that we have seen the Court of Appeal come heavily on the Federal High Court today?
Yeah, you know, the appeals under the provisions of the Constitution, I think Section 240 of the Constitution provides that appeals from the decisions of high courts, which includes the Federal High Court, you know, automatically lie as of right to the Court of Appeal.
Yes.
And so once the judge purported to have issued a judgment or granted a judgment yesterday, the matter was ripe for appeal, you know, to the Court of Appeal. So it was the decision that was granted yesterday by the Court of the Federal High Court that the ADC and the other political parties who are affected now took to the Court of Appeal. You know, so...
But you said the Court of Appeal had ordered a stay in the...
Yeah, you know, the matter was pending. The matter was actually pending before the Federal High Court.
Yes.
And the issues which the defendants had canvassed at the lower court were, one, that the Federal High Court lacks the jurisdiction to entertain the matter. Because under the relevant provisions of the Constitution, especially as it relates to the powers, you know, to register political parties, that power is donated by the Constitution to only INEC. And that power is an administrative power. If you look at Section 225A of the Constitution, the only way to determine the powers that are provided there, which is, one, the power to register a political party if it has failed to score 25% in any electoral contest that has participated, starting from a ward constituency up to the presidential level. And these requirements are disjunctive, or failure to win a seat in either a councillorship seat, a chairmanship seat, up to the presidential election, or the party does not have presence in the Federal Capital Territory and in 2/3 of the states of the Federation of Nigeria, or the party has failed to meet with the administrative requirements of INEC. Now, these requirements are all disjunctive. They are requirements that require administrative evaluation by INEC. Now, if you look at the electoral threshold requirement, which is that you must have scored a minimum of 25%. Now, that requirement applies not only to elections conducted by INEC, but also elections conducted by state independent electoral commissions. And as we speak, even at the moment, there are states, Adamawa State, for instance, just conducted its local government election. Now, these matters are evolving matters. They're not matters that you can just sit at one particular date and put out a cutoff date and determine. It is only INEC that is vested with the powers under the Constitution, because it's an administrative matter. It's not a judicial power. It's an administrative power. And so INEC will put off a cutoff date administratively to say that after the conduct of the 2023 general election, for instance, INEC would take out an audit of all the political parties that participated in the election conducted by INEC and request all the state independent electoral commissions to also forward data to it relating to the elections they conducted with respect to local government elections. INEC will evaluate all this and see the political parties that have failed to meet the constitutional requirements, you know, enunciated in Section 225A. It is only at that point that INEC will be able to determine that this particular parties or this party has failed to meet up with the requirements, to remain as a registered political party in Nigeria. So how can the court determine that matter? And INEC, which is vested with the powers under the Constitution, has deposed to an affidavit before the court in this same matter.
As a party
to the matter, as a defendant, stating that none of the political parties that is sought to be registered by this amorphous group called Association of Former National Assembly Legislators of Nigeria, whatever they call themselves, that none of the political parties listed as defendants in the suit has failed the conditions stipulated in Section 225A. And so the court should not deregister those associations. The court ruled against that position. And because when the canvassing that these people don't have a local standard, and technically means that the court does not also have the jurisdiction to entertain the matter. The court ruled against the defendants. So one of the defendants, a court party now, proceeded to the Court of Appeal. And in the appeal it filed, it also filed a motion for stay of proceedings to allow the Court of Appeal to determine whether the lower court even has the jurisdiction to entertain the matter in the first place. It is in the pendency of this. The Court of Appeal granted that motion for a stay of proceedings on the 22nd of May, 2026, and fixed definitive hearing date for 27th of October, 2026. Why this was pending and without notice to any of the parties in the suit, this particular judge rascally proceeded to grant judgment in the matter yesterday. At whose instance, we don't know.
It's all right. We're also hearing that your presidential candidate is putting up a petition to the National Judicial Council. Can you confirm that?
Definitely. We will, not just our presidential candidate, the entire parties involved in this and the entire nation should challenge the National Judicial Council, to rise up to its responsibilities. Because judges are not lords unto themselves. Judges are people who are commissioned, who have taken an oath, to do justice. Now, when you are appointed a judge, it is an onerous responsibility. It is not a responsibility that you play with. You trivialize with the way and manner Justice Lifu has been trivializing, issues of judicial consent, to everyone. So we are petitioning the NJC, and the NJC has to rise up. It is not done. It is unheard of. I referenced to you the pronouncement of the Court of Appeal today, which simply described the man for who he is. And so the NJC should rise up to its constitutional responsibilities. If judges cannot be disciplined, you see, was it Justice Nicky Toby? He said, a judge, a corrupt judge, can destroy.
This is an allegation.
Well, if it's not
because it has not been established that.
Well, it may not have been established, but the truth of the matter is that there must be a prompting for you to do this kind of brazen illegality, which Justice Lifu allowed himself to be used to do yesterday. Yeah. If it's not induced by anyone, why will a sensible judge, a knowledgeable judge of his character standing, grant judgment in a matter that he had become functus officio, a matter that is already before the Court of Appeal? Judicial prudence requires that once a matter is before a superior court of record, and over your own, in the case where your matter is being appealed, even if the court has not granted a stay of proceedings, judicial prudence requires that you wait and hear from the court upstairs. You will recall that when Justice, I don't know whether it's just this PDP ADC matter, once it went to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal granted the order for status quo ante bellum, and INEC utilized that particular status quo ante bellum order to remove the names of the leadership of the ADC from its portal. And the ADC went to the Supreme Court. On the day the matter was to be heard at the Supreme Court, judgment was also due before Justice Nwite. And at that point, Justice Nwite said it was only judicially more prudent for him to wait to allow the Supreme Court to decide the matter. Because once the Supreme Court decides the matter one way or the other, the matter will now come to an end. Now, so he waited. The Supreme Court decided, okay, vacate the status quo ante bellum order, go back to the High Court, and have the matter heard on its merit. That is judicial prudence.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alex T. Adom, for the intervention you've made. Just like I was trying to observe Justice Peter Lifo would have himself to defend if there is a petition before the National Judicial Council. So if there are allegations against him, I'm sure he will be giving fair hearing as well. Thank you so much for your...
We are not making... You see, we can't make these weighty allegations, just for the sake of making weighty allegations against, a judicial officer of his standing. We are making this weighty allegation based on information, very privileged information available to us.
It's all right.
And we stand by what we say in public.
It's well. We'll get over it, I'm sure, with time. It's a developing story, so we'll continue to engage the matter as it were. Yesterday, we had, just before we have, we had Senator Adams Oshomole, former governor of Edo State and former national chairman of the ruling All Progressives Congress, the APC. And he made some submissions. We would like you to listen to what he said, because he spoke within a context, and it appears that has been misunderstood by a lot of persons. Let's listen to what he said yesterday.
You see, Opayebi said that?
Yes.
Yeah, if he said that, yes. Because there are even people who claim that their signatures were forged on that document. I mean, there's one like Senator Kigibe. She told me, but I didn't sign that report. I didn't agree with the content, but her name was published.
There's a report suspending,
the report
recommended
that was tabled for the Senate. Because the way the Senate works, right? It works in committees, particularly through its oversight functions.
Yes.
So the committee submits, do a hearing, and then they hear out all those who have something to say, and the committee decide and agree on on their findings and specific recommendations. And the members of the committee are expected to sign that report.
Yes.
So that it is the collective decision of members of the committee. So where many don't accept the content, they could abstain from signing it, because to sign is to endorse.
Endorse it, yes.
So there are one or two or three senators say, we didn't sign it, but our name was there. How? Some say, maybe they attach attendance registrar, which is not the appropriate thing. But this is not my problem. If Opayemi said so, I think you should take it seriously. He is not give it to frivolities.
Every day, across forests, highways, towns, and villages, brave men and women stand watch so that Nigeria can sleep. They leave their families behind, confront danger head-on, and make sacrifices many of us will never see. Yet, the enemies of our nation continue their assault. They target our children. They murder innocent citizens. They force families from their homes. They turn thriving communities into places of fear and uncertainty. Their goal is simple: to break our spirit, divide our people, and steal the future of our nation. But Nigeria is stronger than terror. As we demand greater accountability, stronger security measures, and more effective action from those entrusted with our safety, we must also play our part. Support our security forces. Salute their gallantry. Stand with those who stand for us. If you see something, say something. Let us be our brother's keeper. We must never surrender to fear, despair, or hopelessness. This is not the time for division, not by tribe, not by religion, not by region, not by political party. Because terror recognizes no ethnicity, no faith, and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. Hashtag Unite Against Terror.
Thank you for staying with us. I thought the producer would get back to me immediately after Oshomole's clip there. But to put it into proper perspective, he did not literally say that there were signatures were forged. He was making reference to the fact that some of the senators told him the signatures that they had signed on the attendance list for part of their meetings at the committee level were the ones that were attached to the committee report, not that the signatures were forged in the literal meaning of being forged. We have to put that clearly out there. So we now have joining us two gentlemen from Cross River State. We had told you much earlier that Cameroonian soldiers had invaded Nigerian territory Wednesday last week. So the two gentlemen are here to speak to the matter. We have with us a member representing Boki Ikon Federal Constituency, Victor Aban. Thank you very much for joining us, Honorable Member.
Thank you.
We also have with us a former member of the Cross River State House of Assembly, Cletus Obun. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Yes. We'll start with you, Honorable Member. This is not the first time the Cameroonians are invading, your constituency per se. But there was so much noise about it this time. What made it different from what we have had in previous instances?
Well, I think our people are traumatized by this incessant incursion of the Cameroonian gendarmes, literally unprovoked. They entered there at will, and the soldiers, the Nigerian soldiers, who are supposed to keep watch and protection over our people, vacated the place, and they are several miles away from where the incident, the boundary. They are several miles away.
They say there's a forward operating base. Is a forward operating base at the boundary or the far away that you're making reference to?
Well, the issue about the forward operating base, I remember that we went there 2 years ago with the House of Reps with an ad hoc committee, and part of our recommendations were that the military should build a permanent forward operating base. The forward operating base now is being hosted in the village health center, the health center of the community.
That is what is now the forward operating base?
Yeah, they have displaced the locals. They are using the health center as their forward operating base.
So where's the health center? Has it been relocated?
There is no health center. There are no activities. There is no government activity in that place. The recommendations from the House of Reps include that government should show should establish certain amenities on that corridor. Even the road, if there's a problem today, it will take several hours before Nigeria will get to the border, whereas the Cameroonians can cross in minutes to the place. So, but not for the vigilance of our youth, like the clip you played, you can see our youth. We have trained them, we have vigilante there. They resist these people, even with their bare hands. So that is the challenge.
It's all right, Honorable Cletus Obang. We heard that this time around it was over levy or farmland or something that the Cameroonians purportedly invaded the Nigerian territory to come and confront the Nigerian people over levies, maybe at the border farm or something that is supposed to have been paid to them or something. Can you give an idea of what exactly you know?
That's very diversionary. It's clear diversion. If Cameroonians come into Nigeria, Nigeria has to impose levies on everybody who crosses on that road, and they ask them, does that warrant an invasion from another military into another territory completely? It defies all and violates all international rules and treaties to which Nigeria and Cameroon are signatories. So what has happened there is simply a continuous attempt by Cameroon to annex that part of Nigeria. It's been there since 1996, since 1990 as a matter of fact. And I've made a point. Kizito Atta is still alive. He was military administrator in Cross River State. In 1990, he had to trek to the place for over 3 hours on foot. In 1996, there was a similar invasion. In 2000 October, 4 Nigerians were arrested and detained in Buea, in Bamenda, and brought back for trial in Tuku. All that happened at that time I was in the house. And we raised alarm on this matter. When you say it is the first time, it is not true. By 2000, there was no ICJ judgment. October 2000, there was no ICJ judgment. The matter was still dragging in court.
Yes.
But I had raised the issue that Nigeria is allowing Cameroon to want to annex that part of the Nigerian territory on the border corridor. And yet, on a daily basis, this has been the trauma of the communities. He was talking about the 2024 visit. I was consulted by the committee headed then by MPs Benny Lar, who headed that committee. He was a member. I was invited because I have been working on this for more than 20 years now on this border corridor. And we have told Nigeria, if you don't want us to be part of Nigeria again, tell us and cede us as you did to Bakassi. Because Nigeria willingly surrendered Bakassi. They want to surrender Boki again. If this demarcation, so-called demarcation, is allowed to take place, 8 local governments in Cross River will be affected. And that's what we are resisting here. When that committee went and made the recommendation, it was agreed. Even in 2013, that as long as Pillar 113A, we have 113, 113A in between and 114 at Agbokum. 113A was not found. And the agreement was that until 113A is found, there should be no further demarcation. And that is how that the United Nations Committee was disbanded till today. So who is drawing imaginary lines on satellite and telling us that Google says that there is a map and there is a straight line? Straight line from where to where? Where there is no Pillar 113A to take the coordinates from. From Pillar 113A across the river, that traditional boundaries of the communities, because they are historically from the same ancestry. So they share and have boundaries. In Africa, all of Africa, boundaries are by landmarks.
Yes.
Rivers, trees, mountains, valleys. That is what defines boundaries. And those rivers are there. But the river around the the Biajwa axis, Abanoro, and then on this river, the next river between Bodam and Dadi, and then between Dadi and Kabe, and between Ogande and Bodam. Those rivers are there. Even there's a pillar that the Germans put there as far back as the 1950s. Those pillars are all there. Nobody has disputed them. Nigeria and indeed the Cameroon authorities are only looking for a way in which that community becomes part of Cameroon. Now they have escalation of hostilities about the Western Cameroon crisis of self-determination by the Ambazonians. That is why the Nigerian authorities have to put their own counter force as a forward operation base from from that end. Why they are not staying there when they are talking about collecting of levies? Yes, that one is an internal matter which the Nigerian military can deal with. It is therefore not an excuse whatsoever for anybody from Cameroon, for an external army to walk into another community in a border community. Why is it not happening in Sema? I keep asking. Why is it not happening in other border areas in Borno, in Katsina, in Ogun, in Ota, and those other border communities? Why is it only in Cross River? Why is it among the Buki people? Is it because we are minorities? Do they want to see us as they have done Bakassi? Until today, we have not even dealt with the Bakassi matter, and we are coming back again to Buki here. I've told you, 8 local governments in Cross River State will be seeded. If they allow that demarcation, 9.6 kilometers from Pillar 113A to Biajwa, if that pillar and that demarcation is allowed to take place, the whole of those 8 local governments of Etung, Boki, Obubra, Akankpa, Biase, Akwabuyo, and Bakassi will all go.
Okay. So from what he's saying, and if I understand that clearly, the demarcation obviously is supposed to have been from the Green Tree Agreement that Nigeria had with Cameroon.
Well, I think the Green Tree Agreement has been implemented in the breach, more or less, because every aspect of the Green Tree Agreement have not been implemented. First, it was not brought to Parliament for ratification. Secondly, even the aspect that said Nigerians who desire to remain in Cameroon, the Cameroon government should be responsible for them. Nothing of that. They have been chased away, they have been traumatized, and so on. So I think that the solution to this recurring problem, is the locals have traditional boundaries, which they respect.
Yes.
There is a river they call Bapua River. That is the river that demarcates the two communities. And the people respect those boundaries as their own traditional boundaries. I remember that as recent as 2017, there was a communal war between those two communities. And the people now agreed, part of their peace settlement, on their own, without any government intervention. The locals on their own agreed and said, this is our boundary. If you're a Cameroonian and you are farming here, because this issue of levies, the Cameroonians pay a certain amount of levy to the Nigerians' farmlands, which they use on the Nigerian side.
Okay.
That is just their own internal arrangement. It's not
an official thing.
It's not an official thing. So government needs to, one, respect the boundaries, because the communities will respect those boundaries, those traditional boundaries. Both communities agree that this is our boundary. First of all, government must do that. Secondly, there must be a permanent forward operating base. Permanent forward operating base.
Not the temporary one at the primary health center.
Permanent forward operating base. Thirdly, there should be infrastructure. There is no road to Danare. Even if there is a crisis, even if Cameroonian soldiers are invaded the place, it took several hours for our soldiers to arrive there. Or motorbikes. Because you can't go there with a car. The roads are very bad. So government, and these are part of the resolution of the House of Representatives. And for the past 2 years, I have been chasing the defense headquarters to see that approval is given for the building of a forward operating base. Perhaps if you start with a forward operating base, you will now do infrastructure. There is no road to Danare.
There is supposed to be, I think, a boundary communities commission. If I remember very well, there is this former commissioner from Rivers State that is a DG or the chairman now.
No.
Have they not gotten close to...
The Boundary Commission of Nigeria, in fact, we have lost confidence in them. The Boundary Commission of Nigeria. Because the Boundary Commission of Nigeria were behaving as if they came from the Cameroonian embassy. Because they were the one who were trying to adopt a straight line from 113 to 114. Horizontally. And ceding about 10,000 hectares of Nigerian land to Cameroon. So there was the Cameroon-Nigerian Mixed Commission, which the National Boundary Commission was supposed to guide them.
Yes.
But the National Boundary Commission, they were looking for the easiest route. Until some of us went there, they were just staying in Abuja, in their offices, to draw lines, imaginary lines. If you go there, you will see the pillars. Like, I came with this document. This is the German Anglo-German treaty that was signed in 1913.
Sure.
Now, in this treaty, government, the Germans and the English, were very careful, very meticulous. From pillar 113 to 114 is 1.4 kilometers. From pillar 112 to 113 is 0.4 kilometers. From pillar 113A to 114 is 9.6 kilometers.
9.6, yes.
Now, okay, from pillar 114 to 11 distinct, what is difficult from using your equipment's coordinates to now trace it, to now trace the 116? But rather, it is convenient for you to just sit down in your office and draw a line, because we are minorities. We are not from, we are not to be taken seriously. We are from minorities, so therefore, you don't wish us away like that.
Indeed, Nigeria cannot do that. I'm sure the right authorities are watching, and the right thing will be done. This pillar 113, 113A that is missing, and 114, who put those pillars there in the first place?
This was a result of what he's telling you now,
Yes.
the Anglo-Nigerian Defense Pact of 1913.
Yes.
By 1918, after the First World War, because the Germans lost the war, you had the partitioning of Africa.
The
in
Berlin.
the Treaty of Versailles.
Yes.
In the Treaty of Versailles. That is where this new coordinate, in which territories belonging to Germany were now ceded to the English, the Portuguese, the Spanish, which is why we find from Angola through the West Africa, you have France and others having it. In the event, by 1947, after the Second World War, after the 1945 ended in 1945, by the 1960s, when independence was being granted to African countries, there was a plebiscite in 1961, February 11, 1961, in which this particular area, a referendum took place, a plebiscite took place, which is what we are referring to in the Green Tea Agreement. At what point did the Bakassi people, under the international treaties like the Human Rights, African and People Human Rights Act, and over 22 articles, which insists that for you to be ceded to another country, you must vote and accept that you want to get into another country. This was not done in Bakassi. This has not been done here. When it was done in this area we are talking about, 9 Nigerian Boki communities remained in Cameroon. Only about 2 joined the rest of their brothers in Nigeria. It is these traditional people that are being today harassed on a daily basis by Cameroon military with the intention to take over that place because of the solid mineral lying under that soil and the thick, pristine forest, the last of the African forest that you can find, where nobody has farmed in since Adam. So Cameroon is interested in that. They did that for oil in Bakassi. Now they are doing it for solid minerals and the forest, which is very important to them. But they want to trade lives of the Danare people, of the Boki people. And I can tell you, the Boki Nation, I'm the official spokesperson of the Boki people. And we have agreed that if Nigeria doesn't want us, we are not going to join Cameroon. If they want to take us out, let them carve us out.
You have your own country.
The population that we have there is more than 3 West African countries. The landmass is more. Boki is the second largest local government in Nigeria. But we insist that we are Nigerians and therefore we remain in Nigeria. Nigeria should not force us out of the territory that we have lived in, that we believe is our own country. They should help us. And that's why those youths are taking, you heard them telling you, this is our land. We'll video you, you can do nothing. I will shoot you. He said, you can't shoot me, you can do nothing. You are in our land. If Nigerian unarmed youths can take that type of position, what should we get? Thank God Human Rights Radio have come out to say that they are giving them Heroes Award. They deserve it. And we deserve to protect the territorial integrity of Nigeria, not only in places of majority tribes in Nigeria, but of minority like Boki, which is very important to Nigeria.
As a sitting lawmaker, have you had any interface with the Cross River State government? Because when you talk about amenities, the health center you're talking about, for one we expect like a local government, maybe the State Primary Healthcare Development Board, maybe Cross River State government can do a road or something. What has Cross River State government done for the people of Danare community?
Well, I think government has been involved. We've engaged government to do a lot of things. The road leading to Danare, there is 8 kilometers to Danare. And in the last government, the last administration was able to construct the road to that point. 8 kilometers to Danare is not constructed. And the government is the one who is keeping the security because even though the federal government security, state government have to support them from time to time, even their logistics. Now, because of the difficult terrain that we get, the government supports them from time to time, keeping them there in those places. So beyond that, we have also escalated the matter to government. I remember that there's a road linking the road to that community. Government is doing, it's a federal government road. Government is doing a 10-kilometer palliative arrangement on that road at the time being. But these are not enough. These things are not enough. What the Danare people require, and it's a very large population, what they require, because they trek several miles to come and attend schools.
That's sad.
So what the Danare people require, they require schools, they require market, because they are rich agricultural produce in that area.
But you politicians go there to campaign. You ask them to vote. The INEC takes ballot papers, ballot boxes there, and they vote. Your people will vote for politicians. They voted for you before.
Why not? And that is why I'm always there. As you're talking to me, we're already on our way to the place.
We go to those places.
And what I must tell you is that these facilities were long proposed. When those kilometers of road were left, we got back to government to say, put in place these facilities in order to even build good intercommunal relationship between the Cameroon border communities and the Nigerian border communities. In that way, there is interaction, there will be less friction. That is a way of doing a non-kinetic war in which you can build peace without even, because they play football competitions together. They enjoy the same New Yam Festival, the same date, 18th August, like every other Boki community.
So the next 18th August
is the next New Yam Festival. We're inviting you. You can come over there. I'm sure one of your staff here has been there and he has got.
If there is a helicopter that can take us there and bring us back, no problem. We'll be,
because you have to go by road so that you can feel the pain.
No, the only way you can do experience teaches by example. So you need to be there of food. After all, we've had. Rashid go there, one of he's been there to cover this very matter on 2 or 3 occasions. So your station has done well to come and cover this. We will need you to now see what has happened. The road is talking about is the Ikomobudu Road, which has been abandoned since Wires made Shagari to bring it there in 1976. It was completed in 1980. Since then, no patchwork, no NEMA, nothing. And the entire 90% of timber in Nigeria comes from that area. 90% of Nigerian timber comes from there. Cocoa from that area alone accounts for more than 45% of cocoa in Cross River State. And all these produce are passing through these routes. And there are over 200 unmanned routes between Nigeria and Cameroon in that corridor, between Danare, through Bumaji to the ranch. More than 200 routes in which you can come in and go out. Those are also unmanned. So how far can the immigration go if they don't cooperate and have facilities and routes that communities and indigents and citizens can cooperate and give intelligence on what is happening?
Indeed, I've not been to this community. Maybe I will make out time to do that. But I've been to Bakassi.
You're invited on the 18th.
18th of August. I've been to Bakassi. On the Nigerian side of it, you can stand there, you can see the jetty, people crossing and all, and they will tell you once you cross over there, the gendarmes are there, you must pay money, bring passe before you go. That was why I didn't cross, because I didn't want anybody to come and arrest me and say I'm invading somebody's country and all of that. So it's a call on Nigerian authorities, the relevant agencies, to do the needful, and we hope that with this intervention, even the president will listen to the people of Boki. I'm sure, just like the governor of Cross River State is pushing hard to recover the status of Cross River as an oil-producing state, he should also push forward hard on this particular issue so that there will be an intervention for Boki. And we must put it on record, we've tried to get across to the Cameroon embassy in Nigeria. This is also an open invitation to them. If they have that time, they can come over and address some of these issues that have been raised here. Thank you, gentlemen, for being part of the program this day. Honorable Victor Abam, member representing Boki Ikonfederal constituency, and Cletus Obang, former member of the Cross River State House of Assembly. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
Thanks for having us, and thanks for giving us this space.
I am TV Tiab saying, stay out of trouble and continue to be a good citizen.
It's been 3 years since President Bola Tinubu was sworn in as a Nigerian leader. He promised to fix the economy, address rising insecurity, create jobs, and fight for the interests of citizens both home and abroad. As President Tinubu seeks re-election in 2027, has he delivered on his promises? And does his performance so far merit a second term? AIT News begins a special May 29 review countdown series, where we interrogate the Tinubu administration's deliverables across various sectors of national life. Join us on the AIT News Hour from May 18, 2026.
Step into any market across Nigeria. The reality hits your pocket immediately. 3 years ago, the economic landscape was fundamentally different. Today, the central question dominating the national conversation is no longer about the necessity of reforms, but the human cost. When President Tinubu was inaugurated in 2023, the economy was said to be his strong fault, and then he listed the ways he was going to achieve this. Budgetary reform, by stimulating the economy without engendering inflation, was to be instituted. Industrial policy and fiscal reform to promote domestic manufacturing and lessen import dependency. At the time President Bola Tinubu took the helm, the nation was plagued by a low 2.7% GDP growth rate and officially pegged Naira. Determined to stop the bleeding, the new administration swiftly rolled out its reform agenda, but the medicine was proven to be bitter. Following the subsidy removal and FS floats, petrol prices surged from 180 Naira to well over 800 Naira per litre. Consequently, transport fares and production overheads went through the roof. Parallel markets, the Naira tumbled from around 460 Naira to $1, crushing past the 1,400 Naira baseline. Economic analyst Bala Zaka said the reforms have worsened hardship, weakening purchasing power and slowing economic activity.
The economy is in the first quadrant as against going to the second, third or fourth quadrant, meaning that the performance is abysmally low. Even if you want to explain it from the point of GDP, look at GDP variables. Look at the consumption index. The consumption index is very low because the disposable income of both individual and corporate citizens have been eroded by what? By inflation, by devaluation, by high energy cost. Then look at the investment index of the GDP. Investors are not coming, because Nigeria is experiencing all kinds of hostilities.
First, the case for progress. The government's aggressive monetary tightening has broken the back of runaway inflation. From a terrifying peak of 34.6% in late 2024, the National Bureau of Statistics reports that the headline inflation has cooled significantly to 15.69% as of April 2026. But for many Nigerians, this does not mean price reductions. It simply means prices are rising at a slower pace. Muda Yusuf of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise credits the government's reforms for investor confidence.
If you look at the macro indicators, the stability of the exchange rates has been a major achievement of this administration. Because over the last 2 years, we have seen a remarkable stability. And stability of the exchange rate is very significant for investors' confidence. Investors' confidence is critical for investment, whether domestic or foreign. So on the score of the exchange rate ecosystem, foreign exchange ecosystem, it has been quite positive.
For families buying rice, gari and yams, the daily reality is a 16.06 food inflation rate that continues to squeeze household wallets.
If you not hold up to 20,000 naira upwards, you not go fit buy anything. A tuber of yam self, if you not get up to 4-5, you not go fit buy 1 tuber of yam. So now, so even though chicken self, I priced one I priced as of yesterday. The lower price is 35,000 live chicken. So it's not easy at all. Make government help us. More no die because of hungry. That's why then we vote them, put them for that place.
Government, we want you guys to help us, at least for our goods, because people are complaining. Most of them are cost. So we needed some of the markets to come down so that they'll be able to buy from us.
Yet, looking through the lens of economic output, the indications scream progress. Driven by recovering oil production and an expanded non-oil tax net, Nigeria's real GDP grew by a robust 4.07% in the final quarter of 2025. Global rating agency S&P upgraded Nigeria's credit rating from B2B, explicitly citing improved macroeconomic stability. Significantly, because of subsidy removals, federal allocations to state governments have surged, hitting record monthly distributions of 3.64 trillion naira. But this has translated little for the quality of life of citizens at the subnational level. The president has also submitted massive budget proposals, the highest in the country's history. The numbers have been quite flattering. In 2024, a total of 43.5 trillion naira was signed as the country's budget. In 2025, it was 54.99 trillion naira, and in 2026, it jumped to 68.32 trillion naira. But its implementation has been very underwhelming and far from flattering. For instance, only 17.7% of the capital budget of 2025 was released as at the third quarter of the year. Due to missed revenue targets, the 2025 budget year was further extended to March 2026 after a repeal and reenactment was passed by the National Assembly. However, the economy of the subnationals has sort of stabilized due to largely the removal of subsidy. This must
Court of Appeal halts execution of judgment deregistering the African Democratic Congress and 4 other political parties. President Bola Tinubu commands security forces onslaught against terror as bandit kingpin Kachala Ibrahim Batijo meets his Waterloo. And security breach at National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies leaves 3 personnel dead. In business, NUPRC reports steady growth in Nigeria's gas production as output rises by 0.6% year-on-year. And in sports, Tunisia sacks coach Lamochi after World Cup humiliation, appoints 2012 AFCON winning coach Hervé Renard. This is the News Hour on AIT. I am Binta Booker, and tonight with me on the AIT News Hour is Chukwuyenum Omuka.
Thank you, Binta. Now, the Court of Appeal has suspended the execution of the judgment delivered by Justice Peter Lifu, deregistering the African Democratic Congress, Accord Party, and other political parties pending the determination of the substantive appeal before it. In a unanimous ruling, a 3-man panel of the appellate court faulted the conduct of the trial court in delivering the June 15, 2026 judgment, describing its decision as a breach of subsisting orders of the Court of Appeal. And we'll bring you that report as the bulletin progresses. In other stories, a federal high court sitting in Abuja has ordered the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and its national secretary, Ogbeni Rauf Agbegbeshola, to pay a total of 1 million naira in costs after dismissing their separate applications seeking the withdrawal of Justice Peter Lifu from a pending leadership dispute involving the party. Justice Lifu, in a ruling delivered on Tuesday, imposed a 500,000 naira fine on each applicant, describing their allegations of bias against the court as unsubstantiated and an attempt to obstruct the speedy determination of the matter, as earlier directed by the Supreme Court. The judge held that the claims contained in the applications lacked credible evidence and were based on speculation. He stressed that accusations of judicial bias are serious and must be supported with convincing proof, adding that the applications failed to establish any conduct that could justify his recusal. Justice Lifu also rejected what he described as an attempt at forum shopping noting that parties have no authority to select the judges who hear their cases, as judicial assignments are the responsibility of the court's administrative leadership. Before the ruling, Counsel for ADC National Welfare Secretary Nkema Kolam Ukandu Kalu Agu attempted to stop the proceedings by arguing that the court's earlier judgment ordering the deregistration of ADC meant the party no longer had legal standing in the current matter. The matter was later adjourned until June 23 for hearing of all outstanding applications. The suit was filed by an aggrieved ADC member, Nafiu Bala Gombe, who is challenging the legitimacy of the interim leadership of the party led by Senator David Mark and National Secretary Rauf Aregbesola. The defendants in the suit include the ADC, David Mark, Rauf Aregbesola, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and former ADC National Chairman, Ralph Wonsu, who handed over the party's leadership structure to the David Mark-led interim team.
A High Court of the Federal Capital Territory in Abuja has refused an application by former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello seeking to squash his ongoing 110.4 billion naira fraud trial instituted by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the EFCC. In a short ruling, Justice Marian Aneni held that the court has the authority to entertain the matter, dismissing Bello's arguments that the case was wrongly brought before the FCT High Court and constituted a duplication of proceedings. The decision allows the anti-graft agency to continue its prosecution of Bello alongside the two other defendants in the case, Umar Aricha and Abdusalami Hundu. Bello's counsel, Joseph Daudu Eseyen, had argued that the alleged offenses were outside the geographical jurisdiction of the FCT High Court. The defense also maintained that the existence of a separate criminal matter involving Bello at the Federal High Court made the present suit an abuse of judicial process. However, counsel of the EFCC, Kemi Pinhenro Eseyen, opposed the submission, noting that the charges before the FCT High Court were properly filed under the Penal Code. He further argued that some assets allegedly linked to the offences are situated within Abuja, giving the courts the power to hear the case. She clarified that the charges before both courts are distinct, explaining that the FCT case centers on alleged conspiracy and criminal breach of trust, while the Federal High Court trial concerns allegations of money laundering. In her ruling, Justice Aneni upheld the prosecution's submission and also rejected a similar application filed by the third defendant. She subsequently ordered the prosecution to proceed with the presentation of its evidence, including the testimony of its 16th witness. The former governor is currently battling separate corruption cases linked to his time in office. In the Federal High Court, the EFCC also charged him with alleged laundering of 80.2 billion naira, accusing him of diverting funds belonging to the Kogi State government and local councils to purchase high-value properties in Abuja and Dubai.
An attack on the prestigious National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, KURU, has left 3 persons dead. The incident was confirmed by both authorities of the institute and the police in Plateau State. The 3 victims of the attack have been identified as security personnel attached to NIPPS. Walker's Quackfoot reports.
The peace of Kuru community was shattered in the early hours of Tuesday, June 16, 2026. Armed attackers breached the secure perimeter of the Apex Policy Institute, targeting guards on duty. Officials of NIPS have confirmed the incident. The institute's head of public affairs, Osime Samuel, said that its internal security unit, collaborating with federal agencies, responded swiftly to neutralize the threat and restore order. The institute urged members of the public to disregard wild speculations and unverified claims circulating on social media, maintaining that investigations are ongoing to uncover the full scope and motive behind the attack. Confirming casualties, the Plateau State Police Command expressed deep regret over the loss of 3 dedicated officers. State Police Public Relations Officer SP Alfred Alabo revealed that the Commissioner of Police CP Basi Ewa has ordered immediate massive security reinforcements. Patrols have now been intensified around Kuru and its surrounding areas. The police command assures residents that the situation is firmly under control and normal daily activities have since resumed. They advise citizens to remain calm and report any suspicious movements. Walker Quackfoot, AIT News, Jos.
The Nigerian security forces have scored a major victory against terrorism in Kogi State. This follows the elimination of notorious bandit kingpin Kachala Ibrahim Batijo. The operation not only neutralized Kachala, but also crushed a mass kidnapping plot targeting students in Kogi State, north central Nigeria, according to official government sources.
Kogi State has for some time now been ravaged by kidnappings, with different gangs hiding in the thick forest of the confluent states. Deadly attacks on commuters and transporters have been common, and hundreds have been adopted along the different federal roads crisscrossing the state. One of Nigeria's most wanted kidnapped kingpins, Kachala Ibrahim Batijo, was said to have been operating in the area with a ground plan of a large-scale student adoption around the Kababono area. According to officials of the Kogi State government familiar with the operation, security forces using sophisticated intelligence secretly identified the coordinates and relocated vulnerable students writing their WAEC exams just before launching a decisive ambush. During a fierce-gun battle, troops eliminated the bandit kingpin. Subsequent clearance operations by the Nigerian Army's 12th Brigade, led by Brigadier General Kasim Sidi, recovered over 15 bodies of the bandits. Batijo's remains have been exhumed for forensic analysis. At the briefing at the Office of the National Security Advisor, Governor Usman Ododo praised President Bola Tinubu's security leadership, stating that federal initiatives are yielding measurable results. He pledged to support federal efforts in stamping out criminals from Kogi State. National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu hailed the operation as a major milestone and a breakthrough for national security. However, the state government is urging citizens to remain vigilant and report suspicious activities to security agencies. Tehumba Akaya, AIT News, Lokoja.
President Bola Tinubu has praised the Nigerian Armed Forces and other security agencies for successfully neutralizing notorious bandit leader Ibrahim Batijo during an operation in Kogi State, describing the development as a major victory in the fight against insecurity. The president said the operation dealt a significant blow to criminal networks responsible for banditry, kidnappings, and attacks on communities in Kogi and neighboring states, expressing confidence that the feat would help restore peace and reassure residents. According to a statement issued by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, President Tinubu congratulated the troops on what he called a decisive milestone, stressing that Nigeria would not cede any part of its territory to criminal elements. The president also commended security personnel for rescuing Hajia Amina Rabe Abubakar, widow of the late former Chief of Defense Information, General Rabe Abubakar, retired, describing the operation as a demonstration of professionalism, effective intelligence coordination, and courage. He said the safe rescue of the retired general's widow brought relief to her family and the nation, while applauding the officers and men involved for their bravery and dedication to protecting lives. President Tinubu reaffirmed his administration's commitment to providing the armed forces with the resources, training, and support required to combat banditry, kidnapping, and other violent crimes, while urging Nigerians to continue assisting security agencies with timely and credible information.
Peace, security, and development must move together if northern Nigeria is to overcome terrorism, banditry, poverty, and other threats confronting the region. That was the consensus among traditional rulers, security chiefs, and government officials who met in Dutse, Jigawa State for the 8th Executive Committee meeting of the Northern Traditional Rulers Council.
From the corridors of government to the palaces of traditional rulers, attention turned to the challenges shaping northern Nigeria's future as stakeholders gathered in Dutse for frank discussions on the region's path forward.
The administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu fully recognizes this strategic role and remains committed to deepening engagement with traditional institutions in deepening peace, security, national cohesion, and development. Through enhanced coordination among the armed forces, intelligence agencies, and other security services.
So issues of insecurity, poverty, education, and so on and so forth are things we must look into And we are determined. We are very, very determined because all of us are victims to what is happening.
Nigeria's Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, outlined the role of law enforcement and community partnership in advancing stability across northern Nigeria.
Sustainable security cannot be achieved by security agencies alone. Security is a shared responsibility.
State governors at the gathering equally shared their perspectives on issues affecting communities across the region.
The time has come for us to act with the seriousness that this situation demands.
This requires sustained and relentless community mobilization, sensitization, education, and positive communication.
A major highlight was the recognition accorded the Inspector General of Police by the chairman of the Northern Traditional Rulers Council and Sultan of Sokoto, Mohammed Saad Abubakar. The gathering ended with a renewed commitment to collective action in confronting the region's challenges. Ada Ononye, AIT News.
The Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, has introduced strict measures aimed at curbing defections and strengthening party discipline ahead of future elections. Speaking on behalf of the party leadership, the national chairman, Moses Cleopas, said the move is part of efforts to preserve the integrity and growth of the party. He stressed that while the party remains open and inclusive, its supremacy must be respected by all members.
For many Nigerian politicians, political parties have become mere vehicles to attain political office. Over 300 changed parties between 2024 and mid-2026. According to data from Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, PLAC, a non-profit organization that works to strengthen democratic institutions, over 300 Nigerian politicians switched party between 2024 and mid-2026. The rate of political defections is said to be highest among politicians in Nigeria. This is what the NDC is trying to cure. It is saying that its platform cannot be used as a ticket to elective office and then abandoned. The party has therefore directed all aspirants from the state houses of assembly to the presidential level to sign an undertaking as a condition for participation.
It is a complete evaluation of what has been happening around the political atmosphere to establish and communicate what we believe in.
The party's national legal advisor, Barrister Ruben Ekwaba, said candidates will be required to sign affidavit-backed consent forms to be submitted alongside their nomination documents. He explained that the legal framework is in line with the party's constitution and is designed to ensure accountability and loyalty among candidates.
Stay with us here on the AIT News Hour. We shall go on a short break. When we come back, we will bring you more.
Of life are found in moments that makes us wonder, then fill our hearts with laughter. Moments we risk it all for a craving, but the reward makes it all worth it. Moments when you remind everyone of your greatness. Moments when you feel like you need a hero, then you realize you're the hero you've always needed.
Collect 10 unique moments and win big in the My Indomie Moments promo.
Our bodies get serums, washes, lotions, cleansers, scrubs, but underarms only get deodorant? That's why our new breakthrough formula contains pure hyaluron and vitamin C to deeply care for your underarms for a softer and even skin tone in 2 weeks. With 72 hours sweat and odor protection, try the new Nivea Derma Control Natural Tone because your underarms deserve more. Nivea is for skin.
Come on! Let's go!
Darling Natural Twists blend with her hair over time.
Yeah, that's perfect.
She's really more beautiful every week. Darling Natural Twists get better every day, just like you.
My Oga, welcome, sir. We need to look at this report.
What can we offer you?
Don't worry.
Huh? Mr. Chef, it's a 2-finger crush.
Pass the beef and crayfish.
With Mr. Chef, a simple crush turns meals into culture and moments into memories.
This is the true taste of home.
And culture. Chef.
Hukumar zaɓe ta ƙasa wato INEC za ta ci gaba da yin rajistar masu kaɗa ƙuri'a a zango na uku kuma karo na ƙarshe daga ran Litinin 11 ga watan Mai zuwa Juma'a 10 ga watan Julai 2026. Kofa a buɗe take ga waɗanda ba su sami rajista ba a wancan karan kafin a dakatar ko kuma a'a daga wannan lokacin da aka dakatar zuwa yanzu waɗanda suka cika shekara 18 don su je su yi rajistar katin zaɓe. Masu niyya sai su garzaya pejin INEC na yanar gizo wato www.cvr.inecnigeria.org domin fara yin rajista. Daga nan sai su je ofishin INEC na jiha ko karamar hukuma domin ɗaukan hoton yatsansu da kuma fuska. In kuma kuna so za ku iya zuwa ofishin INEC na jiha ko na karamar hukuma kai tsaye don yin rajista. Idan bata ko lalacewa katin kai kar ka yi rajista. Ka shiga shafin INEC na yanar gizo ko ka je ofishin su na jiha ko karamar hukuma domin neman a baka sabon kati. Haka zalika za ka iya canja bayanan da ke kan katinka a tsawon wannan lokacin. Kada ku manta masu katin zaɓe ne kaɗai suke iya taka rawa ranar zaɓe. Ku yi rajista.
Wannan saƙo ne daga hukumar zaɓe ta ƙasa mai zaman kanta INEC.
Nigeria has survived everything not because we are lucky, but because in the hardest moment when the news breaks and the grief is raw, someone somewhere makes a choice.
To confirm before spreading panic, to empathize rather than assign blame, to hold when everything inside said, poof.
For terrorism is not only the attack that sparks our outrage. Terrorism is also the choices that follow, the ones that feed division and erode the bonds of nationhood and patriotism that hold us together as Nigerians.
Let us choose to defeat terror, one division at a time. Take a pause. Choose Nigeria.
Let's all unite against terror.
Many thanks for still being there with us. Let's bring you more stories. Nigeria's political landscape faces a major shockwave just 6 months before the 2027 general elections. Tremors of uncertainty are building following an Abuja Federal High Court order directing INEC to deregister 5 political parties, with the electoral umpire already bogged down by a flurry of legal battles. This judgment further muddies the political waters ahead of the polls. AIT's news chief correspondent Utubel Morin unpacks what this means for the political system, INEC, and the 2027 elections.
Monday's judicial axe fell heavily on 5 political parties. The ruling risked completely redefining the 2027 electoral contest. Justice Peter Lifu invoked Section 225A of the Constitution. He ruled that the ADC, Accord, ZLP, AA and APP failed to attain the performance thresholds. But the timing introduces heavy volatility ahead of a crucial election.
We find the timing of this judgment, completely wrong. There are also several legal absurdities, legal nullities contained in that judgment, which I wouldn't even want to talk about for now.
The immediate fallout means a shrinking ballot and limited choice for voters. INEC argues that purging non-performing groups clears briefcase parties. But the judgment itself raises curious poses. The ADC won 2 House of Rep seats in 2023 in Ijumu, Kababunu, and Yagba East, Yagba West, Mokba federal constituencies. The ADC also currently has about 7 members in the Nigerian Senate. The party is asking how it still failed constitutionally to meet the requirements to be a political party. This is why critics are warning that this ruling severely stifles political diversity. Some label it as a strategic plot to weaken opposition threat.
If there's an election today, I think ABC will at least score 20% of the votes. They are very clear about that, and that the only path to victory they have is not to have anybody contesting against them that is formidable.
Suspicion grew when the Attorney General of the Federation supported the lawsuit. The AGF's involvement reinforced claims of a ruling party agenda, but the All Progressives Congress has firmly denied any interference. Justice Lifu's decision leaves affected groups scrambling for lifelines. For political heavyweights, the disruption to alternative routes is massive. Take the African Democratic Congress ADC, for instance. The ruling directly undermines the strategic calculus of its newly minted ticket. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Rotimi Amechi just emerged as presidential and vice presidential candidates. Now, their very political vehicle faces sudden dissolution. But the impact hits even closer in off-cycle races. Osun State holds its governorship poll on August 15, 2026. Incumbent Governor Ademola Adeleke is running for re-election on the Accord platform. The ruling threatens his clearance despite completing nominations. Governor Adeleke and the Accord party are fighting back. They allege the judgment violates a subsisting Court of Appeal stay of proceedings. The APP has similarly cited existing appellate protections, while the ADC warns of an active plot to cripple the opposition. An even more immediate test arrives this weekend in Ekiti State. INEC originally cleared 14 candidates for the June 20 governorship election. Now, 5 choices face immediate disqualification under this ruling. Affected candidates include Patrick Bejide of the ADC, Olu Omotosho of the AA, and David Falagan of Accord. APP's Olaya Awogbani and ZLP's Adetunji Damilola are also sidelined. With the window for primaries closed, these parties face complete exclusion from the 2027 races if the judgment stands. However, reprieve came on Tuesday for the governorship candidates of the 5 parties when a court of appeal in Abuja ordered a stay of execution of the ruling by Justice Lifu. This means that these candidates will be allowed to take part in Saturday's Ekiti governorship elections, pending further actions on the court's ruling ordering INEC to deregister the 5 parties. The electoral umpire, which expressed shock with the court's ruling, has continued to insist that the ADC has indeed met all the requirements for registration as a political party. How does INEC navigate the litany of court cases and orders dropping at its offices with limited time to plan for elections? Utuba Omoran, AIT News, Abuja.
Chief Medical Director of the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, Professor Chituru Godwill Oruwene, has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to transforming the institution into a leading center of excellence in healthcare delivery, research and medical training. Speaking at a 2-day management retreat in Port Harcourt, Professor Oruwene said the hospital is intensifying efforts to strengthen its systems, improve patient care, and position UPTH for greater impact through a strategic 5-year vision designed to drive sustainable growth, innovation, and institutional resilience.
Before we bring you that report, let's go back to party politics with this report that says when you hear of breakups, most times you think of a romantic relationship. But in politics, breakups are even more common and sometimes can be quite messy. This is why they say trust and loyalty are expensive commodities in politics. For Nollywood actor turned politician Kenneth Okonkwo, it has been a tale of shifting alliances, the latest being the political breakup with Atiku Abubakar. AIT's Ogie Ihemekben reviews Okonkwo's history of dramatic political realignment.
Today we have only 2 parties in Nigeria, APC and others.
In 2022, Kenneth Okonkwo dumped the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, citing anti-people policies. He quickly pitched his tent with the Labour Party, becoming a fierce spokesperson for Peter Obi's presidential bid. He energized crowds. He defended the movement on national television. But after the 2023 elections, the tune shifted. By May 2024, in a surprise move, Okonkwo dumped Peter Obi, accusing him of failing to protect the people's mandate. He slammed Obi's handling of the internal Labour Party crisis. For the obedient movement, it felt like a betrayal, but Okonkwo had moved on. But it didn't take long before he re-emerged. By early 2025, he joined a major opposition coalition to challenge the ruling party for 2027. That coalition birthed a new alliance under the African Democratic Congress, the ADC. Political heavyweights like former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and former Senate President David Mark led the charge. Peter Obi joined briefly too. It looked like a united opposition. Okonkwo was confident. He predicted victory. He defended the ADC even after Peter Obi walked away from the alliance. Okonkwo faced heavy backlash from Obi's loyalists who accused him of political opportunism. Still, he stood his ground. But now, the script has flipped again. In a dramatic turnaround, Okonkwo has distanced himself from Atiku's Abubakar's camp. The breaking point, he says, is Atiku's choice of Rotimi Amechi from the South as Atiku's running mate. Okonkwo's argument is straightforward. The Southeast has been sidelined yet again. For him, this is about regional equity, yet critics have questioned his claim. If it is about the Southeast as he claims, why did he switch on Obi and they followed up with persistent media attacks on his kinsmen, which have led to recent threats of lawsuits? Okonkwo insists it is a principled stand for justice, but some of his followers remain skeptical. Nigeria's political environment is highly fluid, leaving observers to clearly see the constant shifting of alliances while remaining uncertain if these realignments are driven by personal or public interest. Ogie Ihimekme, AIT News, Abuja.
Earlier on, we told you that the Chief Medical Director of the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, Professor Chituru Godwin Owuli, has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to transforming the institution into a leading center of excellence in healthcare delivery, research and medical training. Speaking at a two-day management retreat in Port Harcourt, Professor Godwin said the hospital is intensifying efforts to strengthen its systems, improve patient care and position UPTH for greater impact through a strategic 5-year vision designed to improve sustainable growth, innovation and institutional resilience.
Determined to accelerate ongoing reforms at the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, Chief Medical Director, Professor Chituru Godwin Owuli, brought together the institution's top management, heads of departments and units, alongside representatives of the University of Port Harcourt for a strategic retreat aimed at charting a new course for growth, innovation, and service delivery.
This retreat is not a luxury, it is a necessity. It is the boardroom of our collective conscience, where we must confront both our strengths and our shortcomings with honesty, engage our opportunities with courage, and address our challenges with creativity and resolve.
As part of efforts to translate the vision into measurable realities, Professor Owuli, after inaugurating the 13-person Strategic Plan Implementation Committee, expressed optimism that very rapid, pragmatic, and visible change will be experienced in the coming months, just as he applauded President Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda as a valuable leadership template, setting priority areas for government intervention like the Ebola disease presidential task force.
I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for giving me the opportunity to serve, and not only that, for placing healthcare as one of the greatest pillars of the Renewed Hope agenda of this administration.
Facilitators and resource persons at the retreat commended the management's proactive approach, describing it as critical to building an excellent institution and as a clear testimony about the person and pedigree of the CMD.
And we are very happy about how it was organized, everyday interaction, the way people gave their best to the whole lectures and discussions.
World-class teaching hospital is more than just a place where patients receive care. It is indeed a hub, like the CMD said, where education, research, and clinical excellence converge.
The retreat, which featured paper presentations and strategic engagements, centered on the theme, building a resilient, patient-centered institution of excellence, a 5-year strategic vision 2026 to 2031.
You're watching the news on AIT. Up next is business after this break.
No worries, says good make am. Mogo Bible.
Victor, even you, they use money point?
Of course now, they use money points.
Confirm.
Money Point, made for your progress.
Every day, across forests, highways, towns, and villages, brave men and women stand watch so that Nigeria can sleep. They leave their families behind, confront danger head-on, and make sacrifices many of us will never see. Yet, the enemies of our nation continue their assault. They target our children. They murder innocent citizens. They force families from their homes. They turn thriving communities into places of fear and uncertainty. Their goal is simple: to break our spirit, divide our people, and steal the future of our nation. But Nigeria is stronger than terror. As we demand greater accountability, stronger security measures, and more effective action from those entrusted with our safety, we must also play our part. Support our security forces. Salute their gallantry. Stand with those who stand for us. If you see something, say something. Let us be our brother's keeper. We must never surrender to fear, despair, or hopelessness. This is not the time for division, not by tribe, not by religion, not by region, not by political party. Because terror recognizes no ethnicity, no faith, and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. Hashtag Unite Against Terror.
The FIFA World Cup 2026 is here. Watch all 104 matches live on StarTimes, from the opening match to the final showdown.
And this time, it's not just watching, it's watch and win.
Subscribe or buy a StarTimes decoder and stand a chance to win the 10 million naira grand prize, plus many exciting prizes nationwide, with subscription packages starting from just 4,000 naira. Recharge now via StarTimes app or visit any StarTimes office or dealer outlet near you.
StarTimes, enjoy digital life.
Huh? Mr. Chef, it's a two-finger crush.
Pass me the chicken and all purpose. With Mr. Chef, a simple crush turns meals into culture and moments into memories.
This is the true taste of home.
And culture.
Chef of life.
Abuja is rising. The Federal Capital Territory is moving forward with purpose, progress, and renewed hope. Join the Federal Capital Territory Administration as we continue to celebrate the commissioning of landmark projects and flag off new ones under the visionary leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, by the Honorable Minister of the FCT, His Excellency Barrister Nyesom Ezenwo-Wike, CON, and Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmood, in commemoration of the 3rd anniversary of the administration of Mr. President. On Wednesday, the 17th of June 2026, the President, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will commission judges' quarters for the Federal High Court judges in Katampe District, Abuja. Venue, Judges' Quarters, Katampe District. Time, 12 noon. The Federal Capital Territory Administration, building infrastructure, preserving history, empowering communities, transforming lives.
Welcome to Business Reports. I am Olamide Arroyo. Nigeria's average daily natural gas production increased to 7.93 billion standard cubic feet per day in May 2026, marking a 0.63% year-on-year rise from the 7.88 billion which it was recorded in May 2025. These new figures contained in the latest report by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission underscore the country's continued progress in boosting gas output and utilization according to the Commission. Non-associated gas production marginally exceeded associated gas output during the period, which is May, and it highlights the increasing role of dedicated gas development projects in Nigeria's energy mix. The NUPRC said the stronger contribution from non-associated gas signals the growing maturity of standalone gas projects and is designed to diversify Nigeria's hydrocarbon production and strengthen long-term energy sustainability. And as Nigerians continue to grapple with the rising cost of living, the latest Consumer Price Index report released by the National Bureau of Statistics has identified the states where residents currently enjoy relatively lower price pressure. According to AIT's analysis of the data by NBS, Niger State recorded the lowest inflation rate in the country at 3.07%, and it was followed by Plateau State at 7.10%, and Edo State came third at 7.73%. Other states considered among the most affordable include Oyo State, Taraba, Bayelsa, Borno, Ekiti, Kebbi, Gombe, and Ondo State. By region classification, the North Central emerged as the most affordable zone in Nigeria and is driven likely by the low inflation figures recorded in Niger and Plateau State. The South-South ranked next, while the Southwest followed, supported by lower inflation levels in Oyo, Ekiti, and Ondo, but despite the higher cost of living in Lagos State. Meanwhile, the Southeast emerged as the least affordable region, with Anambra recording one of the highest inflation rates in the country. The latest figures comes as Nigeria's headline inflation rate rose slightly to 15.93% in May, with food, transport, and accommodation costs continuing to drive consumer prices higher. And the Senate Public Accounts Committee has cleared the Nigeria Customs Service of an alleged 62.2 billion naira under remittance contained in the 2019 audit reports of the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation. The committee reached the decision during an investigative session on 77 audit queries relating to alleged financial infractions by the Customs Service in 2019 and 2020 audit report. The Comptroller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi, explained at that meeting that the amounts identified as under remittance consist largely of levies collected on behalf of other government agencies, and that funds were not required to be paid into the Federation accounts.
When we read through most of the queries, we discovered that a good number of them were due to either misclassification or misunderstanding. Maybe the audit committee have an understanding that the classifications are done in one way, but the way we treated them in our accounts were in a different way. And that's possibly the explanation to most of the ones that has to do with non-remittance.
These similar issues that are contained in the issues raised by the Auditor General, we set up a small team between custom and us and iron them once and for all and bring only the outstanding issues.
Explanations provided by the Customs leadership, the committee also resolved to establish a small reconciliation committee, and they will review the remaining 76 audit queries. And now let's bring you an update on how the Nigeria exchange markets ended today. The Nigerian equities market closed lower again on Tuesday as sustained sell pressure dragged the benchmark index, which is the all-share index, down by 0.53% despite improved trading value. All-share index settled at 241,984.8, and a total unit of stocks exchanged today on the exchange was 535 million, a little above the value recorded yesterday, and today the value was 36.8 billion naira. Yesterday we had 35.7 billion naira. Market capitalization is still below 160 trillion naira, and it ended today at 155 trillion naira. The decline recorded today represents a one-week decline of 0.58% and a four-week loss of 4.07%. A total of 133 listed equities participated today in trading, with market breadth remaining negative as 37 stocks recorded losses against 19 gainers. And out of those 37 stocks that lost today, will bring you the top 5. Out of them, we have International Energy Insurance leading the laggards for the second consecutive days. You recall about 2 weeks ago, International Energy Insurance was on the flip side and it was selling at above 8 naira. But today, it ended at 5 naira 76 kobo, and that's a 10% decline. Also, Vitafoam follows suit with a 10% decline to end at 189 naira. Austin Lars Company ended at 3 naira 90 kobo. Rwanda PLC and Suno Assurance also featured among the top 5 decliners for today. Meanwhile, on the flip side of the market, corn oil led the gainers chart with a 9.79% appreciation. Prestige also followed with a 9.79% appreciation to end at 1 naira 57 kobo. Naimet International Pharmaceutical ended at 8 naira 45 kobo, and E-Transact International and Cornerstone Insurance also featured on the top 5 gainers for today. And Sterling Bank emerged as the most actively traded stock by volume for the second consecutive day, also with over 100 million shares exchanged on Tuesday, and those 100 million shares are valued at 785 million naira. Followed, we have UACN and Access Holdings. Now to the oil market. Crude prices fell over 6% to below $80 per barrel on Tuesday. And this is the lowest since the first week of March, and it has erased the bulk of the surge from the conflict in the Middle East. So today, the West Texas Intermediate crude and Brent crude depreciated. WTI crude, I beg your pardon, closed at $75.86, while Brent crude closed at $78.68. And that is Business Reports. I am Olamide Aroyo. The news hour continues.
Thank you very much, Olamide. And we told you at the start of the bulletin that the Court of Appeal has suspended the execution of the judgment delivered by Justice Peter Lifu, deregistering the African Democratic Congress, the Accord Party, and other political parties, pending the determination of the substantive appeal before it. In a unanimous ruling, a 3-man panel of appellate court faulted the conduct of the trial court in delivering the June 15, 2026 judgment, describing its decision as a breach of subsisting orders of the Court of Appeal. The report.
Held that it had earlier directed that proceedings before the trial court be stayed pending the determination of the appeal, but that directive was ignored, describing the development as what it termed as judicial rascality, stating that the trial judge brazenly disregarded the appellate court's earlier order. While granting the applications filed by the respondents, the Court of Appeal invoked its supervisory powers and suspended the execution of the judgment pending the determination of the appeal. The appellate court then adjourned hearing of the substantive appeal to 25th June 2026. The appeal was filed by the Accord Party and Governor Adeleke, challenging the decisions of the Federal High Court in Abuja. Justice Peter Lifu had on June 15 ordered INEC to deregister the African Democratic Congress, ADC, the Action Alliance, AA, Accord Party, Senate Labour Party, ZLP, and Action People's Party, APP, for non-compliance with Section 225 of the 1999 Constitution.
The duty to protect the interests of justice belongs to every member of the bar and to their lordships. Close to 30 years in practice and more than 25 years, but I've not seen a direct affront like this one. So that's why we complained about it.
The judgment was delivered without jurisdiction. From the moment the appeal was entered at the Court of Appeal, the Court of Appeal became seized of the jurisdiction in that matter to the exclusion of the Federal High Court. So the Federal High Court has no jurisdiction to have sat over the matter and delivered the judgment that it delivered.
Due to the INEC timetable and considering the fact that the election is approaching, the court has fixed the 25th of this month for all pending application to be determined on the final.
The events leading up to this, that is about the registration after the process of election have commenced. Election is not an event, it is a process. The day the timetable was rolled out by INEC, INEC already know who and who will be part of the process of election.
The Court of
President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to judicial independence and institutional reforms, following the commissioning of a newly completed 10-unit Court of Appeal judges' quarters in the Katampe district of Abuja. The president, who was represented at the event by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi San, described the housing project as a strategic investment in strengthening the rule of law and deepening democratic governance.
Attention remained on the judiciary on Tuesday as the Federal Capital Territory Project Commissioning Series continued. This time, it was the residential accommodation for appellate court justices. The Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, who represented President Bola Tinubu at the event, explained that the intervention is aimed at improving the welfare and strengthening the independence of the judiciary.
Welfare of judicial officers is not a matter of privilege. It is a strategic investment in the rule of law. When judges are provided with secure accommodation, conducive working environments, and the institutional support necessary to carry out their functions, the entire justice system benefits, and ultimately, the nation as well.
The Minister of Justice, in company of the President of the National Industrial Court, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, and the President of the Court of Appeal, also flagged off the construction of a 10-unit apartment complex for judges of the National Industrial Court.
The presidential flag-off ceremony is not just a significant and commendable milestone. It is coming at no better time than now, more so given this administration's emphasis on improving judicial welfare and independence.
The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, on his part, urged state governors to give greater attention to the needs of the judiciary.
So I challenge states, do not leave everything for federal government. Take also that look, it doesn't cost us much. You will see that judiciary will be different. That independence we are talking about, they will have it. So state A, if you have a division, do the same thing.
Project commissioning are set to continue in the FCT on Wednesday. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has expressed gratitude to G7 leaders for what he described as strong ideas of how to force Russia into peace following productive discussions at the G7 summit. Speaking after the meeting, Zelensky praised the continued support of Ukraine from world leaders, while former U.S. President and the retired Russian soldiers. The G7 Ukraine meeting brought together leaders from France, the United Kingdom, Italy, Canada, Germany, and the United States and Japan, the European Council and the European Commission to discuss the next steps in supporting Ukraine as Russia attacks continues. Leaders emphasized the need to strengthen and expand support for Ukraine. This includes providing additional air defense missiles, granting licenses for local production, helping the country endure another difficult winter, and increasing pressure on Russia through coordinated international actions. World leaders agreed that the international community must remain united and ensure that Russia is never allowed to normalize or legitimate its war against Ukraine.
And up next is sports with Lai Lawal standing by. And Lai, currently the World Cup is on. Senegal against France, currently goalless as well in that one.
That brings nostalgia, if you may ask me. Of course, that reminds you of the 2002, opening game between France and Senegal. Of course, Senegal got a famous victory in that one, 1-0, and they went on into that tournament to the quarterfinals of that particular tournament. So hopefully, let's see what an African team do another wonder today. We saw yesterday that Cape Verde held Spain to a barren draw. Hopefully, maybe, one of the underdogs that in Senegal this time around playing against two-time champions France can, pull up another surprise.
Hopefully.
Yes.
All right. Take it away.
All right, welcome to Sports Tracker. Tunisia have become the first team to change coaches at the FIFA World Cup after sacking Sabri Lamouchi following their heavy 5-1 defeat to Sweden in their opening Group F match. The Tunisian Football Federation has appointed experienced French coach Hervé Renard as his replacement, despite Lamouchi only taking charge in January on a contract running until 2028. Renard, renowned for his success with African teams, now faces the task of reviving Tunisia's campaign ahead of crucial matches against Japan and the Netherlands as the Carthage Eagles fight to keep their World Cup hopes alive. Now, football once again proved its remarkable power to unite people across backgrounds, cultures, and communities as the Redeemed Christian Church of God Region 10 football tournament reached a thrilling conclusion at the FIFA Gold Project pitch of the Moshood Abiola National Stadium, Abuja. The championship showcased not only sporting excellence, but also the values of fellowship, teamwork, discipline, and brotherhood that define the mission of the church. Leaders and supporters from different regions gathered in an atmosphere of unity and mutual respect for the final, demonstrating that the beautiful game remains one of the strongest tools for integration and community building. In our thrilling final, FCT 15 emerged champions after defeating FCT 13 8-7 on penalties, following a goalless draw in regulation time.
Let me use as my team as an experience. There are many of them doing nothing in Kuje. So I went to them, I talked to them. Oh, there is an offer. If you want to use your talent, you can use it for God. And through that they come. Some of them surrendered their life. Most surrendered their life to Christ. And today they are here shining through this football.
We are trying to make sure that, yes, we harness talent and then taking youth out of the street into a more productive activity through football.
Beyond the competition, the tournament served as a powerful reminder of football's unique ability to bring people together, highlighting the connection between faith and football.
The majority of our youth, they love football. When it comes to football, they stay around you. And we use that opportunity to bring gospel to them. We have some of them on this field today that by God's grace, they are already passing through what we call a believers class, baptismal class, and even workers in training. But getting them to the church through football.
The church vision is being tailored towards developing youths and developing their career. And one of the ways we want to, not only to win their soul, to sustain their souls within the church to make sure that they are useful to God.
Throughout the competition, players demonstrated sportsmanship and respect, reflecting the Christian values that underpin the initiative. Victories were celebrated with humility, while defeats were accepted with grace, reinforcing the message that the true success of the tournament lies in the fellowship it created. Laila. That's it for sports. Many thanks for watching. I am Lai Lawal.
Thank you very much, Lai. And before we go, let's remind you that the fight against insecurity is a collective responsibility that requires the support of all Nigerians. Citizens can contribute by remaining vigilant, providing credible information to security agencies, and promoting unity in their communities.
As the government continues to strengthen its security architecture and confront criminal elements, public cooperation will be vital in achieving lasting peace. Together, with determination and shared responsibility, Nigeria can overcome these security challenges and build a safer future for all. I am Chukwuyedum Onwaka.
And I am Binta Bukar. Many thanks for staying with us.